Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the final day of the USPSA Vortex Race Gun National Championships. This is it. We're down to the wire. We've got our final day up. For those who've been following yesterday, scores are super tight. In open, we literally have three people that are within a few points of one another. This is it. This is showtime. We've got a big lineup for you today. We're going to be showing you some of the super squads, JJ Rakaza, Eric Foss, a number of them this morning. I know that picture's a little bit dark, but it's still pretty dark down here. We'll adjust those cameras here in a second. We have all three zones up and running. We're going to be showing zone 3 this afternoon. That's where the super squad will be starting. They're starting on stage 13. You're looking at stage 3 right now. Switching over to stage 8. Try to give another shot there.
Number 7 turned to Proto. They got that up. I helped them with that.
It's stage 9, giving you a wide shot stage. Now, we don't have the drone and the Ronin up just yet. We are still working on the technical things and getting everything up and running. We have 8 cameras so far, and we will get up to 15 here in the next few seconds.
I know, but we can try both of them and see if one works better. Just bring it.
Stage 9.
I didn't watch him clamp it like that, but okay.
Yesterday we had a question here. Jacob Hetherington of the AMU got a reshoot on the stage, and we had questions online of people asking us what happened. I was able to find out last night that the one of the targets on the far left-hand side was prematurely taped by a competitor, and so therefore they were unable to identify his score, and so he got a reshoot because of that. This stage has caused lots of people to rethink their shooting strategy. It's been interesting. The swingers are fast, and if you miss your position, it's a 2.5 to 3 second delay before they turn out again. You heard yesterday Bill Drummond and Aaron Edens were discussing this in detail, and right now obviously we have the I thought I saw Todd Jarrett and his squad up here, so we'll stay with them and see if we can catch Mr. Jarrett. There he is in the foreground. All right, while we're waiting for the next shooter, let's have a look and see. Stage 4.
the shooter. Daniel's on deck. Mike is in the hole.
safe. So all I need is you guys stay out in front of the camera. And all those big guys standing in front of the camera just now, and I'm like,
Next time when I'm shooting, I'm gonna turn around and just wave.
sure, yeah, we like it. That stuff looks good on Instagram, man.
Thank you.
Might not help your shooting, but All right, so sorry about the break in communication or the us commentating on the stage. I had to run out onto stage one and area one, take care of some issues down there. But we are back up and we've reset some of the cameras down there, and we are back in action. So I actually just came from stage 5. That's Corey K in the foreground. He was actually the guy I said needs to get out of the way of the camera. So we moved the camera so they can't stand in front. And the range officers, I got to tell you, the range officers here have been absolutely amazing. They are very cooperative. I just went down and walked all 6 stages in zone 1, and we were able to get the cameras moved a little closer to the stage so that people don't stand in front of them. So, all right, let's have a look at stage 3. That's ongoing right now. Show you a drone shot of the range. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, beautiful range out in Ohio. This is the Cardinal shooting facility. It's actually really interesting. The foreground where you're seeing right at the bottom of the screen, just below that stage 3. Actually, I'll change it to Cardinal. That is stage 9, and you can see how spread out that is. It's kind of deceptive on the screen. But the target on your top side of your picture, you'll see there's actually an RO walking around there now. That's actually Russell Fortney's stage. But that target's a long way out. In fact, that was the target that got Christian Seiler for a 1 mic. That's the only mic he shot in the match so far. But a long way out, and of course it's the stage with those turners, so people get into panic very quickly, and then they go suddenly shoot a target. I haven't measured out, but probably 35-ish, 40 yards, something like that. And then to the top of that, so obviously you've got the big green area in the front, and then to the top of that you'll see the area 3. Oh, we lost the drone. I'll go to that stage. So that's the stage that we were just talking about now. Let's just tell Garrett that the drone signal died. And I apologize for that. We are using, for the drone, we're using a high transmission system. Oh, there we're back again. Oh, carry on. Nope, we're not back. It's a new system that we actually just upgraded to, and we're still having some teething issues on that. But we're doing the best we can and bringing as much as we can. So there where that silver area, white area in the drone shot is, that is the... we keep losing that signal. But that is the water retention basin on the right-hand side, and then to the left of that is Zone 3, and Zone 3 is where we're going to be going this afternoon. All right, let's go to stage 4. All right, we're going to show you Zone 3, it was a close-up. We got the drone down there. There you can see Zone 3, beautiful bays. I really love this facility down here. In the foreground on the left side, that is stage 13, 14, 15, 16. Actually, I'm sorry, that's stage 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Obviously, Zone 3 is stage 12 through 18, but the first two stages, 10 and 11, are still part of Zone 2. It's always a problem. They're not set up like IPSC matches where you have zones of 6 stages each, but we're trying to keep the numbers that way, and then that way it also helps us with data analysis when we finally get to that, because these stages or each zone will have a similar number of points to them, so you can actually compare zones with one another, number one, and number two, compare shooters that have shot different areas. It's a little easier in IPSC matches because they run a 3-2-1 format, and for the most part, especially if I can get to the designers ahead of time, they design it so that each zone has the same number of points, i.e. same number of shots, so each hit is worth 5 points, and so the same number of hits required on a stage gives you the same number of points on a stage, and then that way we can compare stats more accurately. All right, we'll take a look down there. We don't have cameras at 13 and to 18 right now. At about 4:45 this morning, we're not quite sure why, we had a break in our fiber line, and we are not able to get up on the berms. In actual fact, if you look on the far left-hand side, you can't actually see it in the picture, but that is where our fiber drop is, and that is roughly 1,400 feet from the berm. So you've got this, you've got the drone and the Ronin, and that's what we're going to be using. The Ronin is actually headed down there right now. We're going to go test our signal, because for these super squads this afternoon, that's where they're going to be finishing on stage 18, and we obviously want to make sure that we can get a transmission from all the way down there. All right, let's go back to stage, they're in walkthroughs. Let's have a look at stage 9. Getting ready to shoot. I actually think they're in a walkthrough right now. Sorry, let's go to. It's always interesting to see as the stages cycle. There we go, there's somebody shooting. The weather, fortunately for today, looks okay. No rain in the forecast. Four. Stage 6. We have to manually change graphics. Still, our ProPresenter's graphic system is not up. We just literally did not have enough manpower in the booth to get it running, and so we are just manually giving you the stage numbers as best as we can. Give you shot the drone from down on stage 18. This is from the lower side of the range. Great shot. We have such an awesome crew. That's Garrett that is flying. He's actually a professional drone pilot. He's hired specifically to work with us, and this is third or fourth production, right? That Garrett's been with us. He's traveled to France and to Hungary, and third time. And obviously here in the US. It's actually great having a commercial drone pilot qualified person. Actually, Max, our main photographer and engineer, is also a drone pilot, so they can actually chop and change between each other. They are FAA certified. Our drone is FAA approved. It's for those of you who care, it's a Mavic 4, and it's connected with a transmitter that transmits to the headset that Garrett's wearing, and then from the headset transmits into via HDMI into our transmitters that send a signal all the way back to us here at the control room, and then from there we go down into SDI and back into our system. So it's quite an involved process to be able to bring you live video like this at this level. We can shoot in 4K. We're actually running in 1080p30 right now. We can run 4K in the beginning when we were setting up. We were having some transmission issues with Starlink, and so we scaled everything down to 1080, and that makes it a little easier on the systems, although right now you're running very efficiently. For those of you who care, we're running at a rate of about 3 megabits, which is really good considering we're shooting and broadcasting at 1080. Our entire control truck is actually built around a 4K model. Our internet system is a 10 gig backbone that we've built. We just upgraded a bunch of things to 10 gig because we were concerned that with this many cameras we wouldn't be able to run, that we would run out of bandwidth, but it's running fine. Sorry to be so technical with you this morning, but just thought you'd know. Stage 9 is in a walkthrough. I know this stage is not well liked because of the complexity of the stage, but it's actually one of my favorite stages. A lot can happen here. That's the wide view, stage 9. So that's a shot you haven't seen before. So I finally have got our AI system running, and you will see it is programmed, and I'm watching it carefully in case it messes me up. It is programmed to follow whoever we set the tracking on, and I actually left the tracking signal on so you guys could see it, that little green box you saw just for a split second. I set it on the range officer, that way it tracks the RO and it kind of stays with him. As you can see, it's struggling right now because the barricade gets in front. Yep, there's the woke up. That's the system controlling it. That's not me. It's searching right now for the next person to track. We've had very limited success with these with this AI system, but I think it's partly also just because it's new. See there, it's trying to find it. So I'm actually going to turn it off right now and then manually set the camera. So you guys are learning with us. I think this is going to be the future of broadcasting the sport, because we can't possibly have enough cameramen to follow everybody. But you can see I can get some amazing shots. These cameras are incredible. Depending on the camera, they range from a 20 to a 40 power zoom. Set that on him. See if he stays with it. Nope, we lost him. All right, we're gonna go and track this drone. Anybody know what stage that's on? 14. I'm told that's stage 14. It's our Ronin down there. As I mentioned earlier on, this is a long way from us. The Ronin runs a different transmission system to the drone, so we're still struggling with some signal breakup. So I'll kind of go back and forth and try and bring you some solid. We need to work on this right now and get ready for the afternoon session.
stainless one comes with an MJD grip, which is a little more aggressive, so you won't have to change the grip. You just have to buy a Magwell.
Are you ready?
The aluminum ones, the grip kind of sucks on.
I just like the way we.
What's that?
I use the 2011s I have now have the stainless Chile grip.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're gonna swap grips, get whatever you want.
I don't know if the grip is going to be.
Mr. Chief at?
Yeah. Yep.
Jim. Score stands with Charles?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Is that what it's called?
I don't know. What was the call on Charles? Or I guess they're still looking at it.
I mean, if you have a mic, it's like 2.
What's that?
If you have a mic, it's like a 2 hit. Somebody was 2.
3.
Yeah,
I mean,
so a mic is 7 seconds. Got it. Thank you.
Ready? Make ready. Are you ready? Stand by. Finished, unload, show clear. Clear, hammer down, holster. Range is clear, time is 3304.
3304, 2 Alpha.
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 Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
It's gonna be this one. Alpha Mike.
Alpha Mike.
2 Charlie.
2 Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha. 2 Alpha. 2 Alpha, scoring complete. Scoring complete.
Yep.
That bullet hole would look extremely deformed if it went through a wall like that.
Calling it the mic.
Hang on.
let's either hug the fence or
Yes. No. Yep.
You have video to how many shots you took?
I have to get it on my phone so it's bigger, but he has video too.
Can we see yours?
What was the call on that?
Oh, we were placing bets. Already? She's going for the rim ball. Like, I don't think so. One of them walked in the door.
No, it's race day.
Okay.
They're back from their summer break.
Yeah.
And I'm missing the race.
Oh, my team?
Robert's a shooter!
Oh, yeah. I'm not
Yeah, you know, the whole gallery is from the other squad witnessing also made it kind of stressful.
Robert?
Alpha Charlie. Alpha Charlie. Scoring complete.
Greg offered up his burrito, but I wanted my own.
That is it. Squad out. Have a good match. Have a good match.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. You're welcome. You guys have a good match.
Thank you.
Got it. Have good luck today. Have fun, Camille.
Yep, thank you guys.
Yep. Good luck yesterday. All right. Let's get the next one going here.
Oh, he handed it to me and I was like,
You got it. No worries. Yep. Good luck today. Good luck today. Good luck. Good one.
oh, was it? Oh, yeah, no.
You get it or not get it?
I don't know. There we go.
Yeah, let's move down to.
All right, I'm going to take a wild guess and say you guys are squad 113. Bingo. All right, squad 113, welcome to the 2026 Vortex Optics Race Gun National Championship. Celebrate Timbers. This is stage 9. Do you believe in miracles? Sponsored by Hunter Constantine. 28 rounds, 140 contact. Start position is anywhere within stay within the fault line for the entire course of fire for only 1 minute.
How much?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's first from there was a mountain that yeah, it was no. It was like it was a couple inches tall.
What you know about that?
It's more than I've ever seen. That's right, baby.
Oh, Jesus.
That's why I got scared. I ran. Yeah, I know. There's another fellow. No. There's a couple other guys that look like him.
Penny, like the basketball player? No, I don't remember that. Damn, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Greg, you know some really random shit.
You do, Greg. Yeah, you do have a lot of random facts, I will say. Alright, let's see. Move that around, Max. See if this works. We are? How? Oh, okay. No. We turned on the run. It's the mark. No, just not around that.
They're off. They're off.
Yeah, Max can't.
Well, that's like 4 minutes we've probably been talking. No, that's all.
We're not talking right now. Let's see. Playback.
Shit.
this on? Sure, yeah. Or something? Yeah. This is a good one. Like, there's. Ready? So there, we've seen this, I don't know, 3-4 different ways. Coming right, coming left, backing into two positions, backing into one position. So talked to the squad before us, the Hauser squad, and it looks like, and the way that I'm choosing is going to be first here, and we're going out of bounds one time, and we'll see how it goes. It looks like it flows pretty well, so we just got to get points.
Yeah, go ahead. Stick it wherever you want. Thank you. For the timer, I talk about is up this Bob over there. Okay. Your buoy, okay. Sorry.
What's our order there?
All right, so we got Justin, Marco, and Billy's in the hole.
Come on, Justin. Go, Justin. Come on.
Charlie. 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie. 2 Charlie.
Delta, Mike.
Delta Mike.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Delta.
2 Delta.
Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta. Score incomplete. Go. Thank you. Marco is up. Billy on deck. Nick in the hole.
Range is clear. Time 2303.
2303. 2 Alpha. 2 Charlie. 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Charlie.
2 Charlie. Alpha Mike.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha
Alpha
Charlie.
Charlie.
2
2
Alpha.
Alpha.
And 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha. Scoring complete.
The last thing you said before you started was, I don't know when I'm going to shoot this target. It looked good.
Billy is up. Nick on deck. Lauren in the hole. Up.
Swinger's moving.
Stop. Stop.
Charlie. 2 Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Charlie.
2 Charlie. 2 Alpha.
2 Charlie.
2 Charlie.
Charlie Delta.
Charlie Delta.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Charlie Delta.
Charlie Delta.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha. Scoring complete. Oh,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Nick is up, Lauren on deck, Elias in the hole. Two one, 1-4. 2 Alpha. Alpha Charlie. 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Charlie.
2 Charlie. 2 Alpha. 2 Charlie. 2 Alpha. 2 Alpha. Charlie Delta.
Charlie.
Alpha Charlie. Scoring complete. Here you go, Nick.
Marco's
You.
Where's Marco? Oh, shit.
Lauren is up. Elias on deck. Ben in the hole.
Are you ready? Stand by. Range is clear. Time 2803.
2803. 2 Alpha. Alpha Charlie. 2 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie. Alpha Delta.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Charlie Delta.
Charlie Delta. 2 Alpha.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie. 2 no shoot.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha. Scoring complete. Go. Thank you. Elias is up. Ben on deck. Blair in the hole.
All right, well, we're back again. Sorry about the break in commentary there, working on improving some of our technical things for this afternoon. I'll explain that a little bit more in a few minutes, but I wanted to bring in a special guest. We have Maggie Reese-Voigt with us again.
Charlie.
Coming and sitting in
To
studio.
Charlie.
Good morning, Maggie.
Alpha Charlie.
Good morning.
Alpha Charlie.
Almost
Alpha
this
Charlie.
Yeah, I know. We kind of lose
Alpha
track
Charlie.
of time when we're at broadcast, right? So Maggie's going to be joining us, doing
Alpha
some
Charlie.
commentary and talking about some
To
things going
Alpha.
on for the next
Charlie
20 minutes or
Delta.
half an hour or so.
To Charlie.
And then this afternoon, after Maggie, we're going to have Matt Hopkins coming in, chatting with us. All right, so we're looking at stage 8. That was Ben Hart that just shot. This is the Limited Optics Super Squad.
Charlie Mike.
Kind of hard to see
Scoring complete.
who the individuals are. That looks like Elias.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
14.
I shot this stage yesterday. It was a fun stage, a fun little stage to shoot. That swinger is definitely very difficult. As we've been sitting here, there have been quite a few mics, and I'm not surprised to hear that just on that swinger. You don't get very much presentation on the target, and it's going a little bit
Blair
faster than you
on deck.
anticipate.
Jonathan
so
in the hole.
that's definitely going to make a difference for a lot of people.
So that was Elias that just shot. Elias Frangolis. He's actually from Tucson, Arizona. Former world champion in IPSC. And this is Ben Hart.
I don't know that he looked very happy with that.
No. He started bringing his pistol down.
2 Alpha. Alpha Charlie. 2 Alpha. 2 Alpha. 2 Alpha. 2 Charlie. Alpha Charlie. Alpha Charlie.
Go. Ipswich World or Nationals next month. Points for Italy for hopefully the senior optics team. That's the plan, right? Good fun. Hey, 3 seconds, you got your shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was talking about. We actually can't hear his commentary from where we are right now. So you guys out there could hear what he was saying. But it looked like he started bringing his pistol down and then either realized something, brought up maybe the RO said something, started giving him the unload, depends. But hey, when you're shooting, and Ben knows this just as best as anybody else, that nothing should stop you. There's only 2 scenarios that you as a competitor, you as a shooter, ever stop. One is if the RO yells stop, and the other one is if there's somebody downrange. There's technically a third one as well if you lose your hearing or eye protection. But from a shooting point of view, you keep shooting. Don't worry about what the ROs are doing unless they say the word stop.
That is something that you definitely learn early on, is that you push through no matter what. You just keep on going no matter what. You can't not let anything happen to you unless there's some sort of safety issue that you're uncomfortable with, or the RO yells stop. You just keep on going no matter what. Now his stage plan is different. He went immediately to the middle. The most fascinating part is that you see people with completely different stage plans, and then you look at the total time, and it comes down just down to the wire.
You know, I was just going to say this. I'm sure that the internet out there is going to blow me up for saying this, but there's many times when the stage plan is really not that critical. You know,
Alpha, Charlie,
we
no
come up
shoot.
with, I mean, we spend minutes, sometimes
2
15, 20 minutes if we have the opportunity to figure out a stage plan.
Yeah.
And then, as you say,
Alpha,
then
Charlie.
you run it one way and
2
somebody else
Charlie.
runs it the other way, and it's exactly the same.
Yeah, yeah.
2 Charlie.
Now, I will say, so contradicting
Alpha,
myself
Charlie.
a little bit, I found when
2
I shoot
Alpha.
with the real big guys,
Alpha,
if I'm
Charlie.
shooting with Bill Drummonds,
2
the
Alpha.
Aaron's, Christians
2
of the
Alpha.
world, my scores are about 3% better
Alpha Charlie,
overall. But I
scoring
think
complete.
it's more because they're more efficient, not because the stage plan is that much different. So if you look at this, we don't have the ability to compare times live like this right now, but someday we will.
The difference is going to come down to, did you make up shots? Did you fire extra rounds? Did you get your foot placement? Did you get in and out efficiently?
Jonathan's up. Michael on deck. Jennifer in the hole.
So this is the limited optics squad. For those of you watching internationally, this is our optics division. Maggie, have you shot LO yet?
Yeah, I'm shooting LO.
That's what you're shooting this match?
Yep.
Oh, not open?
No. And this has been a challenging match, and there have been times where I'm like, man, I really wish I was shooting major points right now. You know? It's some very long shots, some very technical shots. A lot of things where you don't get full presentation on the target, and it makes a difference when you have minor scoring. And the loss of points is a little bit painful sometimes. But I enjoy it. I'm enjoying the division. I've only been shooting it for less than a year, so it's been fun for me. And it's easy, just easy ammo, 9mm, and it's fun to get out there. But I do miss my open gun.
Do you think that your limited optics guns are more reliable than shooting open?
You know what? I'm happy. I'm happy with the build on both my LO guns and on my open guns, so I can't really speak to the reliability just because I haven't had issues with either one of those platforms. Knock on wood. definitely shoot 38 super comp though, of course, in open. So, but I've been happy with it.
What's your overall feeling? You've shot 2 days now, so you're 12 stages in.
Yeah.
What's your feeling on the stages and the complexity of the match?
I've found this to be a very challenging match.
2 Alpha.
And I have found
Alpha
it to be
Charlie.
very difficult. Very, in good
Alpha
ways and in
Charlie.
bad ways. I mean, that's what you expect
2
when you come out
Alpha.
to nationals, is that you want to be challenged.
Charlie, Mike.
But like we
2
said, there have been
Alpha.
some very tight shots,
Charlie,
some very long
Delta.
shots.
2
Every
Alpha.
nationals has its own flavor. Sometimes, they're faster. Sometimes they're more geared towards technical. But I have found this to be, for me, a challenging match. Did you have the same perspective? You shot the pre-match.
No, I didn't. I was supposed to shoot the pre-match, but I was just too focused on getting the broadcast set up going, and we had that rain come in while we were setting up that cost us half a day.
Yeah.
And damaged some equipment, so there was just no chance. And to be quite honest, my mind is just not on shooting at the moment. I actually haven't shot a match since January. This is probably the longest.
Yeah.
6 months, 7 months. It's the longest
Yeah.
I've ever gone.
Yeah.
Well, ever. Probably the last 10, 12 years. And this is actually the first Open Nationals that I haven't shot in
I'm surprised.
many, many years.
I know. It's hard to wear so many hats, though, and to give each thing the amount of focus that you want to give. By the way, we saw I saw the RO with the card out, and of course I don't know yet if he got the double, but it looked like they were trying to see if he had a double or a miss. So that will be interesting. That'll definitely make a difference.
Hey, Tammy.
Now, I think when I was shooting this stage, almost all of us, I think chose to go immediately to the right. Immediately to the right, then go out in front, shoot the middle section, then go to the left. So there's been quite a diversity of plans in this squad.
While they're taking a look at that target, let's have a look at some of the scores so far. We did a summary yesterday afternoon when we actually had Christian and John and Aaron right here in the booth with us. But for the viewers this morning, you want to run through the scoreboard right now? This is open.
I know, it is so tight. So Christian is still in first with 12:08, but right behind him, John Vlieger, at 12:07. And I mean, my gosh, just a single point difference. And when you think about the footwork, the draw time, the transition time, the reloads, the makeup shots, everything that's happening out on 12 stages up until this point to get these two men only a point apart. It's fascinating to me. And to think that they probably had different stage plans. They probably did things differently. And then just right behind them in third place, Aaron, and he's just 11.99, I think he was, Aaron Edens.
Yeah, he has shot the match fault-free, no penalties, no mics, but he's given up a few more Charlies, and obviously we're a hit factor scoring system, and that's a great example of how points can change, because his time yesterday was a little quicker. He was 2 or 3 seconds ahead of everybody, but he gave it up, I'm told, on the last stage, and now they're right there. Anybody's match. A lot of points still left in the match.
Definitely. The top 5 guys are all still very much in the running. So this is the stage plan that I ran yesterday, it looks like. I did not do my load there. I did my load moving forward into this position.
Backwards loading, going from right to left, always high risk.
Yeah.
Right-handed shooter, you're you're bringing your gun across. Obviously, you want to keep it facing downrange, but when you're trying to put the mag in,
Charlie.
sometimes you forget.
To Alpha.
And we've actually seen
To
a few
Alpha.
DQs in this match
To
with
Alpha.
people moving from
To
right to left,
Alpha.
moving backwards. But it's a
To Alpha.
it's a nationals, and
Alpha Charlie.
It is, and the advantage
Alpha
to where
Charlie.
he did it was that he definitely had more
Alpha
time. So
Charlie,
he had
no
more
shoot.
time to complete the reload, whereas
Charlie.
in my version
To
it was
Charlie.
short on
Score
time.
complete.
And so I really had to make sure that I was efficient, and that in and of itself is its own risk factor, that if you don't nail that reload, then you're now into position but not shooting. So, you know, those are the things that you challenge yourself on and try to decide which way is going to be better.
I think this is Jennifer Tang. I can't see
Very,
the-
very good shooter.
Yeah, great shooter.
Jennifer's up. Ryan on deck. Brandon.
Somebody
in the
told me
hole,
the other
and a
day that
shooter.
AI can study not just facial expression, but the way you walk. And ironically, I think I recognized the way Jennifer was walking.
Yeah.
I can't see the name on her shirt, and I don't have the stage scores, but I think that is her.
I think she's. It looked like maybe she's the only woman on this stage. Is that right? I think.
She normally shoots with T, but of course T is a Glock shooter now, and so I assume that they're shooting with the Glock team.
Yeah, T is on my squad. You see that?
that
reload?
muzzle?
Yeah.
And the whole point to those scenarios is don't put yourself anywhere near the 90 degree or the 180, whichever we're going to call it. Aaron Edens yesterday had a really good comment. He said that when he teaches, he tells people keep your firearm facing the downrange berm all the time. That way you don't get yourself into trouble. You know, learn how to do that. Eric Raffel was the first guy that I saw kind of cant his hand, you know, his wrist. You know, he would kind of like, you know, bend it sideways like that and keep his hand, which is a weird thing. And of course, we don't practice that in dry fire, you know.
Right. But it's definitely something that you have to practice.
This match, I actually like the stage of this match. I know that there's a couple stage 9. There's some people that have complained about that. It's been difficult, and there's not very much hoser shooting in this match.
No.
But I like the stages. I think for a nationals, you want to test people's ability to challenge all their different techniques. You know, can they shoot on the move? Can they shoot moving backwards? You saw T shooting that one target where she was backing up shooting.
Yeah.
I thought that looked good, and it obviously is hard on the newer or the lesser experienced competitors, but this is how they learn.
Yeah. And I will say, out of everything, I wasn't really a fan of Stage 9 myself. Just, you know, I just didn't like it. But it's good to have things out there that are different and unique and that you don't quite see all the time to really push yourself. Even that move, when you're going to the right there, you have to be so conscious of your muzzle, so conscious of how you're racking the slide. And then he chose to do his reload right there at the end.
Yeah, the problem with doing it at the end is that you're basically standing still. I know he's moving, but he could just as easily be transitioning. You know, the guys often talk about that. Keep your muzzle up. You know, drive it into the next target. He could be doing it. He could be shooting that target before you even get into position. So in effect, it's a standing load.
Yeah.
Yes, I realize he's going to be in position for the last target downrange, but that's what makes the sport interesting. And we're never criticizing. We're just
Alpha Charlie. Alpha Delta. Scoring complete.
All right, we're going to take a look at Another stage here. I think we'll drop up to stage 4. Actually, we're going to go to stage 9. So this is that stage we were talking about. We can actually control this camera. There those turning targets are.
Yeah. Now, I didn't look at scores, so I would be very interested. You're going to see the most massive swing on times on this stage, because if you just get slightly out of sequence at a few different spots, then you're sitting there and you have 3 seconds of hang time while you're waiting for your targets to represent.
A lot of people don't realize how big this stage is as well. You know, we put a second camera up there so we can get sound pickup on that, but it's huge, and those targets are quite a ways out. You see on the far left-hand side of the shot. I'll actually cross. Oh, that's a different camera. Hang on.
We were trying to estimate, and I put one target at maybe about 35 yards, which is, you know, a decent pistol shot. And then already when you have the complexity of this stage, with the turning targets, trying to get the timing and everything else going right, and then to have the really far targets, the really far steel, there were a lot of challenges.
That was a pretty quick run.
The other thing I don't think people appreciate when you looking at the swinger right now, seeing how little presentation there is. If you're a taller guy, you have just maybe an inch or two more space, and if you're a shorter person, you're losing just a little bit more of that target.
Yeah, it's actually a good point. I hadn't actually thought about that, because you're
short people.
Yeah,
think about that. Yeah, but I don't think your cameraman and some of the angles I think are maybe being a little bit deceptive, and it looks like you have a lot more available on that target. But it was a tight shot.
So there's the stage 9 drone shot. Much bigger than it looks. You can't see it in this shot, but you know, I look at this and I'm thinking about my fiber optic that's running along that wall on the back there. We did lose one cable yesterday, stage 2 or 3, stage 2. Somebody shot one of our cables that was up on the top of the berm. So he got lucky, whoever that was.
Because you didn't find him?
No, we don't know who it was. We can't get up on the stages, obviously. We can't get up on the berms during. Give it a quick shot there. Give it
Todd Jarrett, his wife Carrie. I've known Todd for about 20 years. He is such a great ambassador for the sport. He is always helpful. He is always just giving back and doing a lot for a lot of people. So it's always fun to see him out shooting.
Getting some tips from Eric. I'm sorry, Elias, not Eric.
Yeah.
Elias. It's actually Elias. My trainer's name is Elias, and this one is Elias. I've always got to remember the difference. Elias took a break from shooting for a while. We didn't see him probably a couple of years.
Yeah.
And in fact, this is the first time I've seen him shooting a major in a few years.
Yeah. So Todd's not on this squad, so I imagine he just walked up and he was maybe just kind of checking or verifying his stage plan, which is something, you know, really nice about the sport. I mean, people don't hold anything close to the chest. They're always willing to, you know, help you with a stage plan, help you figure out something. If you're a little bit confused, if you're not sure what the right order is. I mean, we're all competitors, but it comes down to how you execute the stage plan. So there's no harm in helping out and just, you know, being a good sport about things.
I was lucky enough to shoot the rifle will shoot with Todd.
Oh, okay.
And let's have a look. They're coming up to shoot here, stage 4. Todd, myself, and then this guy, Jerry Mitchellek. I'm sure you've heard about him.
Once or twice.
Once or twice. We were on the senior rifle team.
Yeah.
And I didn't expect to shoot that great. I'm not a rifle guy, but you know, I was able to kind of hang in there for a little bit. But Todd was incredible. That's really the point of the story, is that he coached me literally from the first day through to the end, because obviously he wanted to win.
Yeah.
And Jerry was, I mean, shooting with the two legends like that was an absolute pleasure for me. And we were lucky enough to win gold at the end. And yeah, I've never forgotten that. After that, I was able to talk Jerry into shooting PCC with us, and we won gold there too. So, but now he's done. I think he's finished shooting major competitions. Jerry, talking about Jerry Mitchellek, Todd.
Now in 2017, I shot on the ladies team for World Rifle, and I shot with both Lena and Kay. So that was quite fun.
Kay, of course, comes from a rich family of shooters too.
Yeah.
That's the problem with AI. All right, we're back to
stage 4.
No, this is actually stage 8.
We're still on stage 8.
We have to manually change our graphics. They're not automated just yet. The next phase for us will be far more automation of our graphics, bringing in commercials, bringing in sponsor logos and so forth. We're just not there yet. And then also we're going to be doing a whole new sound setup. You're going to be shooting IPSC Nationals, right?
Well, I got to talk to you about that.
Oh, you do?
That's coming later.
You should ask me on air so that I Well, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is that match is absolutely filled up like crazy. I think they have like 200 people on the wait list.
I'm one of them.
You know, when I talked to Bill originally about putting that match on, it was in South Africa. We were out there shooting a match there. And I said to Bill, you should run an IPSC Nationals. And he's like, oh, there's not enough people.
Yeah.
I was like, Bill,
you don't know.
You don't know that. And it'll come because it's a qualifier. And here we are a few years later. And he has lost his mind with this match. He has developed and designed some incredible stages. We are going to be broadcasting that match, which is why I asked you that. And I may or may not have 1 or 2 slots because for the broadcast team. So
hello. I knew there was an angle I could work.
There's going to be a catch there. No, but we'd love to have you on as more of a regular broadcaster with us. Maneki Samajima is also going to be helping there. Shannon Smith is going to be helping us. We're ramping up basically for the biggest production ever. This is by far our biggest production. But the trailer, my team are going to be taking the trailer down to Pittsburgh tomorrow, and it's going to stay down there with Bill Drummond and them, and we're of course all headed to Aruba tomorrow morning.
Yes.
And then about, what's it, 3 weeks out, I think? Yes, like towards the end of September. I'm actually going to go out to Pittsburgh. We're going to set everything up, set up the match and everything like that, set up the cameras. In Pittsburgh, we'll have a different scenario to here because here, this range is wide open. There's no security here, so we couldn't leave all the cameras outdoors at night, etc. In Pittsburgh, it's a closed range. It's a private range, obviously Bill Drummond's range. So the security there will be a lot better. So all our gear will be able to stay up, which will make it broadcast a lot more efficient.
My gosh, yeah, I did not realize that you were tearing down and resetting up and tearing down and resetting up. The amount of cameras that you have out there. But of course, I mean, there's so many things that you just don't think about. And as soon as you said it, I thought, well, duh, of course you can't leave your cameras out here. But the amount of time that it takes to set up and tear down with this many stages, this many cameras. Might have had a couple extra shots on the steel there.
Yes, and it's not just tearing down the cameras and putting them back up again. It's also, we can't leave the switches, which are our fiber switches, we can't leave them running overnight because if they get wet and they get moisture or something, we actually had that happen to us on day one. Then that's a big problem for us. And in actual fact, as we said earlier today, one of the switches, one of the fiber switches, we are not getting a signal from, but we can't get to it because the match is on and the switch is on top of one of the berms. We can't reach it up there. We can't obviously get up there. So, I mean, these are just challenges that we face, and I don't think people realize how much goes into this. You're seeing some of it, you know, and it's ongoing.
There was quite a little bit of a downpour yesterday. I don't know, was it here on the range? As we were driving away, because I shot morning yesterday, but when we were out and about and having, you know, lunch and everything else, it started to pour. Not very long, but it was intense when it did. So
we had a little bit of rain, but the rain that really had an effect on us, we've actually got video of it, was when it flooded the whole range. Sorry, I'm just looking at names. That was on Thursday or Wednesday. I can't remember. We've been here for a week. We got here last Saturday, so we had 5 days to set up, and we needed every minute of that. But yeah, so we're going to be heading to IPSC, USPSA Nationals in Pittsburgh. That'll be our next big match. We'll have one extra crew, and if you want to be a part of it, then...
Well, I would like to shoot the match.
You'll have to shoot pre-match, though, because there's no getting into the main match.
However you're getting me in.
Yeah, I'm going to be shooting pre-match as well. I have to shoot it. Oh, that's what I worry about. So obviously camera angles are deceptive. We all know, if you've watched enough video, that you cannot tell a 180 on a camera generally, unless it's a fixed camera, which we've got set up where we can measure the angle. So, but we know that particular stage, that's pretty close.
Yeah, it is hard to appreciate the perspective of the stage and where exactly the 180 is and where the back berm is. So you lose a little bit on camera. So some things are deceptive. And obviously the ROs aren't calling it, so the ROs know better than us.
Yeah, absolutely. They're on the site. They're standing. They have
watching
4 or 5 ROs on some of these stages. So. And for those of you who are new to the game, you know, we're not being picky about this 180 thing. And 180 thing is a significant safety issue. It's to avoid people pointing firearms at other people or pointing them back and so on. So there's an enormous emphasis on safety in the sport. I mean, we're as a sport, we're pretty proud of the fact that we have very, very few injuries and very few incidents because we have such a high safety requirement. All the range officers go through extensive training. The range officers that run nationals are more experienced. They select them. Troy McMahon is the director of the NROI for the United States. They hand select all the ROs that work on nationals and look for people with experiences on, because everybody cares about this match. You know, when you ask somebody, how was your match? Oh, I don't care. I'm just having fun. Not the case here.
Deep down in your soul, you care. You care. And something else I don't think that we mentioned, you do have to be careful when you're choosing to leave the boundaries of the stage and run around in front. You really have to watch where you're going, because you've got these sticks that are propping the barricades out. You don't want to run into anything. You don't want to trip. You want to make sure that you're fully back within the stage before you start engaging the target. So there is some challenges to leaving. But it's the more efficient way. It's less steps. It's saving you time. You just have to be careful.
It's the Hunter's HD Gold stage. You do quite a bit with Hunter's HD Gold, don't you?
Yes, yeah. Brian, he's so good for the sport. You know, and I was just on his podcast. I was fortunate enough to be on his podcast just a little while ago. And, you know, the amount of time and effort and just that people are putting into promoting the sport and getting it out and getting more viewership. I mean, this is really something that's only taken off within the last couple of years, that we have this level of camera work on the stages and people who are covering it and really taking. He's on the road as much as you, if not more, actually.
He's more, yeah. He's always on the road.
Yeah, he's covering a lot of other shooting sports as well. And he's very, very generous, you know, just always willing to help. He's got a great setup within his trailer that he brings. So, I mean, if you've got any kind of problems on the range, if you need tools, if you need equipment, if something's happening, he's got it all within his trailer. So that in and of itself is just a huge benefit to the shooters. I was sitting with him yesterday and people were coming by and asking for tools, just something that they needed that they just didn't have in their own range bag. So he's just there to help everybody.
Yeah, he's got a great trailer that he has built as a kind of a workplace. You can go work on your gun there, fix things. He's got a bunch of spares. He also got a bunch of spare guns that people can borrow and shoot. And that's, I chatted with him the other day because when we bring international people to the US, for them traveling with firearms, sometimes very difficult. We're going to see if we can do some kind of a loaner program, you know. Problem with loaner guns, unfortunately, is what if they malfunction? You know, whose fault is that? And it's, but the vast majority of international people, when I've asked them that, they're like, we're just happy to be able to come over and shoot, you know, and they're happy to be here.
Now, weird things happened on yesterday. Lanny, she had 2 squibs. She's shooting PCC. She had 2 squibs in her barrel. So weird things happen where you just you think you're prepared and you think you're ready, and just, you know, something unfortunately happens, and you do find yourself in a situation where if you didn't bring a backup gun, and if you're not able to repair the gun, then, you know, you're at the mercy of a friend who, you know, might be shooting the match as well, and asking them, can I borrow your gun? And that puts pressure on the other person to trade equipment back and forth. So to have just different options out there is amazing.
Yeah, we were actually streaming Lanny's stage when that happened. I wasn't commentating at the time, but I was watching it on one of the monitors while we were fixing something. And I saw the puff of smoke, and I was yelling like, "Stop her! Stop her! Stop her! Stop her!" You know, that's squib. And she racked it again and fired another round down. You know, it dropped the mag out the first time. She put the mag back in, racked it, and I'm like yelling at the TV like, "Stop!" You know. And it's actually one of the things that I want to see changed in the sport, and in that, you know, the ROs don't want to stop somebody if they're not sure. Because what if it's not a squib? Then they get a reshoot and all that. But I think safety should come first. And I think that if there's any, like in that particular case with that big puff of smoke that came out and the mag dropping, and Lanny's an incredibly experienced shooter. She probably felt, you know, like that there was something wrong, but the pressure to go on is there. And I think we should stop people in that case. The ROs should basically be given the ability to say stop. And if they're wrong, it's no big deal. Just reshoot the stage. But you know, the fact is we're shooting firearms, you know, 8 to 12 inches from our faces. I've only had 1 squib in my life, but it scared the heck out of me. And it was the same thing. I knew it. I knew I had a problem. And as I'm racking the gun and coming back up to shoot, I'm like, wait, don't. And I pulled the trigger. And that's $2,500 for Eddie Garcia to build me another top end, you know. And it was terrible watching Lanny do it. And Lanny probably trains harder than anybody.
Her physicality is amazing. I mean, she's just the stuff that she does to get ready for this match, for any kind of nationals, any kind of world shoot. I mean, she is just top tier. Of course, being a former Olympian, she's just top tier. But back to her squid, usually you can hear it audibly. You know, there's a sound difference. But I was standing just a few feet, you know, in the rear of the stage. I did not hear it. We could not tell. I mean, we obviously knew something was wrong, but we didn't hear the sound difference. And then she, of course, reinserted the magazine. It blew out again. She knew something was wrong. But, a lot of times, and maybe I just don't have enough PCC experience, but when you get a squib on a pistol, I mean, you hear an audible sound difference, but we just didn't hear it on her PCC. And she ended up having 2 in the barrel. And I don't know if you had cameras on her trying to get it out of the barrel, but I mean, that was a challenge because she had 2 stuck in there. And I mean, it took multiple tools and a lot of time.
Yeah, we didn't forget that on camera. It's normally when somebody's pounding away at their barrel, it's not the time that they want to have a camera sitting in front of us.
No.
And so, but it was brutal seeing that. And this is a qualifier, so
Yes.
she needs these scores. And she's obviously trying out for the PCC World Shoot team. Are you going to shoot PCC World Shoot?
It's I don't know. How many broadcast slots to how many matches do you have?
Yeah, well,
They'll put the pressure on you while you're on camera.
Those are well, we did it with Maneki in Hungary. He came over, he shot the pre-match. I was supposed to shoot the pre-match and didn't, but it actually worked out well. So we can certainly chat because obviously, so that's one of the things that I wanted to bring up. This whole thing, and you've been around a lot of the discussion about broadcasting and about live streaming. Getting different people to be involved. After you've chatted with us, we're going to have Matt Hopkins in here. Yesterday we had Aaron and Christian Seiler, and who else? John Flieger was great. We had Brian on. You were on yesterday, and the whole point is to bring more of this, so we bring different perspectives.
And it does help. And we, after we left yesterday, we went home, and we put the match back up on the screen, and then we watched it. You
mean Niels actually turned off Formula One and put the match up?
So originally he was watching Formula One. But then when Formula One ended, I said, okay. Then he switched over.
I've had to ban him from sending me text messages during Formula One because he's always updating, and I'm like, I don't want to know. I'm going to watch it next week.
I know.
No, but that brings up something for you guys that are out there listening. Send us a picture of you watching the stream, like on a TV or on your computer, or on your, obviously if it's on your phone, you can't take a picture of yourself. But we'd like to see it. We actually had a couple of comments come in from people. Eddie Garcia's fiance, can I say fiance about Liz? I'm gonna get in trouble. But Eddie Garcia, his fiance Liz, sent us a picture. Actually, a video of the TV with the stream with Eddie watching, and she was sitting on the couch with the dogs, and she was saying, "Look, kids, there's Dad, there's Dad, there's Dad," and the dogs and her were watching. Dogs obviously not going to have a clue, but that's really cool to see. I mean, we've never had that before.
Well, I took a photo yesterday. I'll throw it up on my stories on my Instagram. I just haven't posted it yet, but we just had Nils little teeny tiny iPads, so like this 8-inch iPad outside that we're trying to watch the match on, but because we couldn't get it to stream on the TV inside our Airbnb, but it was good enough. It was good enough.
Well, you got to start somewhere, and we've had many stories of people whose families at home, wives. Yesterday when we were tearing down cameras, and it's funny, everybody's left already. There we are still on the range, and we get here every morning. Only Brian beats us to the range. He gets here just before us every day. I was here just before 6 this morning. It takes about 2 hours for us to get set up. Where was I going with that? Sorry. Oh, yesterday afternoon. So we were tearing out cameras, and the range staff are trying to clear everybody off the range because it closes at 6, and we're still there at 7 o'clock. And I've got stage 6 up here right now because the squad is actually headed there, and my team are headed there. But while we're waiting on them, let's see if we can give you something else. Let's go to stage 3.
So were you setting up and tearing down by flashlight? I mean,
no.
Okay, so you did have sunlight.
Fortunate, in the morning it's dark, but we have lights on the trailer and so forth.
Okay.
But if you're wondering, the power situation here, we're using about 50 to 60 amps of power running everything. So we have a big generator, and then we're also using their power here at the range, but that's not enough power for us.
And you've laid quite a few cables out, and
Yeah, people have asked me. I think we're between probably around 4,000 to 5,000 feet of cable.
amazing, yeah.
I'm actually not sure. We had to add. We brought a whole bunch of cables with us. I mean, if you saw the stack of cable, the fiber and the fiber optical, of course, is a fairly thin cable, but we probably have 40 to 50 Ethernet rolls
yeah.
between the way that the system works. It's all hardwired. There's no, we're not using Wi-Fi. The transmission system for the big Ronin and for the drone, that's different, but everything else is hardwired. We originally looked at using Wi-Fi, but it's not worth it for us. But
Just
anyway,
the
going back,
reliability.
what are we looking at? Oh, stage 5. All right, I've been told we're going stage 5. All right, but yes, on the technical side, the picking up everything, like I said, in the afternoon takes time, and oh, that's right. I was talking about people's stories. I knew there was a point to this. And so there was a guy, one of the shooters came up to me and said hi, and he said, "Oh, we love your feed and everything." And then his dad was with him, and his dad said that it's the first time he's been able to see his son shoot, and he had it on TV and he was watching, and now he's at the range. And he said, it's really cool to see that. So, send us your stories. We would love to hear, how you guys are watching this. What are you watching? You'd have to keep reminding me about the sound issues and the sync issues. We are well aware of that, but there's nothing we can do about it right now. We will be working on it in the future. Oh, there we go. Who's that?
Greg Salsi.
Greg Salsi. Greg Salsi. Shout out to Greg Salsi. He just sent us a picture. Maggie, you can see it on the monitor behind you there.
Oh, cool.
That's really cool. Love seeing that. He's got his little workshop going there. I know Gregory Mitchley has reached out to us. They were watching it in Switzerland, and your friend Jan van der Merg
Yeah.
was watching in South Africa. He was giving me a hard time about the fact I got to give you more airtime.
I mean, that's cool. I mean, when you're in the sport and you get to travel internationally and you do IPSC and you make friends all across, the globe, and then to have them be able to now watch and check in, because normally you only see them at World Shoot. You only see them a couple times, every couple years. And this is just a great way now to keep in touch with friends and have them check in on you.
You mean that Facebook was actually invented for friends and not as a data mining system to build their AI? Maggie, let's talk about marketing. You have extensive experience, and for those of you out there that don't know Maggie's background, Maggie was married to Michael Voigt, who's one of the legends in our sport and was a close friend of mine and friend to many, many people, both internationally and here in the U.S. He was president of USPSA for a number of years and was very much behind the original rule book that set up USPSA. Spent many nights. I'm sure you enjoyed that tremendously.
Yes.
Mike working on rule books, but so you've been around the sport for a long time and around the people and the sponsors. Who do you shoot for right now?
So this match I'm representing Terran Tactical, TTI. So he built my LO gun and I'm just absolutely loving it. So, and because Mike was such a gunsmith for so many years and he built all of my open guns, I do not appreciate other people's work very easily, And I had many years where I shot for Colt and many years where I shot for Ruger, and that's its own boat, when you're representing a major manufacturer. But when it comes to custom guns, I mean, I am so particular. And when I shot Terran's gun, I thought, okay, this is the first time I'm going to give something a compliment outside of Mike, But I'm just absolutely loving his gun. It's running flawlessly, so I'm pretty happy with it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Taryn posted a video a couple of days ago, and I'm so tempted to put it on our stream, but I'm probably getting in trouble. But it was of Lewis Hamilton, the Formula One driver, shooting a handgun.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was Taryn that wrote the particular item, but I'm just looking at the screen right now. That's pretty cool. Of the who's that? Was that an RO? Or was that a pair? Went and picked up her rifle to bring her rifle back. going to break away for. I'll come back to that story in a second. But anyway, Lewis Hamilton was shooting a handgun.
Yeah.
Obviously at Tarrant's range.
Yeah.
And he was absolutely crushing it.
Yeah.
Now I know there's a lot of people that say Tarrant speeds up the videos and stuff like that.
No.
But one, he doesn't, and
No.
two, those people train tens of thousands of rounds. You know, we all know, of course, you know, the famous John Wick and so on. But they don't learn those skills by practicing 4 or 5 times. They don't learn that stuff has got to be worked for movies. And I would, and he made a mention that, you know, his hand-eye coordination for that Lewis was showing was incredible.
Right. So he already has that built into him, right? And when you already excel at one type of athleticism, I mean, it makes it that much easier to then apply it to something else. So obviously, I'm sure he was able to pick it up quite quickly. And then, but Tarrant spends, you know, hours and hours, you know, working behind the scenes. Obviously, everything doesn't get posted on the internet, but, you know, when people are interested in learning, they put the work in.
Yeah, it's incredible. Really
Keanu
is.
was out there for months. I mean, literally months.
Yeah.
Every single movie that he did, I mean, he spent months training.
And people don't know that. They don't see that side. They think, well, he just shows up there and learns that, you know?
No.
Can you do the magazine flick?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. The wick flick.
The wick flick.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to go online. If you don't know what we're talking about, you'll have to go online and go take a look. Maggie, what's your Instagram handle?
Maggie Reshooting. Maggie Reshooting.
All one word?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So it's Maggie, MAGGIE REESE, shooting. Yeah, give Maggie a follow, comment, be nice. We're all very protective of Maggie.
I know.
Maggie's traveled the world with us, specifically me. I mean, we've been to a number of world shoots. When Mike Voigt and myself, we shot 3.
How many teams were you on together?
3 world shoot teams, I think. I want to think about that for a second. Definitely 2014, definitely 2017. Because I remember 2017, he was already struggling. He was already sick.
Yeah.
And he fought that out with us. I mean, it was sad, but it was incredible to see. And so that was his last major match.
Well, he shot 2 world shoots in 2017. So we shot Rifle World Shoot, which was in Russia, and then we shot Pistol World Shoot, which was in France. So, and, you know, behind the scenes, he had cancer. It was quite advanced at that point. He passed away shortly after in 2018. But he was such a competitor and such a sportsman to the end. And, I mean, he qualified for the teams. There's no gimmies, you know, in this sport. So he qualified for the teams, you know, and he pushed through to the end. And the physicality that it takes to compete at a high level, and then the fact that he was still doing that was just so impressive. But he had such a love for the sport and such a love for shooting that there was absolutely nothing that was going to stop him. And you know, the fact that he was able to go out there and still qualify, nothing did stop him. So it was incredible.
Yeah, he was a incredible guy.
If you'll let me, I just want people to have a little bit, and you'll have to, I don't know what's private or not, but I want to take a couple pictures and throw them up on my Instagram and on my stories.
Oh, feel free.
Yeah, and just so people can get an appreciation of what you're working with behind the scenes here. I mean, the screens that we're looking at, the sound equipment, the buttons, you know, I mean, you guys are switching back and forth. I mean, I find myself zoning out, staring in front of me, but you've got to take it all in. And it is quite impressive.
Well, thank you. It's been a labor of love and a little bit of insanity thrown in.
Yeah.
There's.
Well, you described it to me over the phone, and but this is the first time I've, you know, yesterday, or this match I should say, is the first time I've actually been inside your trailer. So to see it in person, it's, man, I mean, there isn't anything more high tech. I mean, this is about as fancy as you can get. It's impressive.
Thank you. That means a lot, and we're very proud of it. You know, we've come a long way in the last year. Remember when we went to South Africa and did it out of suitcases? But we ran 3 cameras in South Africa. We planned to do more, but it didn't work out that way.
Yeah.
Then we went to France, and then we went to Hungary, and now here. But obviously, this is the future. This is what we want to see happen. We are going to get better. You know, you can't hire a production company to come and do this. I know there's a couple of people online that said, oh, that, you know, they can do better, or they're an engineer, or they have a background, but we don't have millions of dollars.
Right.
You know, the setup as it is right now, I don't like to talk about it, but it's well over $500,000 that we've spent on this equipment and setting this up and developing it. But it's sorry, I'm just looking at that stage.
Yeah.
It's something that I believe is the right thing for the sport.
Yeah.
And we, you know, we've had great cooperation from USPSA and from IPSC. I wish we could do more, but everybody's kind of settling in. I walked through the stages 1 through 6 this morning, resetting some of the cameras and talking to the ROs. They're still a little edgy about it because these cameras pick up sound and their voices. And everyone's they're kind of adjusting to it. You know, the drone, you can see the drone coming back here now. He flies along on top of the berm, so if there's ever a case where the drone loses signal or something happens and it crashes, it's going to land on a berm, not land on a competitor. You know, little things like that. We're going to get better. We're looking into, and we've actually already looked into and have got some coming, micro cameras, putting cameras inside of a stage. And as exciting as that sounds, it's actually a lot more work because if I can show you a camera, you know, like there's a camera that shows, whoa, where did I lose my, sorry, hit the wrong button. There we go. Try to do it without looking at the keyboard. So if you look at that stage, for example, you can see from left to right. So obviously, but now I can go with some of our cameras, we can adjust it, you know, and we can move the camera, the robotic side of it. But it's all extra things, and there's just not enough of us to do everything.
But when you talked about, you know, you said you got commentary online from people saying just, you know, hire a production crew. We touched on this yesterday, is you have to do it in a way that is also not intrusive to the shooters. And so you have to have people, your handheld camera guys, are so respectful of the competitors. They are not intrusive at all, because, you know, people are in a mindset that they cannot be distracted. They can't have anything taken away from their performance. Either while they're shooting or even when they're walking off the stage. Sometimes people don't want to talk. If they've just had a bad run, or, you know, they're trying to focus on and make sure that they hear their hits being called out, if there's a questionable target, you know, sometimes they don't want to be distracted, and your guys are really, really great about just not interfering in any way. You never want to feel like somebody else affected your performance or something outside of your control influenced you. And that's really important.
Thank you. And yes, we've worked hard on that. You know, we've had lots of discussions with IPSC, with USPSA, you know, moving forward ahead of the line. There are some ranges, and this is one of them, where they're hesitant about having photographers downrange, you know, having it in the stage. There's a number of discussions about this, and I know we all, especially myself, you know, I want us to be able to go inside the stage, go downrange, but these competitors have the option of being able to come back, you know, if they've missed the target, or if they've dropped a mag that they need, or they decide they want to do something different. You know, and I know a lot of people will say, well, just ask the competitor what his plan is, but they don't have to tell you their plan, number one. Number two, they might change their mind.
Right.
It's part of our rules. So having a photographer inside of a stage is risky, and we've already had one incident at another match in the past where a person lost his balance and tripped and fell, and as he did, he swung his gun back and he pointed it right at the camera.
Wow.
Well, he's in the process of falling, and he's pointing at the camera. Obviously, he's going to get DQ'd, but you know, what if he pulled the trigger by mistake? Fortunately, it was a very experienced competitor, so you know, we got away with it, but that's not good. And then we also have to worry about insurance. You know, this is a professional operation, and so insurance companies, you tell them we're filming a shooting competition, they're like, you're doing what?
Yeah.
I've had a number of meetings with production people because, you know, obviously working out the systems. We're running state-of-the-art equipment that's way above our knowledge grade.
Yeah.
And when you tell them, we've got 24 stages in a level 4 or whatever the case may be. Sorry, you see, that's why I've got to pay attention, because I'd moved the camera and then of course it was out of position. When you have 24 stages and you want to run at least one on each stage or 2 cameras on some of them, that's 30, 35 cameras. We have the capacity now, for the first time, to get up to 100 cameras.
Wow.
But if I say, the first question a production company asks you is, how many cameras do you want to run? And I say, well, 40, 50. They think we're crazy.
Yeah.
They're like, how are you going to mix that? And so the way we've got it set up is we have an ATEM Studio 4K mixer, which is right in front of Maggie, actually.
Yeah.
She's got to keep her hands off it, not touch buttons.
I've got a death grip on my Red Bull. It's not allowed on the counter.
Yeah, no, we don't allow drinks on the counter. No drinks anywhere near. No open drinks. You can have bottles, closed bottles. But we can't switch it from here because this only has 10 inputs, 10 controls, 10 cameras. So we have the kind of like a baby version, but it actually is a huge thing. It's over down there, and that takes 80 inputs.
Yeah.
But it's $16,000 just the switcher alone.
Yeah.
Every camera, you can see it. Obviously, our viewers can't see it, but each one of those things up there, that's the digital connection to all the cameras out in the field. All of those have to be programmed to stay live. That was the problem we had in Europe, is that when we lost power, we had to reprogram us every day. That's an hour of work to program all of those. So and that's just a part of it, While I'm on the technical side, if you guys care about this, we get this question all the time. I think I had it 4 or 5 times yesterday. In Europe, probably 20 to 25 times. Can we go back and check a stage? So somebody has something happen on a stage. Can we go look at the stage? And the answer right now is sort of, maybe, kind of. What that means is if we are streaming that stage, like the stream you're watching of stage 3, we are recording that stream. That stream goes onto YouTube, it goes onto Vimeo, it goes onto Rumble, etc. If, on the other hand, we cut away. So if I cut away to stage 4 or stage 5, as you see now we're no longer recording stage 3. Going to go with stage 8. I was told that's where our rodents are. So we're only recording the shot that is outgoing. But just before Maggie came in here, I actually was setting up our new system for the first time, which has never been used, which is up there on the right. You see all those cool flashing lights that are up top there. That system is now recording individual stages for the first time. So in effect, we can't go back and look at a stage even if we weren't recording it. Now, right now, we only have the capacity to do 6 stages, and 2 of those are our drone and our Ronin. But it's coming. And the next step after this, probably sometime next year, will be that we could actually stream multiple stages simultaneously.
Wow.
So if you know your family, I call it the 3 Fs, friends, family, and fans. If you know that your family member is going to be shooting on stage 6, you'll be able to actually access our system and watch stage 6.
Wow.
And watch them, even if we're not streaming that particular stage. So that's the whole new thing. But putting that in, I don't want to tell you what that's going to cost. But that was always my goal. Right from day one, my goal was to get to the point of being able to do that. So eventually we'd have a scenario where we'd have 18 stages, 18 streams. You can watch it. Kind of like in Formula One, where you can watch your own driver, except Formula One has $10 million and we don't.
Yeah.
But that's where we headed, and that'll be pretty cool. That also means we'll have a recording of every stage, so we can use that if we choose to for video replay.
Yeah.
Long technical discussion. Maggie's probably like, okay.
Well, you know what I'm thinking in my head is, man, we all have to watch our potty mouths when we're on the range. If anybody can be dipping in at any time and watching,
Well, it's funny you say anybody. That probably will be a subscription system by that stage, because I've had it when I've discussed this with various people. They're like, well, what if somebody that's anti-gun gets hold of that or whatever? I mean, I don't know how to prevent that. There's Todd Jarrett. Let's look at that. That's on the Ronin. Mr. Jarrett, phenomenal shooter, legend in the sport. His wife Carrie is also competitive shooter. Tough gal. Tough gal. Okay.
So, you know, everybody has their different talents, and one of the things that I've always appreciated the most about Todd is how he comes into a position and how he has his gun up early, ready to shoot. That really stands out for me. I mean, everybody's got, you know, if it's their movement, if it's their transition, if it's their accuracy, if it's their speed, everybody's got their little niche that makes them, you know, special in some way. But how Todd comes into a position, has the gun up ready when he's coming into a port, into a hallway, you know, through a door, he is just so efficient and being always ready to shoot.
So we're lucky on this stage that we have 4 cameras on this stage. We have this one. We have a camera from a side. And then, of course, we have the drone shot from above. And then we have the Ronin. So this is a great example. So, for instance, like when Todd goes around that wall, you can't track him with a camera. So in the future, we would have a camera downrange. We were going to put some cameras downrange here, but I didn't want to get into a long discussion with staff and range masters and all that. But that is coming, and yes, obviously we're concerned about, you know, a bullet or projectile hitting a camera, but we can take care of that. All right, looks like they're getting ready to go here.
Are you ready? Stand by. Range is clear. Time 28:39.
Charlie. Alpha Charlie. 2 Alpha. Alpha Charlie. 2 Alpha. 2 Charlie. 2 Alpha.
Charlie Delta.
Charlie Delta.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha. Goose is the shooter. Fang is on deck. Carrie is in the hole.
So it's interesting the dynamic when you're shooting with your partner, when you're shooting with your either your spouse or your life partner. I always was more nervous watching Mike shoot than I was watching, you know, for myself. Of course I, you know, wanted to perform well, but it just sometimes my gut, you know, would just twist up in knots watching him shoot. And just wanting the best for him and knowing how hard he trained and how hard he was practicing, and he won so many national titles, particularly in multi-gun, and I would just, gosh, I just get sick to my stomach. We saw a little bit of awkwardness right there, and it does look like they stopped him on the 180.
Range is clear.
Like we said earlier, it's hard to appreciate sometimes, you know, the camera angle, but and we're not hearing what they're saying, but it didn't look good.
I looked away for a second, so I didn't actually see that run. So this would be a great example of how we could, if we wanted to. And again, video evidence is only as good as, one, the camera position, and two, whether something is clearly different in the video.
Yeah.
We've had this conversation for a couple of years. Video evidence is allowed now in USPSA, but only if it is conclusive that the call made was incorrect.
Yeah.
And 180s are very difficult to track.
Yeah, but he was going to the right, and the position of how he held his gun as he was racking the slide.
So here you go.
Yeah.
Yep, he broke that. Yep, so I just finished telling you we don't have the ability to, well, we do have the ability now. And so there's a perfect example. You just got to see that for the first time. Thank you to Max for pulling that up so quick. I didn't even realize he was doing that. I was looking at the other monitor. And so in that particular case, we got a chance to see, you can see when he pulled his gun out and he went to do the rack. So this is an unloaded start, and that, of course, is one of the risks. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's just heartbreaking because the time, the money, the effort that people pay, you know, into coming to a match like this, and to just have one moment where just, you know, something just, you got a little distracted, you didn't quite hold the gun the way that you wanted to, and then you're out of the match, and it's just heartbreaking. You never want to see somebody get DQ'd.
On the first day, we were over on stage and somebody was shooting PCC, stage 9, you know, where you start that button, hit the button, and you have to move from right to left laterally.
Yeah.
And they came back, brought the PC back, and also broke the 180. Brings up something that and you can chat about this a little bit. When we're shooting level 1 matches, there's always this thing of like, oh, it's only a level 1. It's a club match. It's a weekend match. We don't care about things like that.
Yeah.
But that's where you learn the rules, if you want to put it that way, or learn the techniques that you now have to put in place, because you can't be learning techniques at a nationals. Your brain is so focused on competing, and you've got stress and all that. What's your opinion on the...
Well, we were actually having this discussion earlier, and you absolutely just have to be as strict as possible at a level 1 at your local match, because it happens so often that people come to their first nationals and they're DQ'd, maybe because, you know, back home they're a little bit lax about having, for example, ammo at the safety table. You know, maybe somebody walks up and sets their magazine down on the safe table and doesn't think anything about it, but now you've got ammo out at the safe table. If you're not calling the 180s, if you're not calling foot faults, if you're not just as strict as possible, it really takes, you know, people outside of, you know, their game. Then they come here and they face all the consequences for not learning that discipline back at a level 1. So I think it's important, just for the benefit of the competitor, to really you know, make them adhere to the strictest of rules. By the way, we're seeing Carrie. This is Todd Jarrett's wife, Carrie Jarrett. She's was just taking a site picture and getting ready to shoot this stage. Carrie is super sweet, by the way. Super nice gal. I've shot with her before. She's just fun. Now, see, she just drew the gun, racked it right from the beginning, and just hesitated a little bit at the start, but it prevented her from, you know, getting into the danger zone on that 180 right there. And again, she seated that reload before she went off to the left, so she didn't have to worry about anything again on the 180. And I just want to point out the height difference again. I mean, just look at Carrie's stature next to the RO that she was just standing next to. Her presentation on that swinger, it's just going to be a little bit less. A little bit less than Todd, for example. Todd's going to get better presentation on the swinger.
That's always an issue when the swing is set back a ways from the hard cover. So the black that you guys see on that, for those of you who don't know, that are new to this game, the black is actually a steel plate or multiple plates that they put up to prevent you shooting through a wooden wall or a paper target or a hard cover. And of course, hard cover is impenetrable. So in this particular case, steel being impenetrable. And so hitting hard cover, there's no penalty for that, but you're not getting anything out of it.
And man, you hear that steel. I mean, I know, and it's in your head when you're in the zone and you're running through the stage and you hear that gong and you think, oh, you know. On the one hand, it's, you know, maybe a little bit helpful to have that confirmation that you didn't hit the target, but it hurts your soul a little bit when you hear it.
And especially when you hit it the second time and the third time, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, and then you start thinking, man, now everybody watching is hearing it too. All my squad mates know I'm missing.
So for our international visitors, remember that you are allowed to take a side picture in USPSA. There's people that wonder whether it's really necessary. When you go through, you see Todd going through the whole stage, checking his sight, his dot pretty much on every side of the thing.
See, I've just broke myself of the habit. I don't take a sight picture. I don't run through the stage like that. I shoot it like it's an IPSC, you know. But that's me. But you know, when you watch the Super Squad guys, I mean, they take a little bit of time on their make ready. They take a little bit of time here in USPSA. So he's got a totally different stage plan. See how he's dragging that gun behind him as he comes to the rear. And now this way he reloads.
Great reload.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And see, he is always ready to shoot. When he comes into position, he is always ready to shoot. He just nailed that reload. And then his movement and the angle of his gun, he didn't have to worry about anything on the 180 right there. And then he was able to come into those targets ready to shoot. He's got his hands up on his head. I wonder what that means.
Two Alpha.
Charlie Delta.
Charlie Delta.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Yeah, he does
Two
not
Alpha.
look happy.
Two Alpha.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
And those are sometimes in those moments, you know, don't know for sure what happened on his run, but sometimes in those moments, like, you just have to give somebody a few minutes for them. Like, it's not good to walk up right away.
It's funny. I was thinking exactly the same thing. I'm like, Max, don't walk up to him now. Just leave him alone.
No, he's gonna need 5.
We're not quite in the realm yet of pro sports where they have to give interviews all the time. They have no choice.
No.
I've got a very close friend, or friends, I should say, in tennis, and I was going to say something changed. Oh, it's okay. Drone's okay. That scared me for a second. That are in tennis, and I know after your match, before the match, etc., etc. But after the match, you have to do a media interview. You don't have a choice. Win or lose.
Yeah, you'll be penalized.
They get fined serious money, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. You know, and of course some of the big players just be like, just write a check. You know, but they can increase the amount for those players.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, they can. All right, we've lost our Ronin.
But here we try to be courteous. We try to be courteous and give people a moment just to shake it off. Now he's doing the same plan that we just saw Todd do. But he's not doing the reload across. And left-handed shooter, he did it up front.
Wow. Yep. I was going to say, if he left that swinger, that looked pretty spicy on that swinger, shooting that swinger left-handed from the outside of that barrel.
Yeah.
It's
Now the thing about that is you've got more side presentation, shooting it from that position that he just shot, so you can see it swinging out on the side more, and you're not trying to take the head shot.
But he's left-handed.
But he's left-handed.
That's a more difficult shot left-handed. Are you? You're obviously right-handed. Are you right eye dominant as well?
No, I'm a little cross. Yeah, a little cross dominant.
So there's a story online where people say that shooters that are cross-eye dominant in water skiing, people that shoot right foot forward, left foot forward, they call it goofy foot.
Okay.
And I've always referred to shooting as being goofy-eyed, just because of that.
Yeah.
So I'm also left eye dominant.
Okay.
And it's a problem with rifle shooting, of course, because you know you shoot right-eyed.
Yeah.
And a couple of years ago, I was actually shooting with a friend of mine that teaches sniper school, and we were down shooting, and he saw me, you know, with my right eye, and he said, "Why didn't you shoot left-handed?" And I was like, "What do you mean shoot left-handed?" He said, "Put the rifle in your left hand." I found out I can shoot just as well left-handed as what I can right-handed with a rifle.
Yeah.
I've never yet done that with a pistol, but it's interesting to see, you know, that how quickly you adjust to that.
Yeah.
Have you ever put the little lens across your eye to force you to go to the other eye?
You know what? I don't. I'm going to do something that, you know, people on the internet don't like you doing, but I close one eye or I squint one eye. I know some people, you know, use frosted tape or do something to try and force the other eye to take over. I just never wanted to get into that habit where I was dependent on something like that. And I think also at the time when I was learning how to shoot, it just wasn't a thing that they were trying to force you to keep both eyes open. So I've shot a lot of iron sights, you know, over the years. In fact, I shot on the ladies' production team for 2 world shoots, iron sights, and then single stack at 1 world shoot. And I love single stack. I like a old school 45 gal. Like, I love single stack. But when I shoot iron sights, I tend to squint to force my right eye to be dominant.
You're a 45 single stack shooter? I thought girls only shot
When I started
revolvers.
When I started shooting, the first gun I ever had was a Caspian 45. It was my dad's gun, actually, and then that's how he taught me to shoot. Like, I didn't start shooting with the 22 or anything like that. No, my dad took me out to the range and handed me a 45, and I loved that gun, so I ended up not giving it back to him. And then I shot it in competition my early years. And everybody would come up to me and say, "You're a girl, that gun's too big for you." And the more people said that to me, the more I was never going to give up on that gun. You know, I just had to prove them wrong. So I shot it for years. I love it. It's my a single stack 1911 is my absolute, you know, favorite. And I still have that gun, of course. But now I do, when I shoot single stack, I shoot 9mm. Just, I want the extra round count. I want those. If you're shooting minor caliber and single stack and you get the 2 extra rounds, it can make a difference.
Maggie, how old were you when you started shooting?
I didn't learn how to shoot. My dad took me to the range when I was 18. And so I didn't grow up shooting or anything like that. He took me to the range. He just wanted me to learn safety more than anything. And then he said, if you don't like it, you don't have to keep coming back with me. But I ended up loving it. And so at that time, we just shot like local man versus man steel matches, bowling pin matches, which a 45 for a bowling pin match is a great gun. And we had a super fun. But I went to Steel Challenge World Championship, which at that time was in Piru, California, for the first time in 2007. And I showed up with that 45 because I didn't know what I was doing. You know, that was the gun that I had. And it drew a little bit of attention to myself because everybody thought, who shows up to Steel Challenge with the 45? But I met so many people at that match. I ended up meeting Taryn Butler, Todd Jarrett. Todd helped me out massively at that match, And I had no idea. Dave Savigny and Phil Strader and like all these top dogs, I had no idea. You know, I just pushed my way into the practice range and I thought, I got a gun, I can do this, you know. And I remember asking Todd, like, so how do you shoot this still challenge thing? Like, in what order do you shoot these plates? And he's like, well, this is how I do it. And I thought, I don't know if he knows what he's talking about. I'm going to do it my way. But that was 2007, and then from there I went and shot my first USPSA and then my first multi-gun match.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And I have some exciting news. We just got a message. I spoke to Todd Jarrett yesterday and said, hey, would you mind coming and saying a few words? And he's like, well, as soon as he's finished, they have to hit the road. He's got to be out of here in minutes. But I just got a message from him, or Sarah, our production assistant, got a message say that he's going to come and step in here for a few minutes. So he's actually on his way up.
Oh, nice, nice.
So you guys will be able to get to chat with Todd Jarrett. I'll put him in this seat, and then you can talk to him and interview him. How's that sound?
Good thing I've only been saying nice things.
That's right. Well, he's still on the stage. I can see him out there taping targets. He's also one of the hardest working guys. Have you ever noticed?
Yeah.
Of the old Super Squad people, they all tape. They all work. It's the new generation now that's a little on the, I don't know, how can we put it, a little lazy side. I mean, like I'll never forget, you're very close friends with Jessica and Niels Jonasson.
Yeah.
Well, Jessica is ruthless on a range. If you are on a squad with Jessica, you are taping targets and you are working. She will call you out in an instant, and many a person has incurred the wrath of Jessica.
I appreciate it because I don't want to be out there by myself. You know, nobody wants to. When you're on a stage and there's only 2 or 3 people taping, and you feel like you're putting in all the steps. You know, it gets old very quickly. Very quickly.
It does. And no offense to anybody out there, we're not picking on people, but there are certain countries you want to make sure you don't shoot with them, because they don't want to work. Now, of course, a lot of IPSC matches are staff reset, but
now I find myself, then I'm just sitting there going, what do I do for the next hour? What do I do? I almost don't mind resetting, just to keep my mind just kind of, you know, from dwelling too long or overthinking things too much, you know? Like you just kind of get in the mindset and you're able to zone out and you just walk down range and you stand next to a target and you wait for the RO to call out the hits. And it just keeps you from maybe getting a little bit too nervous or just building up too much anticipation. So I don't mind it, as long as I'm not the only person doing it.
Yeah. Well, the new format used in IPSC, which I'm proud to say I've been part of and chatted with and, I don't know, beta tested, I guess you could say. It came about because we wanted to move people faster through matches. We wanted to be able to give people time to do things when they're at international matches. So if you fly to some country, I mean, I've had it happen. We had that in Hungary, diverting from my subject here for a second. When we all went to Hungary, we literally did not see anything in Hungary. We saw the range, and we saw our house that we were renting, you know, from nighttime. We were getting home at 10, 11 o'clock at night, 4:30 in the morning, heading back to the range. And we joked that the only time we got to see, I'm trying to think what the city was, Budapest, was when we were headed home, and we took a wrong turn. I won't say who gave me the instructions for the wrong turn.
He might be looking over them.
But and we ended up going off the freeway for about 15 minutes, and that basically was a Sunday morning at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning, and that was the only time we got to see anything in Hungary, was in Budapest, being on the wrong road. So yeah, the new format, I think, is a much better format. So it's 4 schedules a day, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 8-person squads. And that means, to go back to what you were saying, that means that you're not sitting around for very long. You literally shoot, you have time to get back, clean your gear, clean your mags, load your mags, get ready for the next, and you're up and moving. So I really like that format. It feels like you're moving the match along faster. You know, you are adding 1 or 2 extra WSBs during the day, but it doesn't seem to slow things down. It actually seems to stay smooth. My guess is that because you have people moving all the time, stages moving all the time, the ROs stay more efficient, more brisk. Whereas if you've got, remember the old days, 16-person squads.
Yeah. Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a problem. And then the other thing is walkthroughs. So on a 16-person squad, when you're trying all to walk through, talk about that. You've had lots of experience with that.
Yeah, and I mean, you only have 3
Oh,
minutes.
let's talk about this for a second, Maggie.
Yeah.
So that you saw the red target there. Actually, ask him to go back to that because we don't often see that. Send our photographer back that. So you see that, that's a no-shoot. So talk about that. It's a steel no-shoot.
Yeah, steel no-shoot. So that's going to hurt. You're only getting a partial presentation, on these open paper in the back. And so you do have to lean to engage it. And it looks like, we were chatting, so I didn't see who was shooting right there, but it looks like they got the no-shoot. And that's going to hurt, of course, on a stage like this.
And what's interesting about that is that's a steel plate, whereas normally a no-shoot's a target.
Right. So you do have the advantage of instantly knowing, the ding of shame, instantly that you've hit the no-shoot. You can see it. So that's a little bit different. Like you said, usually we just have paper. That is the no-shoot. And sometimes you can really end up not appreciating at all how many no-shoots that you're racking up. And then there's a little bit of challenge, of course, if you're shooting through the paper and then engaging the target still with the round. Then it puts pressure on the RO to decipher whether or not that hit should count. With the steel not being impenetrable, of course, then it's just clear that you did not, you didn't hit the target behind you.
And if you hit the no-shoot more than once, they keep counting.
Yes. So you do get that audible feedback that you need to readjust something right away. So see, he did where he had his reload. There was just not very much time, and he hadn't completed the reload before he got to where he was ready to shoot that open paper. But of course, the trade-off is that it was a very safe position to do the reload. So he didn't have to worry about the 180, no DQ risk, but he was still trying to seat that magazine, and it held him up a little bit in that position.
Charlie Delta.
Maggie, before Todd gets here, let's talk about marketing. You're in marketing. We started talking about it a little bit earlier on. Where do you see the marketing for something like this going?
So the interesting thing is and I really like, of course, we talked about the challenges yesterday just with YouTube and Facebook and everything. But I'd really love to see us get more into talking about the gear that everybody has and talking about the different guns that they're shooting and why they chose the platform that they did. But also particularly, I mean, everybody out there, there's so many different holster companies now. There's so many different belt systems. There's so many different ways to configure your gear and just everything. And I'd rumble, if that's the way to do it, I'm so grateful for that, because I really do feel like that's the interesting part is talking about the gear. Now, I've made the decision in this match. I'm technically, I don't know what the technical term is for it, but I'm shooting kind of, I guess, what you would call a bucket holster. A lot of people out here are shooting, race holsters. And me, I made that decision because I didn't have a lot of time to get ready for this match, and I just wanted something that was a little bit more secure. So I was willing to trade maybe the efficiency of a race holster to have a traditional style bucket holster and just feel a little bit more confident in my draw. But I'd love to be out there and talking to people about why they made the decisions that they did, why did they go with the equipment that they did, and what the trade-off is. Now, of course, watching race holster, I mean, it's just, it's as fast as you can go, but there's no margin for error. So you've got to be really putting the time in with your dry fire, with your live fire, with your range time, just to make sure that you feel confident. But everything makes a difference. I mean, people are choosing shoes and I've got different pairs of shoes, by the way. I mean, this is all gravel out here, but when you go to a match, for example, and you might be on grass, or it might be raining, or you might have a slick surface, or you might be running up on a platform, all of that's going to change the type of shoes that you're going to want to wear, the tread that you have. I had some, when I was shooting a lot of multi-gun, I had cleats that had metal spikes in them because we were running up on platforms and I needed something that would grip the wood. So all of these things, I mean, you think you're just trying to choose the right gun, but you're choosing everything. Your clothing makes a difference, you know. For women, we always go back and forth is where are the belt loops? How is it hitting on our hips, you know? How is that affecting our draw? So clothing style, there's a lot of great you know, clothing companies that are making pants just specifically for women, to get the belt loops in the right place, and it makes a big difference. But
I'm gonna interrupt you really quickly because Howitzer is one of those companies, and I know you're wearing Howitzer.
I'm wearing them right now.
And there's a good chance Howitzer is going to become a partner to us going forward. We've been discussing with them how that can happen. You know, we're in kind of a new world here, so we're not even sure what to offer and how to offer it. But Howitzer makes some amazing gear, and I'm really excited about it. You know, I choose sponsors very carefully. I've got to be able to support the product myself. And
Eric does so much for the shooting sports.
He does.
He sponsors so many matches. He gives away a lot of gear. He gives away a lot of product. And he's one of those people that's he's an active competitor himself. He's very good. So he's out on the range. It makes a big difference when you're, you know, seeing what people need and you're getting immediate feedback, and then you're implementing that. And so, and he's doing that, you know, with clothing and saying, okay, how do I make this better for the competitors? So, and I only got these pants. I'm wearing his leggings. They've got the lower belt loops, so it just gets my holster in a little bit better position on my body for my draw, and it makes a big difference. But that was you know, something that he just implemented based on feedback. They're the Viscusi leggings. If you look on his website, if you want to go check them out, from Howitzer, Michelle Viscusi. She's not at this match. She's a great competitor, but
I'm actually surprised Michelle's not here because, but she's probably shooting factory gun.
I didn't look to see who all the ladies were for factory gun, but I imagine she would be.
This match was kind of crazy. Oh, there's our logo, Action Streaming Live, next to the Glock, and there you can see Vortex up on the top. Vortex, of course, the main match sponsor for this match. We're going to probably be heading into, I see only one stage still shooting. The other stages are coming to an end. If you hear gunshots, that's because the demo area is right next to us. But excuse me, going back to what you were saying about Michelle, but it's actually about something else. This match was very heavily oversubscribed. It was very difficult to get into this match. And unless you were like really on it, or you were shooting a bunch of not qualifiers, but other matches that you could earn a slot to the nationals. So it could be that she didn't get in because of that. There were a number of really good shooters that couldn't make it into the match, and hopefully that's something we can work on next year. I'm trying to bring up our scores here, Maggie. I want to show the scores for today, but don't see it. So go back to the sponsorship thing and then talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, but just to touch on what you said, you know, like you said, there's 200 plus on the wait list for IPSC, and you know, so hopefully that is something that we can address in the future. But you know, once the match starts getting too big, then it has its own complications that way as well. But you end up losing some really good people, and unfortunately we just can't accommodate everybody. But it's hard when you don't see a top talent, and Michelle is definitely a top talent, when you don't see them competing. So it would be nice to get everybody in the match. But yeah, to go back to what we were saying earlier and talking, all of these things come into play. There's so many different ways to get ready for a match. I got a little bit distracted because Todd just walked in the room.
Todd just walked in.
So I'm excited to get to chat with him. So yeah, it's so nice when somebody finishes shooting and then we can get their immediate feedback.
All right,
And
there
we
we go.
watched him shoot earlier, so he'll be able to walk us through exactly how he was on stage 8 is where we saw him on camera earlier.
Well, I'm actually going to step aside. I'm going to let Todd take over. You can interview Todd. So I'm going to mute our microphones for 1 second. Hold on 1 minute.
I was like, okay. Don't say anything mean to me now. You've been mean to me. No, but I was saying, I was telling all my Todd stories, by the way, just because we were watching you on camera, so we're going to have to go back all over them. But one of the things that I've always appreciated about you as a competitor, everybody has their special talent, whether it's their speed, their accuracy, their transitions. You know, everybody has their own unique kind of thing that I think separates them from everybody else. And what I've always appreciated about you is I think that how you get into position, how you have the gun up early and you are always ready to shoot. When you're coming up on a port, when you're going down a hallway, when you're going through a door, that is something that always just stands out in my mind that makes you just that much better in that area than your fellow competitors. To me, that's your unique special talent. I don't know if you'll agree with me, but I think how you present the gun is better than anybody else.
Yeah, I you know, it's something that I practice on a regular basis, and I think, you know, I mean, this is my 43rd year doing this, and I've shot like over 100 nationals already. Yeah. And so you got to figure out where those little nuances are and be able to kind of cut some time off along the way over other guys out there. So because I don't shoot fast, so for me, I have to be able to pick up some of those areas right there. So anything I can pick up 2 tenths here or 2 tenths there, and for me, I've always been able to try to do that. And from the early part of my career, I try to transition to that part of it. So I think it was part of my winning style back in the 90s when I kind of just really got into that part of it, the detail part of shooting it, and so it kind of carries over, and I kind of keep it in my program, and it's something that I want to you know, actually work on every single time. Yeah. So we shoot for score, but everything else in between matters.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you don't have a good score on the target, that's up to you because it's an accuracy issue. But, you know, everything else is the draw, it's the movement, you know, it's the extra steps that you take in position. It's how you enter and exit a position correctly. And I really have worked on that over the years for me. I'm an old guy now, but, you know, I mean, these young kids out here are flying around like, you know, with the hair on fire, and, you know, it's pretty pretty amazing. So yeah.
But I think about that in my head when I'm doing my own practice or my own stages or anything like that. But I always think back. I'm like Todd would say, have that gun up and be ready to shoot when you were getting into that port. You know, don't wait on anything. You don't want to get there and then think about it. You need to be thinking about it beforehand.
Right. And I'll probably tell you next time I see you shoot. It's kind of like, hey, where was
I know.
Like,
you haven't been practicing because you don't have that gun up. Exactly. Oh my gosh. But I was also talking because you're out here and you're shooting with Carrie, of course, with your wife, and to me, that always I would get more nervous to watch Mike shoot than I would for my own shooting.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, I gotta imagine, you know, that it's hard sometimes, you know, to watch your spouse and just want the best for them, and you know, and sometimes you put a little bit more of your heart into what they're doing, you know.
Well, for Carrie, because you know, of course, I load her ammo for her, and I keep her equipment running and keep everything running for her on the range. So for me, yeah, it's a twofold, because I want her to do well, and of course she wants me to do well. But the biggest one thing is that, you know, I'm like the coach here. It's kind of like, don't forget about this. Don't forget about that.
Yeah.
You already told me like 50 times already on this. I'm going like, I just want you to know about it. And so it's fun. It's always fun for a couple to be able to shoot. And I am nervous for her because I want her to do great. You know, no different than when you and Mike were shooting over years. You know, but for me, she doesn't care about me. She's just going like, she goes, you've done this stuff enough, you know, figure it out. You know.
So it's a different, different
I like it.
mindset.
When I get back off the stage, she goes, you know, you shot a Delta over there. I was going, yeah, no, I didn't want paying attention to anything, so target focus.
Thanks for mentioning.
Right. I love you too, babe.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. But this is a very unique match. So, like, you know, for me, over all the years I've been doing it, and I really, really pay attention to the...
Ooh, we're looking at the scores, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just saw the scores flash up on the screen, and, yeah.
It's not final because there might be people shooting still, so...
Okay.
Oh yeah. Trust me, it's going to drop me. Okay. Yeah, if nobody shoots in the afternoon, I'd be happy. Okay. If everybody got DQ this afternoon, I would be completely happy. But that would not be. I had a great first day, and I was really pleased with my performance. And then I just shot horrible yesterday, and I actually shot good today, other than a couple little hiccups, like why does that target don't have bullet holes in it? Because you didn't shoot at it, Todd. So that one sucked a little bit. So. But that's what you get for changing your plan, and that's the game we play. We do everything at a really super high speed. And the new kids that are coming into the game now, they're absolutely amazing. So Nils and I were talking a couple days ago, and I told him, I said, if we take this same group of shooters, shoot the same match next weekend, same conditions, same everything, you could take the top 16 and take 10 guys out and put 10 new guys in LO because they're that much talent. I've never seen so much talent in my entire life. So if you drop a shot, you just drop 3 places. Or you have to be 2 seconds or second half faster, you know, in the match in order for that to, you know, to kind of correlate time versus accuracy. But the guys that are shooting, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, what they're doing on the move and the targets they're taking out on the move, you just kind of go, can I go prone on that target? You know,
there's some far shots here.
They are. And I mean, especially in zone 3, with the targets further down there. So for me, you know, the key thing was, I know I'm gonna be a little bit slower. You know, I mean, I'm playing a different game. You know, Todd just wants to come and shoot and see my friends. But you know, the accuracy kind of does pay off for everything that you should be able to do in this game. So you're gonna have guys. It's going to be amazing to watch the next 5 years of how LO and Carry Optics goes. With this new group of shooters we have coming in. We got, 45 new members a day coming into USPSA now. So it's going to be extremely interesting to see how this state, or you know, how USPSA evolves in the next 5 years. You could have 50 guys in 5 years saying, all of these 50 guys could win the Nationals. And that's a fact. So
that's amazing.
It's unbelievable the talent that we're seeing come into the game.
Did you have you liked the stages?
I do. I liked everything, except the targets I missed. Yeah.
What did you think about stage 9? What did you think about the turning targets?
My personal feelings is, I got through it. So, I mean, I had a pretty decent run on it. I think the biggest one thing is that I think a lot of the new shooters, they have a tendency to be so target focused, but they're going to, oh my God, I have to just shoot at them because I have to make the time. And so I think you get people rushing, for stages like that. Do I like the long shots on the target? I think they're needed. But stage 9 is something, it's a gimmick stage, really.
Yeah.
They have it, and it works. And as long as it doesn't break down, I mean, we're good to go. And I know we had it here a couple of years ago. And then, this year is, it's a tough little stage. It really is. Not only just getting your timing correctly, but getting the distance. So we had 2 targets at 39 yards away.
Right.
So I know we're looking at it now and looking at these guys. And but it is one of those things where you have to really, you got to be on your game for every step in this game. So
that target that he left, I thought that was maybe 35 yards, that far target with the steel.
Yeah. It's actually 39 yards.
Okay, 39.
Yeah, the one to the right is 39, the one to the left is 38. So it's you gotta, and we're shooting turtle targets on that thing, so you really gotta sit down on your sight and work that trigger and make sure you're in position to shoot that correctly. So, but yeah, it's I was just lucky to get through it. I was happy that I was able to make the time on everything correctly. I think it was like 25 seconds, I think, or so on the stage. So
okay, I might just be bitter because I got lost on the timing.
Oh yeah.
So I'm bitter about it still.
Yeah.
I got through it. I mean, I got all my hits. But man, that was a difficult stage.
Yeah, you ever 24 seconds or you're 34 seconds, and that's kind of the.
And that's what I was saying. I was like, the time, the swing on the times is just going to be wild on this stage. It's not going to be close. It's not going to be close.
So I would say with the overall match itself, the guys done a great job on it. I mean, we had plenty of staff, working the stages, so the staff did a great job here.
Yeah.
We got some really good ROs here that have been around a while. But I would probably say that I was maybe a little disappointed in the match. Because it was absolutely no strong-handed, weak-handed match.
We pointed that out.
First nationals ever. Actually, I shot a stage, I think stage 6, I shot strong hand around a corner. And that was the only 2 shots.
It wasn't forced.
That part I do. I think it's a skill set that needs to be put into the game. And I just think practical shooting is the word of the day, and practical means doing everything we need to do. I agree on going prone because of conditions, on the range, unless we make a prop or something that, we don't have to lay in the mud or something. But, and then we got, we have a lot of seniors here shooting, and I don't really want to go prone, and I know Leighton doesn't want to go prone. That thing.
Me with my knees. Yeah.
But yeah, it's actually, the game that we played for so long, the couple headshots out there. I tell everybody there were 30 hard shots in the match.
Yeah.
And if you can get those 30 hard shots in between the swingers, the headshots, and the long shots on it, that's the key of the winner of the match. So I know Christian's doing good on that side, and Crazy Man Jacob Harrington. I shot with Jacob a couple weeks ago at Area 8. He literally is like a James Bond 007 dude with a gun. Yeah, he's just crazy. He's unbelievable. So we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, but a ton of difficult shots, and you're going to see a lot of penalties in the scores. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah. And I think
we're looking at the sponsors. This is a great sponsor row, by the way. A lot of really great support for this match, and of course you're able to go and demo the guns, and it's really great just to get hands on behind a lot of things.
I mean, personally, I think this has been the best year I've seen in a long time for sponsors coming in.
Yes.
It's great to see them come back. I mean, I can remember back in the day, we would have, 30 or 40 sponsors, events that would be showing up at the range, especially back in the past days in the 90s. Yeah, it's really good to see them come back, and I think it's, pushing product and, be able to get their hands on it, because we have enough people here that can make a difference for, a company coming in and showing their product off. So it's kind of great to see it.
I mean, you're able to go over there and try on lenses with Brian at HD Hunter's Gold. You're able to get hands-on with the guns. You're able to really, get a lot of good stuff out here.
Yeah, I shot the Kimber stuff and some of the new stuff over there, but God, I got to go see that Jacob Gray gun.
Yeah.
And I saw him at SHOT Show this year, and I was going like, I'd never seen him before. I was going like, wow, this is a really cool gun. And so I thought it was a pretty interesting gun.
Yeah.
And, of course, Henning's here with his new grip, and I have them on my guns, and Kerry's got one. We love them, and those grips are really, really super nice. So I'm really pleased with my new grips on them. They're much smaller than some of the ones currently on the marketplace out there, but I like it because there's no binding in it.
Yeah.
So I help Henning out in the design on that. So a lot of times some of the other models you can, sometimes you'll stick them in and they'll bind in.
Yeah.
But we have really a version of that. Really, there's no binding in there. So he's done a fabulous job. As a new product. So, this stuff evolves along the way over the years and so on. Henning is doing some awesome stuff.
I haven't gone over to his table yet, and I'm glad that you mentioned it, because does he have some of his hangers out there, like for holsters? And
he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have all that set up. I mean, those magnets are absolutely, for the pouches, they're just amazing. So
yeah, I've been wanting to switch some things over. And so I definitely, in my mind, I was thinking I got to go and look at his table. I know what I want, but I just got to go over there and get it now.
Buy once, cry once.
Yeah.
That's what I tell everybody. Because they're a pricey product, but the problem is that how they're machined and how they're manufactured is like, I've known Henning for 35 years, and
he's an incredible competitor. So he put real life knowledge into designing the products.
Right. Anytime you can have a shooter developing something that we want and need, and he set that up. I was at his place about a month ago and stopped in and saw his shop, and he's got a fabulous shop, and he got a really, really good crew of people working for him. So really good people. So, but he's in Colorado, so
So you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but just the knowledge base that he has from his years of competition, and then to put it into his product line and make it efficient and to build things that people really want is pretty cool.
Yep. Hey, I got a 10-hour drive.
I know. I got to go walk stages. I'm shooting this afternoon, so I got to go walk stages.
You go right ahead. I'm going to hit the road, so the time you get back to the hotel or something like that, I'll be still probably be driving.
Oh, my.
Yeah, Carrie's got to go to work tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, so we have to be back home.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, I'm glad you got to see me.
I know. I'm glad I got to see you, too.
All right, let's get out of here.
All right.
So we're gonna have a quick break here. I want to introduce you guys. This is my buddy Mel Rodero, very close friend. We've traveled the world together, shot on a lot of teams together. Mel shoots for the MPA pistol team. We go back a ways, don't we, Mel?
We do, right? Rivals at sometimes. Also,
I know.
we love each other, but when we're shooting, we're fighting.
So we're actually doing a test right now. Just of our thing earlier on when we were doing the interview with Todd Jarrett, we were out of sync, and I got to thinking about it a bit over lunch, and I figured out a different way to do the cables and wiring. And I've done that, and now we're actually testing. So if you guys just bear with us, we're going to go live back to shooting action in about 15, 20 minutes. We've got a crew down on fixing our fiber line that runs down to zone 3 that got damaged somehow, some way. And we actually had a wire get shot off on stage 2.
Oh, really?
The wire was on the top of the berm. So somebody fired around that obviously almost went over the berm. It was about a foot short and hit our cable. Yeah, we can actually show you the cable.
Look at that.
So much for me saying, there it is, look at that.
Wow.
That looks like a super comp. What do you think? There you go. That's what it looked like. I'll show it the right way around. That was a round that went through the cable, and obviously that cable didn't work anymore.
Well, at least it wasn't a camera.
Yeah. So anyways, so we're testing this. We got Sarah over there checking our sync. I don't know if you guys, actually, would you mind, without totally blowing us up, just let us know if the sound is coming through okay, and if we've got good sync on that. That means that the picture and the sound match together, and then we're actually going to cut away and finish lunch. And as I said, come back at about 25 after 1 local time here, which is of course Eastern time. So let us know if it looks good, and we'll be right back with you. And my buddy here is going to be able to interview some people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he finished shooting this morning, so.
I did.
He did. Good match?
It was a good match. It's the shoulda, coulda, woulda, right?
Yeah.
But the shoulda, coulda, woulda factor, if we could take that out, I could have probably won senior, but it is what it is.
All right. We'll chat more about that here in a little bit, so I'm going to let you guys out. right, well, good afternoon, everybody. We're coming to you live from the Vortex Race Gun Championships at the Cardinal Shooting Center in Ohio. And with me for some time this afternoon is my good friend Mel Rodero.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing awesome. I'm doing awesome. So Mel, we're coming down to the final afternoon. We've got the Super Squads starting up here in a little bit. They're going to be on stage 13. We've been watching a bunch of the guys this morning. You finished shooting this morning.
Yep.
Shooting Senior Open.
Senior Open.
Up against Joggy and who else?
Henning, Walgren. There's some new guy out there that made a name for himself. We don't know who he is, but he's an ace shooter, and he's in 3rd place right now, so, or 2nd place, I believe. So he's doing pretty good.
Welcome to categories, right?
Some days we can walk, some other days we can't.
All right, so we're going to go out to stage, let's see, stage 4 has got some action. I don't know all the shooters, Mel, so if you know anybody, then feel free to
I'll let you know if I do.
You can look up there too. Got to go to stage 3. I think that was Peter that I just saw glance. Yeah, that's Peter. Right? Peter from California?
The one with the infinity shirt?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Alright, so they're still doing the walkthroughs. Stage 4 is doing walkthroughs. 5. Up, stage 5, we've got something going on. You shot stage 5, obviously.
Of course.
How did you shoot this?
Let me think. I went to the left first. Shot everything on the left, and then, of course, went to the right. And I don't remember by what we're looking at right now.
You're saying, Mel, you went left first?
I went left first. I don't recall exactly what's going on. I shot that the first day. Is that the one with the... No, that's one swinger, right?
Yeah, I can't see that from there. That's all right. Let's have a look at stage 3. I think we just missed Peter's run.
Oh, sorry. On the side of that battery, press the button. No, not that one. On the top one, small rig.
Stage 4, they're getting ready to shoot. We're all going to be out at stage 13 is where the Super Squad guys are. This morning we had another technical issue. It seems like we have this list of things, and we during lunch we obviously can't reach any of our cables and fiber switches during the match because we can't get up on the berms. But during lunch we sent somebody up there, and to our total surprise, we have a fiber cable that had been, we're not sure, chewed through.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah. Another, either chewed through by an animal or a rodent of some kind, or it was shot. I'd be surprised if it was shot because it was on top of the berm, but who knows? We had another cable get hit earlier, and obviously, but the problem with that is that fiber cable is one of our main lifelines, and we do not have the ability to replace it. So We're going to be running the Ronin and the drone down in that area, and we will do the best we can to bring you footage from the final 6 stages that the Super Squads are going to be shooting this afternoon. We're going to take a look at stage 5. Jump over to stage 8. There we go.
That's the stage with the hands, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. It's got the stringer in the backside.
I actually went to the right first on that one. I think he went left. I went right. No, he must have gone right because he finished. I don't know. I didn't see him. But I started on the right side and then cut across to the front.
I'm going to jump over to 9. Talk to us about stage 9. This is all the turning targets. How'd you do on this?
You're not going to believe, man. So listen to this. I slept with this target. It did not let me sleep. Plus, my shooting partner snoring like crazy. But between him and this, so yesterday, I come over here to the range and I forgot my guns in the hotel. So I had to go back to the hotel. That's how the day started. But anyway, I got to this stage. I ran it beautifully the first time. All my shots were there, and somebody taped it. So I had to reshoot it and go through the whole ordeal again. I shot it faster. I even changed something, but I had a mic. And the worst part about it was a mic on a target that had just turned. I had all the time in the world to shoot it, but it is what it is. It was a very interesting stage, to be honest with you.
That stage has burned a lot of people.
Oh my God, yes, yes. Yeah, once I got through that stage, I thought everything else would be easier, you know?
There's the Ronin heading out. Thought to give you a quick shot of that. We're not actually filming it right now, but there's the drone heading out there towards stage, I should say zone 3. We're covering that zone here. As soon as the drone gets there, we'll be able to show you guys the super spots. There's Karina, I think it's Karina Draghi, right? Looks like her. The Ronin.
Oh yeah, that's her.
Maneki, Samajima.
There goes Joe.
There's Joe Draghi. I'll cut over to Joe. Joe's one of our good friends. He was just in during lunch. Draghi and you and I have been competing against each other hardcore for how many years now?
I'd say probably for the last, what, 7, 8 years maybe?
Senior division is getting extremely tight. He's wearing his Pan American outfit. Going to be heading to Aruba tomorrow morning, same as us. We're flying out at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning to head down to Aruba to the Pan American.
We're actually hearing him in the back here.
Yeah.
I shot it exactly the same what he did. A lot of people slip coming onto the second opening from left to right. Had to be a little bit careful there.
We're gonna have to check that target up to Charlie. Looks like. But for those of you who don't follow IPSC scoring hand signals, you want to explain the hand signals to them?
Two alphas is like goalposts in football. Alpha Charlie, one up, one to the right, and I guess deltas are down, right?
Deltas are down. Yep.
Yeah.
And then the dreaded hand behind back. That's the one. We don't
Oh
want to
yeah,
hear.
that's the one you don't want to hear.
Jim will be the shooter.
Somebody asked me today, how do you do the signals
John
with
on
one
deck,
hand?
Jerry in the hole.
I don't know.
They probably do it with their fingers.
Yeah.
So like Alpha Charlie would be a thumb up in the air and a forefinger out. Let's see, do we know what squad this is?
Stand by.
211, I'm being told. No, 211 is that's a PCC squad.
Clear. Time 2037. 2037. 2 Alpha. Alpha Charlie. Alpha Charlie. 2 Alpha. 2 Alpha. 2 Alpha. Alpha Charlie. Alpha Charlie. 2 Charlie. 2 Charlie. Alpha Charlie. Alpha Charlie.
All right, there we go.
2 Charlie. 2 Charlie. 2 Charlie. 2 Charlie. All scored.
So this is squad 209. There's Droghi, his wife Karina. Not sure if Karina is shooting. She injured herself yesterday and I haven't seen her up. But I have a feeling that she's not shooting. Got Maneki on here, Peter Chang we saw earlier on, James Nortz. Oh, I haven't seen James this match. I think that shooter is John. I'm going to go to stage 8 real fast. This is one of the new up-and-coming shooters, super fast. He's going to make a name for himself in PCC, I think.
Did you see how the Super Squad did this stage? Did they go to the right and then around? Do you recall?
I've seen both variants. We've talked about it many times. Some of them ran forward, some of them ran backwards, ran around the back.
Yeah, I went to the back and then went around.
Okay, this John Copy that is shooting here now.
Stand by.
Uh-oh.
Jammed or something, right?
I think that's an unloaded stage, so I don't think he loaded the gun.
Range is clear. Time 3343.
3343, 2 Alpha.
2 Charlie.
2 Charlie. 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
2
All right,
Alpha.
well,
2
we're
Alpha.
going to
2
start
Alpha.
2
moving
Alpha.
over towards where the
2
super squad is.
Charlie.
As
2
I
Charlie,
mentioned
all
earlier on,
scores.
we're limited down there on cameras. This, I believe, is the super squad.
Yeah, there's Christian on the right side with the blue shirt.
Yeah. This is, I always get mixed up with these guys. One of the
Yuri will be the
either
shooter.
Haygood
John Monroe
or
on deck and James in the hole.
Baystar. I shouldn't guess names. I'm going to get into trouble. Heavens.
I think Christian is next. Not sure. Oh no. He was just checking out something in the front.
I think that's Gregory Clement.
No, he'd be wearing a MPA.
Oh, okay.
That's not MPA.
See, if we had more data given to us, it would be so much easier, wouldn't
Right. This is Greg. I don't know who that is. Matthew?
Matthew Haygood. That's right. It's a good shooter.
That's actually the last stage that I shot today. Looks like Mike Kwong is next.
Yeah, he's had a tough match. He kind of got behind, and I also think the other guys have just shot incredibly well.
The consistency of Seiler and Nettins is, I believe, is second to none, man. And John Bleeger is coming up big time, too. He's becoming a great, great shooter. And to be up there, you got to be extremely consistent, you know? This particular stage, when you take off to the right, it's got a pretty big hole on the left side, and it puts your position out of balance to shoot the far target on the right.
Right, Joe.
Monroe, man. Approval,
Wernecke.
please. Terrible score. I'm not
Never wears a cap, right? Here goes Mike. I really didn't see anybody else run this stage any different than what he's going to do here right now. To the right, back target on the far right. Zebra. And the usual, everybody wants to go see what happened in the back.
Yeah, they all kind of held back there. Mike walked out front on his own. I thought, it's like, why is he?
I was just talking about that in this area right here. I think they fixed it, but when I shot this morning, there was a huge hole there, and it gets your position way out of balance if you're not on the right spot. So for those far shots on the right, you know, you got to be careful.
Well, our current leader, if my scoring, my practical scoring is correct here, the current leader on that stage is Dazzy.
Alpha Charlie.
Dazzy Zhang.
Zhang, yep.
Charlie,
Yeah, Dazzy's
Delta.
one of my guys from Texas.
2 Alpha.
He shot at a time of 13.6
Alpha Charlie.
and hit factor of 6.3. Dropped 3 Charlies out of that stage. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Dawson can fly, man.
Charlie Mike. All scored.
Who's this next shooter here? Is this, oh, on the super, on this is Sal Luna, I believe, right?
Yes, that's Sal Luna.
A little bit off balance there. Made it up pretty quick to the left. Doesn't seem like he's very worried about the far target on the right. He knows he hit it. Because when you have a doubt, you go there right away.
I'm looking at practice score while we're waiting on that stage. And I don't see Mike Wang's scores showing up, so I don't know if it's running live or not.
It was running live on that side when I was shooting there, so I don't know.
Look there.
I try to refresh it, but it's not doing anything. Okay, there now.
Yeah, so that of course is the projected
Yeah.
result.
Man, it is so
Here's
close. it's
Maneki
crazy.
shooting.
That's a good easy exit by Maneki there.
Pretty good run.
Very good.
See how nice he keeps his gun facing downrange?
2392.
When he does his retreat,
2392.
keeps the gun downrange, doesn't do
92
sometimes like
Alpha.
some other people we know
Ryan,
do.
you got 2392. Correct. 2 Charlie. 2 Charlie.
He's happy.
Alpha Charlie.
Got 2
When
Alpha.
Maneki hooks
Alpha.
up, he can be an
Oh, yeah.
absolutely incredible shooter.
Oh,
Alpha
yeah.
Charlie.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha there.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie all scored.
Do you think we should follow the same thing in IPSC that IPSC does with having targets not more than 45 degrees? So that target you could see was upside down. IPSC, you're not allowed to have it more than that.
I didn't even know. I just shoot what they put.
All right. It would appear that our next shooter is Christian Seiler. Maybe not. Nope. No, Christian. He's doing his warm-up drills. That's his dad, Dr. Seiler, next to him.
Wow, he just went through the whole routine. He just went, sorry, that was my phone. He just went through the whole routine in the safe area. Never seen that. Wow. Did you see Christian?
I did.
Yeah, in the safe area, he did the whole routine.
Clear. Right down. Range is clear. Time 2432.
2432, 2 Alpha.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie. 2 Alpha.
All right, look at those 2 alphas on the headshot there.
Got it.
On the Ronin.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
2 Charlie. Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
You guys all saw that conversation between the staff and Christian. That's all I'm going to say right now.
Here we go. It's incredible to see these guys. You look at the scores and they're already in the top 20 and they still they haven't shot 6 stages, you know. Here we go. The movement is incredibly precise. That's what's amazing about Christian Seiler. Look at that. Do you see the split on the left far target?
There's a reason why he's a 2-time world champion.
You better believe it.
And then you look at how good Christian is and look at Eric Raffel with his 10-time world championship. Individual, not counting his team titles or anything.
I actually think that Christian could beat that record, but now it's going to be harder because now it's every 4 years instead of every 3 years.
Yeah, well, remember that Eric started when he was a junior. His first championship was a junior.
Yeah.
And there's a solid possibility that he could win a world championship as a senior.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. But I actually think Christian could be one of the best of all time, if not the best of all time. But it got a little bit harder when they went from 3 years to 4 years. I wish they wouldn't have done that.
All right, that looks like that's the end of that stage. Just missed
range is clear.
Robert Wilson
Time
shooting.
2322.
2322, 2
Yeah,
Alpha.
Robert's a great guy.
Got Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie. Alpha Charlie.
I think he was stationed in El Paso. I'm not sure.
Got
but he shoots
Charlie
a lot in
Delta.
Texas.
Charlie Delta.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Okay, let's
Charlie
see if we can
Delta.
find
No,
another
yep.
stage.
Nope. Charlie Delta. Yeah, you're good. I looked
What do we
at
got?
both
What do we got?
Deltas.
Call
Charlie Delta.
Charlie Delta.
All right, I've got 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Charlie.
2 Charlie.
2 Charlie.
2 Charlie.
No,
All
you're good.
scored.
I was like, wait a second.
So,
Mr.
I know
Wilson,
you
may I have
didn't
your
shoot,
approval, please?
But what have you heard about the stages this year?
Well, I've looked at most of them.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank
you
you.
know, the stage
Thank
is
you. Good
probably
luck.
the most
Thank you.
discussed.
Thank you.
I don't want to say
All right, guys, good
controversial,
luck
but
for the rest of the
chat
day.
talked about
Tear it up.
is
Go on.
the
Thanks, guys.
stage
Take it
9
easy. Thank
with
you, guys.
the 4 turning targets.
Joe, we'll see
I
how that
personally
takes
don't
out
really have
sometime.
that much of an
All right.
issue with it.
Have a good
Thank
one.
you.
I
Have
think
good luck on the rest of the
it's
day.
definitely, there is some luck involved in
All right, guys,
timing
good
and
luck.
hitting the
Take
right
it easy.
position and
Good luck,
getting
gentlemen.
it
Thank
all
you.
right.
Thank you. Good luck.
But at the
Good
same
luck, sir. Thank
time,
you.
it's the Nationals. You know, it's going to test everybody.
I mean,
You know, if you crush the stage, you're going to think it's great, and if you
All right, Russ, take it
picked
easy,
up a mic or lost position, I mean, I saw
Exactly.
Bill Drummond get out of position there, and
I saw that.
that
I saw that.
that was a problem. Let's go with stage 9. And yell at himself a couple of times. We had that on live stream, so you can go back on YouTube and go watch Bill Drummond doing that. And Bill's one of the best, if you know, he's the top 5 people in the country and working out stage designs and strategy and keeping your game mental. I mean, the guy comes from a motor racing background where you make a mistake there, you go flying, literally flying through the air.
Yeah.
And to see him make that mistake is it just shows that the rest of us don't have to complain.
Yeah, I was in bed watching it, and man, it was painful. And he's our coach, so you know it hurts when it's your buddy. And my God, I couldn't believe it happened to him.
Where were you?
I was in bed.
You were in bed?
Yeah,
Well-
because he was shooting in the morning, I was shooting in the afternoon.
Ah.
So I was watching it, and I'm like, oh my God, no. And it's weird that it would happen to him. He is so consistent.
Isn't it cool that you can lay in bed and watch what's going on at
Oh,
the
yeah.
match?
Yep.
Must have been a barrel, I'm sorry, not a barrel, a wall hit there because they're retaping that wall. So for those of you who don't know, if you shoot through a wall or through the edge of a wall, walls are considered or deemed to be impenetrable. So shooting through a wall accidentally means you're not going to get the hits. But if you do it intentionally, you get DQ'd. We actually had somebody that he said it was, well, if I understand it right, he didn't mean to do it, but they decided that he AD'd the gun through the wall, and so that was it. Where was I going with that? Oh, yeah. So if you have a full diameter hole, so in other words, of the full diameter of the hole in the wall, that would be considered a mic. If there's a partial diameter hole, then you get the hit on the target, assuming that the projectile or the bullet did not deflect away from the target. So that's how that works.
This is going to be interesting to watch. There's 2 ways to shoot the initial. I think everybody, or most of the super squad, as I see, is going to the left. And it looks like they're going to be entering on a little popper, just like right there where Edis is at. I went to the left and then did a shuffle to get that target. That was Casey Eusebio's idea, so we'll see what happens right now with Super Squad. There were some other guys that went forward first too. If you would go forward first, then you'd go to the back right, and it seemed to flow a little bit faster to get that steal. But we'll see what happens right now.
Was Casey shooting open or LO?
LO. There's Scott Brown. think he was a little bit unsure about the swinger, but I guess he saw the shots and didn't shoot anymore. What stage is that? Do you know the number?
Which one?
Where Scott's at? 5? For us seniors, I shot 5, 6, and 1 very, very well. This was a great stage. Of course, any stage we shoot good is a great stage, right? Like you said.
That's right.
And if you get a mic, it's a bad stage.
Yeah, we talk about shooting a mic and then getting affected mentally. Do you like to know what your scores are during the match, or do you want to wait till the end and then see?
You know what? I used to be that I didn't want to see them. You made me start seeing them, and I think you know, when you shoot at the top level, I think it's necessary to see it, to see if you have to go to the afterburner or not. You know. And that's the same at our level, at the top level of the seniors or the super seniors. I think it helps you know how much you have to push.
We've got Eddie Garcia coming up on stage. I think this is 14 now.
Actually not. I think it's John Bleeger, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Is that John? Yeah, I believe
Oh,
that's
that's
John.
Bleeger. I saw Eddie walk in there. I thought it was him.
I remember when John was just coming up, and he's become a beast also, man. He's somebody to reckon with. Did you actually see his, remember when you wanted me to see if we could make an automatic swinger?
Yep.
There you go. He's got
I know.
it.
He's got it.
That's
I
awesome.
spoke about
I
it
gotta
yesterday.
talk to him about that. Here we go. Looks like he's going to enter on the steel. How about that? Then he's got to go to the right, and there's immediate one to the left, right there, and forward. That's actually a good stage also.
I wanted
Ron,
to show
Brian,
Marcy.
Eugene, Joseph.
Marcy's one of my
Bigler,
favorite ROs.
Roxana.
Known him for years.
All right.
Super nice.
Marcy Minter, her and her husband Danny Minter traveled to just about every match. I don't think I've ever been to a match that they weren't there.
I know, right?
And incredibly hardworking and out of California, a long way to travel for them.
Sponsored by Barry's
I see they don't work on the same stage anymore. They used to.
95 Comstock.
I need to ask them
Fire.
about that.
There are
I know
7
that's a Marcy
USPSA
decision,
and 5
pushing
steel
Danny to
targets.
another stage.
My name is Marcy Minter. I'm the CRO. Helping
No,
me
great
today
people.
is
I
Jeff
know that
Maxwell,
everybody's very
yawning. Come on,
professional
Jeff.
of the ROs, but she's extremely
Denise
professional.
and Rob Nolte.
The other ROs are. She's introducing all of them. Yeah, and you know, one of the things,
position is both feet
my favorite or
touching the
not
mark.
favorite moments with Danny
Handgun is
Minter
unloaded
were,
and
it was single stack
CCC is unloaded,
nationals.
held in both
And for some
Upon the audible
reason
start
I was
signal,
shooting
engage targets as they
a single
become
stack at
visible
the
from
time.
within the shooting area.
And I remember there was a
Not the
stage, it was a
competitor
nice
shooting the
Hosum
stage.
stage, and I went up and I just
Fault line
absolutely
during the
blazed
course
it.
of fire.
When I got back to
Any
the end, I had
questions so
5
far?
mics on the stage. I'd never shot 5 mics in my life on a stage, you know. And I walked back and Danny was calling, you know how he does his and to Alpha, and he was looking at my target and said, and to Mike, and I'm like, thanks, Danny. You know. Anyway,
There's Gianni right
Next, I
there.
want to thank you for
he's
volunteering to reset
he's
the
a
stage.
great
It is
shooter as
much
well. He often
appreciated
travels
by us.
overseas with us.
So you will
He's a
find
great
white
shooter.
paint The back
Yeah,
center
I had
barrels,
the
each
opportunity
side
to
has a
coach
cannon.
Gianni when he was
And if you would
younger.
return
Oh, that's right.
that
Yes,
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah,
spot in between the
taught him all the
barrels to protect you from
Rafael
the steel
technique and
frame.
all of that we learned from
All
Drummond.
right, stage etiquette,
And
please.
Gianni just became a
Only
beast,
the
man.
next shooter should be walking the stage.
Great kid.
While the rest of us are
I was at their
scoring
house for
at the
3
set,
days,
okay?
and
So only one person,
it was beautiful.
courtesy to
It
each
was
other,
awesome.
give yourselves time to walk the stage. Questions? All right, y'all have 4 minutes. Who's on what?
I'm on the timer.
Yay, you. Timer for you. Am I tablet? Oh, there you go. Do that first. I'm tablet. Okay. Right wall, left wall.
Eugene O from California, right? He's a great guy.
Yep. No, he's from Phoenix.
Oh, he's from Phoenix. That's
Yep.
right. That's right. He shoots with you, right?
That's right.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
He's
Oh my God! Here
he's
goes
actually-
the coach.
He's a doctor actually in Phoenix.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Look at there, Bill Drummond.
Bill Drummond.
Here we go, Bill. Just like you say, in and out. Shoot the stage. Get out of there. See what he does. We're probably all going to do the same. Draw into that steel on the left.
Yep.
Nice. Very nice. I shot with 2 guys in my squad. One of them was a 17-year-old kid. My God. All the talent in the world to become one of the best. I seriously believe that. I saw a lot of Christian Seiler on the kid. Extremely fast. I think I've told you this before, and it might sound crazy for some people, but my dad was a very famous football coach in Mexico City of American football. And he always said that people that are very fast, you feel them on the ground. I could feel this kid, man. He was so fast. It was something else. I actually told him that I forgot, I don't know his name. I wish I knew it, but I actually talked to his parents and told him to go to open. I think the kid can really be good in open. Let me ask you a question, Leighton, and maybe some people would like to listen to this. What do you think? If you have talent, like if you're fast, because that's one of the big things, right? If you're faster, if you can run fast, would you start somebody in open, or would you start them with something else?
Oh boy. I'm one of these people that believes if you're super fast but you miss a lot, keep pushing. Just go.
Right.
Eventually you'll get it dialed in and you'll hit.
Right.
You know, the general consensus from people is that you need to like
Time,
slow
ladies and
down,
gentlemen.
be more deliberate, be
Third
more
stage.
accurate, get your hit, see your sight, pull the trigger, make sure you hit first, then go faster. But I don't know, you know, it's the same thing when people say, you know, they don't shoot any different no matter who their competition
ready.
is. So if they're You know, if they don't know the score, they just shoot their game, and they don't want to know what the other guy's doing because they can't control the other guy. I don't believe in that either. If you watch, and I'm a fanatical sports fan, period.
Right.
If you're watching Formula One and you are leading by 18 seconds,
Stand by.
and your team tells you, hey, the other guy's catching you, you're going to turn it on. You're not going to sit there and say, well, I'm just going to run my race and lap at 1 minute 22 no matter what. No, you're going to start lapping faster. You look at people like Max Verstappen and so on, who are incredible. Lewis Hamilton, Ferrari drivers, whatever. They all paying attention to what the other guys are doing. If you take that back to our sport and back to what you're saying,
clear. 2-1, 2-9.
speed is genuinely
Alpha.
almost everything. Now, I'm not saying you've got to miss everything, because obviously if you miss a bunch of targets, speed doesn't matter. But speed at the end of the day is what wins, and all the top guys. And as I'm saying this, I'm thinking, of course, that Eric Raffel is not that.
Alpha,
Eric Raffel
Charlie.
is much more deliberate. But the dude has been doing this forever and has learned a skill set and an ability
Alpha,
to
Mike.
manage a game, manage a match.
Alpha,
that
Charlie.
very few people can do. I don't think anybody can do what he can do. Christian Seiler is competitive, but because he's so fast and so smooth and so
Alpha, Charlie.
meticulous, not a lot of wasted effort, not a lot of extra shots. In ESS, I had the developers of ESS, I had them put in a feature where we could see how many extra shots are shot on a stage. And it's actually the correlation between the number of extra shots fired and the level of competitor is actually crazy. Guys like Eric, they just don't have extra shots. They just, and then you get, people that are shooting 10, 15% of a stage. So if you have a, 20 round stage, they're shooting an extra 2 or 3 shots.
Yeah.
Those guys get burned, doesn't matter how fast they are. So I think it's a complicated question. I also think it's your own personal taste. So to go to the question of what gun to shoot, obviously if I'm shooting a lot of rounds and I'm shooting as fast as I can go and I'm making it up the shots, with extra shots, then I would prefer an open gun. But limited optics or optics in IPSC is catching up on that, because you can run an optic gun now, and especially on short and medium stages, you don't need a reload anyway.
Right.
There's a interesting load.
I just feel that if you start in open and you learn to dominate the gun in open, or dominate your category or whatever,
If you finish.
you learn to think faster. And then all the other guns are a little bit easier, I think.
Well, open is a lot more difficult than people realize. The amount of people out there say, oh,
clear,
you shoot an open gun, it's really easy. 29 rounds, you got a comp, etc. Yeah, okay, go run one and show me.
Exactly. It's just it's a faster game. It's the same game, but it's faster. And you have to be in front of it.
Yep.
Know exactly what's going to happen after.
Alpha, Charlie.
And you can give up a few points because you're shooting major, assuming you're shooting major. And it doesn't hurt as much, but the fact is, so can everybody else. So the depth of field, that's why open ends up at the top. Now, PCC often beats open. Of course, in IPSC, they hate it when we compare divisions to one another. But in Hungary, I found it fascinating because I was able to pull the high hit factors per stage, per division, and I could compare them. And there were many times that the limited optics, LO guns, were beating open guns depending on the stage. So if there's a stage where the capacity didn't matter, then, and guys like Eric and Vitalis, I'm trying to think of his name right now, drawing a blank. They don't drop points. I mean, they shoot a stage blazingly fast, and they come back, all alpha. It almost becomes monotonous. So, of course, if you're only shooting a 12-round stage and you're not dropping extra extra shots, and you're shooting all alpha, the difference between that and an open gun is basically almost nothing at that stage. If you shoot these long courses like we're shooting, 30, 32-round courses, then that plays a lot more of a role. And of course, PCCs, I think, are more accurate on tight shots at long distance.
Are you ready?
So
Well, yeah. For example, I consider this match to have a ton of long distance shots. And with PCC, it'd be a little bit easier.
unload and clear, if clear, hammer down. Range is clear, 1548.
1548.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Alpha Charlie.
Here.
Start. 1 steel up.
1 steel standing.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Mike.
Alpha Mike.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie. Scoring is complete. Aaron here. So you got 2 mics, 5 Charlies, 12.
Where was the second mic at?
Oh, that's the hold on. Oh. So you got a mic on steel.
Where?
That big one that was hiding behind that.
Okay.
5 Charlies, the rest Alphas.
Make ready.
Here you go, Scott Brown.
That's our shooter, Gianni's on this hole.
See what Scotty does. He was, he podium at World Shoot, right? What was he, world champion? Or what Scotty ended up in? I don't remember. I know he was up there on the podium. Maybe second, or I think second, yeah. Great shooter. Here we go, Scotty.
Are you ready? Stand by. If you're finished, unload it to clear. If clear, hammer down. Range is clear. 6-9. 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
All steel.
5 steel down.
Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
2 Charlie.
2 Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie. Last target.
Two Alpha.
2 Alpha. Scoring is complete. Got 1 Delta, 5 Charlies, 13.
Gianni was next after, I believe Gianni's next after Scott Brown.
Make ready.
This will be interesting. We went to the right on this one, shooting open. Scott went to the left, and I'm thinking Gianni's going to do the same thing. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, he's going to go to the left.
Stand by.
Great way to come out of the box. Cut across in the front. Wow.
If you're finished.
Great run.
Unload and clear. If clear.
Great run.
Hammer down and holster. Range is clear. 1425.
1425.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
5 steel.
5 steel down.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Alpha Mike.
Alpha Mike.
Alpha Charlie on
2
the head.
Alpha.
2 Alpha.
He paused a little bit. I thought he was going to say Mike.
2 Alpha.
Score this one and come. You need something. Score this one up here.
Yeah. He's going to want to card that one. 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha. Jeff. 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha
Thank
here.
you. Got it. Okay.
I'm sorry, I was turning away.
I know, and there was guns going off. What do you expect? Of
Not a
course
problem.
He wouldn't mind. He lives for his overlays, Gianni.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting how the people that are shooting limited, like Scott Brown and Gianni, went to the left on this. And I don't know what the Super Squad did here because I was shooting opposite to them, but
Alpha Mike.
we all went to the right, I believe.
This one was actually called. All scored. We reset. Thank you, Rob. You're welcome. 2 Charlie's West Alphas. 1 Mike, 2 Charlie's West Alphas. Ron is our shooter. John on deck. Ryan in the hole.
Sal doesn't look very
Eugene
happy
in
with
the
that
hole.
run.
Are you ready? Stand by.
Little bit of going to
If
war
you're
there
finished,
with
unload it to clear. If clear, hammer down and hold.
that steel in the front.
Range is clear. 1766.
766.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha.
Stage 14. You know, not picking on the shooter, but when we're sitting watching like this, sometimes it's so it's almost frustrating because you see
John
them give
is
up
our
a half
shooter.
second here and a quarter
Ryan
second
on
there,
deck. Eugene in
and
the hole.
you're like, you want to go back and say, oh man, dude, like you notice that particular from a second position, he dropped his gun down and then pushed off to go forward. It's like, no, push off while you're dropping the gun. Don't. That's a half second on at this crowd's level, and obviously he's a way better shooter than I am, but still notice those things. Aaron giving him a quick tap on the shoulder there. Did we miss Aaron's run?
I haven't seen Aaron shoot at all today. I mean, he's there, but I think we've switched cameras when he's shooting. Looks like Christian hasn't shot that one either. So we might get to see him right now. Yeah, Christian is up next.
Just the simple things like tapping your boots off, making sure there's nothing stuck to the bottom of them. pick up a stone in between the tread.
Looks like he had a little makeup on the steel, I believe. I don't think he's happy. If I know Christian pretty well, yeah, there we go. This actually hurts me
Hit the
a little
no
bit.
shoot.
Yeah, it
No?
actually. I think he had a little bit of trouble up in the front. I think he took extra shots. Doesn't look good.
You can always tell when he has a good run. He's got that bounce to him, you know,
Yeah,
kind of like
yeah,
that
yeah.
swagger.
Yeah, I saw him. Did he hit a wall? Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think something happened up in the front, I'm sure. I saw too many shots.
We're going to cross over to our good buddy, stage 4. Maneki Samajima. Maneki, of course, part of our production team. He helps us out with commentary. He was going to help us today, but then we had Maggie come in this morning, and now he's shooting, so not going to make it today, but he's going to be working with us at the IPSC Nationals at Pittsburgh later this month.
I love Muneki. You see that little kit he's got on his belt? He's got every tool you ever need right there.
Fast. I don't think Maneki has ever had a good stage his whole life. Have you ever asked him how his match goes? He's always going to tell you. This is Cristelli on stage.
Yeah, that view, you can see everything that's going out in the front. I think Christian, I'm not sure, he went to war with a steel or something. Something happened. There was too many shots out of Christian. And right now, actually, I don't think Christian can
Are
afford...
you ready? Stand by.
I don't think Christian can...
I'm not sure that's not stage 4. This is Eugene O out of Arizona, Dr. Eugene. He's going forwards. Maneki ran to the back, didn't he?
I ran forward and I thought it blended a lot
Range
easier.
is clear.
Actually, I had a great stage on that one.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
For us seniors, right? But it seems like these guys are going the opposite way and cutting across the front.
Charlie.
I still don't
2
believe
Charlie.
it's
Thank
faster.
you. Noisy out here.
Yes, all steel.
Pop steel down.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Well,
2 Charlie.
Super Squad have finished that stage, and Christian Seiler picked up another mic on that stage. And he has now dropped to 3rd place. It's so tight at the top. They are literally within 1st to 3rd is, obviously it's
And that's exactly what I was going to talk about right now. It's crucial for Christian to not have a mic on this past stage. It was very, very close. Still got a lot of stages to shoot, but cannot afford that kind of mistake.
Charlie Delta.
Charlie Delta. You guys.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Yeah, and we just missed Joe's
All
Kagoz's run.
steel.
5 steel
I'm
down.
sorry. We were looking at scores trying to
2
see
Alpha.
2 Alpha.
how that last stage has gone for the Super Squad. Joe and his dad, I won't call
2
him his
Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Papa Joe, he doesn't like that. But
2
Dad
Alpha.
Joe
2 Alpha.
are really good people. They work tremendously hard at the sport. Joe is
Alpha
involved
Charlie.
with the
Alpha Charlie.
IPC Nationals down in Pittsburgh and has been doing a lot to help all of us get ready, and great crowd. Let's see, I'll keep the camera here in case
Alpha.
he's the next
2
shooter.
Alpha. Scoring is complete.
There's Dad with the black shirt in the background. Is he not shooting?
Ed Blair is our shooter. Roxana on deck, last
Oh, I
shooter.
guess he's not shooting.
Make ready.
What are you showing over there? You're showing Bleeger on first right now?
I'm showing
Or projecting?
Vliega first, but if you look at the points, you see that those numbers.
Yeah, here it is. I'm showing Bleeger first, Ed in second, and Christian Seiler.
Ready. Stand by.
It's missing Christian's. I think it's missing one of Christian's stages, yeah. Are you showing 13 on that? Stage 13?
No.
Yeah, I'm not showing it here.
If you're finished, unload into clear. If clear, hammer down
don't
and
know.
flat. Range is clear. 1524.
2 4.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
All steel.
5 steel down.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Excuse me. Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie. Last target.
Go to stage 4. That's Peter. I think that's Peter Chang. Does he shoot for Infinity?
As far as I know, Infinity doesn't have a team. It's just the people that shoot that were there before. That's Gianni, Gorka, and that's about it. All the other people, they just buy a shirt. Or Infinity gives them a shirt because they bought a gun. But you won't see their name on it, and you won't see any logos of sponsors. The team shooters will have their logos. Their sponsor logos.
This a good friend of ours. This is Roxana. Shooting PCC. Boy, I remember when she first started. She
Are
was
you ready? Stand
battling
by.
and struggling in the beginning, and now she's really come on. Her brother is Beglo.
Do the front again, too.
If you're finished.
Yeah, it looked like a solid
Unload
run.
and clear. If clear. Yeah, range is clear. 1658.
She has just graduated
2
from
alpha.
college.
2 alpha.
And I actually wrote a letter of reference for
Alpha,
her.
Charlie.
Alpha,
for
Charlie.
law to go to
5 steel.
I want to say law school. It wasn't law school. It might have been
2
law school.
alpha.
2 alpha.
Known her and her family for a while.
2 alpha.
Great people. Dad's an awesome guy. He traveled with us in Europe for a bit when we were over in
2 alpha.
France.
2
I
alpha.
think for some reason, no, Czech. I think it was
Alpha.
Czech.
Delta.
And,
Alpha Delta.
She told me that I saw she graduated. She told us yesterday that she got a score of 3.9.
2 alpha.
2 alpha. Last
I
target.
think was her GPA.
Wow.
And I was really surprised. I thought she'd have 4.0 GPA, but I think law school is a little trickier than most. But super,
Alpha,
super
Charlie.
nice kid.
Alpha Charlie.
And
Scoring
well,
is
not
complete.
a kid, but adult.
Her brother.
Really good to my daughter. My daughter and her became friends. Like Alessandra does not make friends very easily on the range. And she came out, Roxanne, her brother, came out to train with us in Arizona at one point. And she and Alessandra, my daughter, became instant friends. All right, looks like they're moving on. We'll switch back to the drone.
Oh, the super squad's gonna shoot the shot, the one where it's one shot per target. Little bit slow to hit the spot. Yep. You gotta be dead on that spot. You gotta be super fast on that stage. On time for that one. And they should be there. There you go. And I believe he's gonna shoot 3 from the front. And the far target.
A lot happening on that stage, isn't there?
A lot. You have to stay disciplined. What I call, staying disciplined. If not, it's gonna be a rough ride.
We are in squad changeover on a lot of the other stages. I've said this multiple times. It always amazes me how you literally everybody's almost on squad changeover at the same time, which of course is what it should be
Right,
according to
right,
schedule, right?
Yeah.
There's someone's running behind, but there's like this 5-minute period in the every hour or every 40 minutes, I guess it is.
Can we switch to the super squad?
Yep.
Gregory
that's right.
Clement is coming up. He's one of my teammates at MPA. Gregory has come up so quick, it's crazy. He actually ended up 16th at World Shoot.
He and Christopher shot together at World Shoot.
Wow, that was
in
fast.
the pre-match.
Right there. Yeah, I remember.
I told the story yesterday that they were doing so well, the two of them together, they were winning basically every stage.
Yeah.
And obviously it's pre-match, so the big boys are not there. But there were a lot of good people shooting pre-match at that Handgun World Shoot. And I got called into the stats office to ask me why I had allowed such good shooters in the pre-match, because we have a rule in EPSEC that you can't put a tier 2-ish, certainly not a tier 1 shooter in the pre-match, because they don't want them winning and then not being there for the reward ceremony. And as it so turned out, he was that kid. He came second, didn't he, in junior? Was it him?
Gregory Clement?
No, it wasn't Gregory.
No, he's not a junior.
It was Matt Hayward. That's who it was.
Oh, okay.
It was,
okay.
Hayward came second, and of course he wasn't at the awards. So they made me go up and accept a junior award, which I was not keen on doing. So I kind of held the U.S. flag in front of my face. I'm like, it's a U.S. guy, but it's not me. Here's this.
Hey, there's AI now. They can put the face.
I know. Here's this old senior going up to accept a junior award. You know, back in the day when nobody recognized me, I could get away with stuff. I could just stand there and not. But now it's, you know, President Vitale is like, hey, Leighton, you're up on stage. I'm like, no, I don't want to go up now. It's a junior thing.
They got Bill Drummond,
coming up.
Bill Drummond's taking his side picture on the targets. As you know, we will be going to Aruba, and it's IPSC. You cannot take a sight picture on the target. You can draw, but you cannot look at the target through your sight. That's what I mean. Got to get into that habit starting tomorrow. That was quick. Two in the middle. 3 on the left. Wow, that was quick. That was a great run.
Looks like Aaron might be up finally. We've missed him today. We haven't picked him up.
I know. We haven't seen Aaron at all. I think he's next.
If my math is right, he's about 10 points behind, which is nothing at this level. They're already Aaron,
yeah. Christian was in first. Now he dropped to what? To second?
Second, yeah. And Aaron's still third.
Yeah, they were off when Christian was on top. I think it was by 11 points. So now I don't know what happened. Is Max projected to win PCC all the way? The overall?
Yep, Max is winning. They're shooting right now, but we don't have cameras down there.
Yeah, well, the long shots, you know, it's going to be great for PCC.
That rodent or whatever it is that killed our fiber optic cable certainly didn't help us this afternoon.
Here we go with that.
I feel like the kid showing up with my homework and saying the dog ate it. In this case, I'm going to say, sorry, but the rat got it.
You know, I'm going to tell you something about Aaron Eddins, man. He's a great gentleman. I was at a match one time, and of course he was training under Drummond, and Drummond brought him to one of the Infinity experiences when I was with Team Infinity, and you know, we became friends. And one time we were at a match, and I had magazine breakdown. And none of my teammates helped me, man. It had to be Aaron Edens. He went out of his way to go get a magazine out of his car and bring it to me. And I really, really thanked him for that. Aaron is a great guy.
Great run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Aaron and I have become very close friends over the last few years, and we've traveled all over the world together. Oh, I don't want to see that look.
I was paying too much attention to that over there.
That's not a good look. He went through that pretty fast. And yeah, as I said, we've traveled to Europe a bunch of times, and he didn't come to Hungary to shoot the Europeans. He wanted to focus on matches here in the US. Of course, he's won the last 3 area championships in a row. Area 6, I believe, is in a week's time. 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, we'll be coming back from Aruba, from the Pan Am, and it's not that following weekend, but the weekend after. I'll be there. You going?
I'm not going, no. No.
Looks like Mr. Eddie Garcia is next. Big Eddie can move, I tell you that.
Yep, I think Aaron just picked up his first mic.
Really?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing a mic before.
At a critical moment. You want to know how I met Eddie Garcia when I first started shooting 14 years ago? So he had a great run, and I taped it. I taped it. And I was at a double tap match, and man, I could not say sorry so many times like the way I did it with that time. And then I met him at the hotel in the elevator, and I apologized again, and that's how we became friends.
Eddie's fiancée, Liz, is sitting at home watching this with their dogs.
Oh,
She
okay.
sent us a video last night showing that. By the way, while we're talking about sending us videos and clips, please keep sending in your pictures of how you're watching. We're going to actually make a movie or make a short out of that later on. It's really awesome for us to see where you guys are watching from all over the world. Sarah was reading to me the different countries that are watching. Brazil is one of our most popular countries, and then Philippines, and then obviously France, Germany, South Africa. Those are sort of the top 5 or 6 countries. All right, I think the drone is coming home. Yep, drone is coming back. So that means we will not have any coverage down there for a while. This is stage 15. 15? No, it can't be 15. We don't have a camera on 15, so this must be. I'll tell you in a second. Stage 4. This is stage 4. That is Tom Castro. Tom also has a very unique prep for the stage. He wears a headset. What's he playing in that? Is it music or is it just sound?
No, I think he listens to music, if I'm not mistaken. Hypes himself up big time. What do you think he's playing there? Eye of the Tiger?
I'll let you ask him.
He's gonna run it the same way that I saw Shannon Smith run it. He's gonna come back left. Yep.
I'm going to pull up some scores here in a second, just show you what we've got. I still don't understand this number.
Is Brian Jones shooting in the Super Squad?
Yep.
I haven't seen him shoot either.
We don't have a camera down by the Super Squad right now. As I mentioned earlier on, we had some kind of a rodent eat through our fiber optic cable that runs between us and Zone 3.
Yeah, Brian Jones is not shooting in the Super Squad. No, he is.
Yeah, he is.
He is. Yeah. Just haven't seen him. Great guy. Doctor also. He's an ophthalmologist, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's a great person, man. Great human being. Got to spend some time with him at World Shoot, and love the guy.
I'm going to have to post a picture of that fiber optic cable that's got damaged because nobody's going to believe us.
Oh, okay.
But I don't have the picture up yet.
So rodents are getting to him?
It looks like. I'm not 100% sure, but I doubt that it was a projectile that hit it up there. We're living and learning.
So you've probably already talked about this with your public, with the people watching, but where are you taking this? What's the idea that people can see every stage sooner than later?
Yeah. So it's a great question, and thank you for asking. It's a number of different things. First of all, obviously we want to get to the point of having TV type coverage where it's a 1 or 2 hour show that's live. It's not kind of like what Shooting USA does. They come in, they film, they create a post-production film, which I think is awesome, by the way. I love what John Scouten has done over the years. I've watched it many times. And then they put that up on Sportsbook channel or whatever.
Right.
I want to focus on live. I want to be able to bring people live action of both the shooting as well as the other parts of the sport as well, the sponsorships, etc. the ultimate goal is so that people can actually watch their friends and family, you know, can tune in. So, for example, if you're sitting here and your family are, you know, back home, and I should mention, while I'm talking about your family, your daughter's also helped us a lot with social media. Maybe down the road we can do some more things with her. Your wife often travels with you. But, you know, we want, so if you're here, I want to be able to let your family know what you're shooting, where you're shooting, let them see it. We've had many people say they've never had the opportunity to see their family member shoot because, you know, we're obviously on the road and they don't want to travel or they can't travel. So the friends and family thing of having people be able to tune in. And then, of course, there's, you know, who knows what the number is out there. In some of the previous matches we've had in Hungary, we had over 1 million people over a period of time watch some part of that broadcast. On any one, you know, on one day we had 135,000, I think was the figure, on YouTube watching us. South Africa, similar number. Something like 60,000 hours of content from South Africa was watched. So the, you know, there's obviously an interest in that. There's Joe Druggy. There's obviously an interest in that. It's just a question of how we feed that interest and also make it more accessible for people. This is Joe Druggy that's up shooting now. And the ability as well to stream more than one stage. So right now we're obviously down 30% of our cameras now because we've lost the whole of Zone 3. Other than what we can shoot, like right now we've got the drone that can shoot that can film that, and then the Ronin, but we don't have any of the static cameras or any of the robotic cameras down there because that fiber is damaged. But the ultimate goal is to be able to stream all stages on all channels, so that if you know, hey, my friend is watching, shooting such and such a stage, you can dial in. And I've even, you know, talked about and we've worked on it. It's something that I would want to do down the road. Let's just watch Joe here.
I shot it exactly how he's doing it. Ooh, extra shots on the swinger. I think I shot it a little bit better, but we'll see, I hope. Yeah, I saw you talking with Aaron Eddins the other day, and I believe it was him that it was him. You asked him the question of, do you think we should be streaming more of the Super Squad or that, right? And of course, what he said was correct. I mean, at the end, people want to watch the Super Squad, right? But you also have to think of the mom and pop that want to see their son shooting. And while you guys were talking about that, I was thinking, I wonder if Leighton is taking it to where you can just go to one stage and follow your particular shooter. That would be amazing.
We'll finish watching this shooter, and then I'll tell a little bit more about something that I have in mind as well. Yep, so that was a good run. So while we're waiting for the next one, so I actually have this this other dream that, let's say that, for instance, like how many people do you know, Mel, that are, I'll put this actually on us for a second here. How many people do you know that would be interested in seeing one of your runs or seeing you shooting? Well, probably 50 people, maybe
exactly.
even 100 people.
Exactly.
And then you take the other end of the spectrum, how many people want to watch Christian or Eric or, you know, Brian or one of those guys? Well, they probably in the 10,000 just for sake of a number. Well, there's no way that those people can know that. So the way I want to build this program out is that I want to set it up so that See the drone flying over stage 9, heading over to the zone 3. So I want to set it up so that you would have your little group of people, and they would be in our system or in a system. And then when you are coming up, like when you are on, let's say, on deck or in the hole, it would send out a notification to your group of people saying, Mel's going to be shooting this stage in 2 minutes.
Right.
Then they would have the opportunity to be able to go follow that, go look at that, and go watch you shoot, right? And so it would go through. Then, of course, you know, Christian or Eric or whatever, the big guys, you know, would send it out to 10,000 of them, and then all of those people could get to see it. Because there's a lot of people in Europe and in overseas, Asia, that follow our sport but actually don't participate in the sport.
Right.
About 75% of our followers and the people that watch us are not people that are actually involved in the sport. You know, and I literally look through, we've got like 16,000 people on Instagram. Every day we pick up 200 to 300, sometimes 400 people. I literally will go through a lot of those people and look who they are. Are they shooters? Are they just somebody who wants to see? And then, of course, if I see things that look like bots, we delete that.
Right, right.
But, you know, I want real followers, not just, you know, numbers. The number means nothing if it's a bunch of bots. But at the end of the day, I want, you know, I want to be able to reach out to a community that are not necessarily part of our sport. That'll also help our sponsors. That'll help advertising and help marketing and so on. So that's the goal. I actually came up with this idea in tennis. A friend of mine plays tennis, and she sometimes plays at Wimbledon, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, how am I supposed to know what time you play if you don't let us know?
Right. Did Copy just forget a target? I'm not sure. I hope he doesn't get mad at me for saying that. Maybe he shot it from somewhere else.
We're going to head down to the stage 17. I just checked with somebody down there. They are, that's the PCC Super Squad. Max Leograndis and them are coming towards the end of their match. Right now I show Max leading. That's 17? I think that's 17.
Yeah, that's 17.
Yeah, I think that's, it might be Andre. Okay, we're just going to hop over stage 5.
I think we thought that Aaron Eddins had a mic, and he did not. Adrian just come in here to verify that Aaron shot clean last stage. So the mic that you saw might have come from somewhere else.
All right, now we're back to 17.
This is one of my shooting buddies from Texas. Cameron. Shoots for Team Beretta. Cameron Templin. See what he does. Looks like he's going to go to the left first. Dead time to the left. Go to the poppers. Come back to the left. Swinger, paper, or paper swinger, depending on what happens. Same thing on that side. It's a mirror stage.
I can't tell who this is.
I don't know much of the PCCers except Max Leongrandis. Four on the bobber. That was interesting.
If you are finished, unload and show clear. If clear, hammer down and holster. Range is clear. 2585.
2585.
Penalty up. 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha. Alpha Charlie. 2 Steel.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Delta.
Charlie Delta. Alpha Charlie.
I want to show everybody just
2
what
Alpha.
our, this
2
is,
Alpha. 2 Alpha.
This is just a really quick
Alpha
piece
Charlie.
of video of our canopy out front. It doesn't look very big on that, but that canopy is 28 feet long and 20 feet deep and 16 feet high. We were packing up last night. That's the all the battery packs. We have to take them home and charge them from home because we can't charge them enough during the day. So we have, I think, 6 battery packs ranging from 2,000 watts all the way up to, all the way down, I should say, to 300 watts. I think this is, don't want to guess. But keeping everything charged has been a mission, I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
We have to keep switching them out. There's no power other than where we are, there's no power out on the bays. And so all our equipment out there is all powered by battery kits. Jackery is, I'm Jackery's favorite person right now.
Are you running on generators or they let you plug in?
We have a plug-in, but basically that plug-in is actually charging the UPS system in the trailer. So all our electronics is running off UPS inside the trailer. So if we lose power, our electronics stays up. Okay. I learned that lesson the hard way in Europe because we lost all our programming every time the power went out. So that's all running off power. But the rest of the trailer, the air conditioning, all the monitors we're working off, the decks, the mixing decks, all of that is running off a generator, a 12,000 watt generator. It's unfortunate that most of the Rangers don't have power enough. We need about 50 amps in total.
If you're finished, unload and clear. If clear, hammer down, holster. I tried to shoot the wall. Range is clear. 2897.
2897.
2 out.
So for our people listening to us, what do you think that, I mean, of course we know the difference between USPSA and IPSC, But why do you think that in the United States we run bigger stages than they do in other parts of the world?
Oh, I can answer that very easily for you. Let's just switch over to Maneki
Alpha
here.
Charlie.
Alpha
Maneki
Charlie.
Samajima.
Two
So
Charlie.
back in the day when Mike Voigt and them were in position,
Two
you know,
Alpha.
Two Alpha.
position of power, let's say, you know, president of the USPSA, etc.
And we
They
have
kind
two
of broke
Alpha.
away from a lot of the really strict
Alpha.
routines of IPSC. They wanted to be a little bit more loose,
Go
kind
back.
of like more of a free type
Get
shooting.
off the stage and get in the
And
shade.
it developed where the U.S.
I like
you know,
shade.
I think it was driven by competitors. They want to travel to a match and they want to shoot as much as they can get in the 2 days or the 3 days that they're there. So IPSC is very strict on the
didn't quite get it.
3-2-1 format. Now there's a lot of us that like the 3-2-1 format because it's more technical and those,
Got it.
you know, you
Thank
get
you.
if it's a 3-2-1 format, 18 stages. You only get
Maneki is
3
the
long
shooter.
stages,
Labs
but you
on
better
deck.
make sure that
Rob
works.
is in the
But at
hole.
the same time, a short
Make
course
ready.
can be significantly impactful, you know, and it's a very short space of time. I mean, some of these short courses could be 3 or 4 seconds. That's it. So the rules for the international side, the IPSC side, stayed much stricter on stage design, the 3-2-1 format. In the US, we had matches that were going to where I mean, I remember back a few years where every single stage was a 32-round stage, you know, 30 to 32 rounds. Now, at this match, you can see it's kind of moving back towards the softer side. And then also traveling with ammo is a big problem for a lot of people. So, you know, if you have a 15, 14, 16 stage match at 32 rounds, that's a lot of ammo you got to travel
Stand
with.
by.
Correct. Like how
you're
Muneki
finished,
also
I'm
stays
loading so
low
clear.
all the
If-
time. Gives him great center of gravity, stays balanced. That was a very interesting stage right there. I am very curious to see how the Super Squad shoots it.
This, I think this is still stage 17 that we're running here on the drone. 15?
16. That's 16. Yeah,
16.
stage 16.
My eyesight ain't what it used to be, Mel. I'm looking at a small screen.
Yeah.
Maneki, as I
Two
said,
Charlie.
Maneki's
Two
never shot a
Charlie.
good stage in his whole life. Have you ever asked him how his match is going? Oh, terrible, terrible. And then he
Two
comes smoke
Alpha.
you at the end.
Two Alpha.
I've been beaten many
Scoring
times
is
by that man.
complete. Good points.
Oh, and that's Bill, the RO. He's also from Phoenix.
Yeah, good points, bro.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Great
Yeah.
guy. He's really,
points.
he's a golf professional. You know that? He's
Oh, really?
a golf instructor. Yeah,
I
he
didn't know
teaches.
that. There's
Well done.
Muneki's toolbox. You can see it right there on his belt. He will pull out a hammer, a drill, a saw, everything he's got in that little bag. I don't know how he does it, but he's got everything in that little pouch. I think that's Joey Sauerland on that. Yeah, he's on that squad.
So next year, Mel, you've been around a lot of the nationals, having to qualify. Next year, we've split away PCC and mini rifle. Well, creating new mini rifle, I should say, but split away from the race gun nationals, so it'll be a little bit more cleaner. That'll also give people like yourself the opportunity to shoot both the limited optics and open. What do you think of that format?
I think it's good. I mean, if you want to make a world team, the more options you got, the better off you are, right? I think so. We are And I think I talked to you about this last time, or I don't know, last match or whatever, where we are the first generation of super seniors. Remember that? And now we are part of the first generation of super seniors that can make a world team. Well, now there's a lot more people coming up on the ranks, and they're going to be more super seniors, more seniors, etc., etc. So the competition to make a team is going to just get harder and harder. Because if you think about it, you're going to have the JJs, the Drummonds, already being seniors.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just going to get harder. So
Yep.
you need more options. So that's going to be great. That's going to be great. Here we got Joey Sauerland for Team MPA going on stage. What did we say it was? 16? Interesting. Let's see what he's going to do. He's going to, okay, I think he's going to shoot it exactly like I shot it. Yeah. He did not go to the right at the beginning. He's going to shoot it from there. A little bobble there, I believe.
Yep.
Either
Almost forgot to come back to that target.
Either that or he shot the swinger while it was there. This is Robert. So let me ask you something.
If you
Like
are
right
finished,
now, we're
then
not
let it
getting
go
the
clear.
names of the people, and you were doing
If
that
clear,
as-
hammered up
at,
and holster.
at,
Range is clear.
World Shoot.
2305.
2305.
Alpha
At World
Charlie.
Shoot and in
Alpha
Hungary,
Charlie.
yes.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
So we are
Two
reliant
Alpha.
on the data that's
What was
coming to
that?
us from wherever. In this particular case, it would have to be practical because
Two
that's the
steel.
scoring system that's used. In Hungary, we were using the ESS system, and the ESS
Charlie Delta.
developers,
Charlie
IPSC
Delta.
developers,
Charlie
I
Delta.
wrote out,
Charlie Delta.
with them, worked with them in creating
Alpha
a
Charlie.
set of. I'm
Two
just going to say
Charlie.
the word
Two
reports because
Charlie.
it's the best way to describe it. But basically, it's a
Charlie
16 by
Delta.
9
Charlie
format, so that
Delta.
fits our screens.
2 Alpha.
Versions
2 Alpha.
of stage scoring, versions of individual scoring, versions of. So we have about a dozen different
Charlie Mike.
pages or
Charlie Mike.
reports that I can click back and forth on. We don't have that, obviously, with practice score.
Alpha
The second
Charlie.
thing is
Alpha
that
Charlie.
we developed a system
Simulcast.
whereby we can sync our score system
2
into
Alpha.
the
2
timers
Alpha.
that are using Bluetooth, transmitting
Scoring
it back
is
to the
complete.
tablets. We can grab that signal, and so we can show that on ours. Now, I'll be honest, just for the people out there watching this, we did cheat a little bit. We didn't technically
you
have
being
the
here.
score coming into our system. We were sending a score to a website page, a URL page, and then we were
Peter is the
chroma
shooter.
keying that page
Austin
into
is on
onto our
deck.
display so that it looked like we were getting the same thing. It's the same thing as far as the viewer is concerned. It's accurate, but that's why sometimes we lost. Let's just jump back to stage 16, I think this is.
Yeah, that's 16.
Sometimes we lost the timer wouldn't run. Well, it wasn't the timer that wasn't running, it was our sync that wasn't running. So
Right.
people are like, oh my gosh, the timer's not running, it's going to reshoot. No, it had nothing to do. We're just looking at a display on our side. But again, that requires technology and requires programming and requires ESS to cooperate. I can't access ESS just like I cannot access Practice Score. Practice Score is also cut back significantly on the data that they're allowing the public to scrape. I want to use the word scrape, but basically to access. So for whatever the reason is, and I'm choosing my words carefully because I don't want to upset Practice Score, but for whatever the reason is, we're unable to reach that data. And, I suppose we could sit down and try and work it out with them, but that's the reason why. So we don't have access to score. We don't have access to timing. We don't have access to those sheets, those pages. What we have is Practice Score Competitor, which is the same thing that you guys, and we have the pro version as well, but I'm looking at it right here next to me, and there's a couple of things that I don't understand, so I don't want to put it on live stream in case, maybe I'm not reading it right. And I'm not an expert in Practice Score Pro. So let's catch some of Peter Chang here.
Oh, dropped the man.
At least he didn't fire the round, because that would have been another 2 seconds. He's going to hate that this was on TV. Sorry, Peter. Peter's a great guy. He's a photographer. He travels around the world as well. Done some things with us. We're probably going to be doing some things in the future. But more importantly, Peter and his crew out in, oh gosh, I'm going to think of the range. San Francisco range. Drawing a blank. Anyway, they are doing a phenomenal job in developing some big matches. They had the rifle qualifying match there a couple of weeks ago. 260 people shooting rifle, IPSC rifle. 2 years ago, you'd never have had that, you know, and I'm tremendously happy about that and proud of the fact that I was able to kind of like encourage matches and ranges to have that. And we're growing that. You know, next year we're going to see mini rifle matches for the first time in the United States. And obviously we're going to see a PCC nationals, standalone nationals for the first time. So everything is growing and everybody's just got to be, you know, I know that it's not perfect, but we just got to be chill and pay attention and keep pushing forward. But anyway, Peter has been Richmond Gun Club. That's the club.
Okay.
Richmond Gun Club have done an amazing job. I haven't been up there for a few years. I need to make a trip up there. They've invited me up. They want us to come and stream from up there, but that's the other side of the country for us. This is a 4-day drive heading east, and we'll still go back to Phoenix.
Did you buy a truck for this trailer?
No, I have a really nice Ford 250 Tremor that I used, but it's a lifted truck, and I used that to pull the trailer. Power-wise, it's great.
Yeah, but miles to a gallon?
But, yeah, we won't talk about miles to a gallon.
6?
No, I was getting like, 10.
Oh, my God.
I know, but you don't, well, we joked about it, Sarah and I, because it took us 4 days to drive here from Phoenix, right? And we joked, it's not the fuel thing we worry about, it's all our bathroom breaks. That's actually a bigger thing. But anyway, it's you know, to drive this distance, we're very happy to be here, and I really appreciate USPSA giving us the opportunity to do this. So I want to show you guys, for those of you who don't believe, let's just see who's coming up on 18, 17.
This is streaming live right now, right?
If you are finished, unload and show clear. If clear, hammer down, all school. Range is clear, 2210.
2210.
All right, so
Alpha Charlie.
For those of you who don't believe, this is what
Alpha
so
Charlie.
This morning when we were trying to bring up the fiber drop, which is over
Alpha.
on zone 3, we couldn't get it to work, and of course we couldn't get up on the top of the berms because they were shooting. So at lunchtime, one of our guys, Max, went up there and tracked the whole 1,000-foot fiber cable to see where the problem was. Wasn't in any of the SFP connectors, and our aggregator was looking good. And this was the problem. There it is. That, ladies and gentlemen, I think is a rodent that ate through the top of that cable. I don't think it's a bullet hole, although Max thinks it's a bullet hole.
I think it's a bullet hole, Leighton.
You do?
I do, man. The rodents would have chewed it all over. I don't see any chew around it, do you?
Well, let's put it out there to the internet. You guys can tell us. You think that is a fiber optic cable. That cable is about 3/8 of an inch thick, the whole cable. It's an armored cable. It's designed for outdoor use. It's not cheap. And yeah, there we go. So you think that's a bullet. Well, that cable's lying on top of the berm. In fact, I'll show you if I can get a drone shot. Let me see where the drone is.
To chew it like that, I think they would chew it a little bit more, you know, like little bites, and then finally tear it up.
There we are. I'll show you that shot there. No, actually, I'll show you. Let me see. Station 9. Is that camera? Yep. So that cut was up here. You can't see it in this shot because obviously that's the top of the berm. That berm is high. That's probably a good, 16-foot high berm. and the cable is lying across the top of that all the way along the back of the bays. And that cable that you looked at a second ago, this one, that cable was lying on the top of the berm and it had that hole in it. And we actually know it happened at about 4:45 this morning, 4:45 a.m., because that is when the Ubiquity system that we use said that we lost that signal. So
Then it couldn't have been a bullet.
that's true.
If it happened at 4:45,
No, take that back. I just realized now the 4:45 thing was something else
Oh,
because
okay.
we didn't have that switch connected, did we, Greg?
No, yeah.
No, so that switch was not connected. So the 4:45 time step is something different. That's not the same thing. Okay, so take that back. So go back. Well, we never did see that working this morning. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't want to waste you guys' time on this. But that's what it was. And unfortunately, there was no way we could fix that. But we fortunately have a drone.
Finishes. I forgot what we were talking about.
Imagine driving 4 days with him.
No, you know, it'd be easier if we had the names because we could bullshit more, right? Yeah.
I don't know if they're on the drum. You guys on the drum?
Can-
Yep.
Yeah, we are.
They do.
Can you go to the super squad of pistol?
Is your voice on the live stream?
Oh, there it is. There it is. No, that's
next one up.
yeah, that's limited. I mean, that's carry optics or whatever.
Here, can you go to Christian?
Oh my gosh, yes.
No, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was it.
Before he was talking, I went off. Since Leighton left, I turned that off.
This one.
Sarah, I can hear you right now on that. You have the mic.
Sarah, mic is hot now. You can talk now.
Sarah, your mic is hot. Your mic is hot. You have it on. It's on.
Okay, so I believe we're back to stage 16. I can't hear myself.
Go for it.
back with the Super Squad here on stage 16. Jason is giving them the RGRO. That's Jason from Texas. I shoot with him all the time in Houston. Jason is a great guy, great RO, and a very fair RO, by the way. He will check that everything on a classifier is perfect. Having said that, he's talking to the Super Squad right now, getting on the briefing. You see Christian Siler there, Mike Wong, Eric Garcia. This is an interesting stage. Some people started to the right, some people started to the left, and shot everything on the right from the back right side. So we'll see what happens right now with the Super Squad.
Yeah. No, I know they're on the drum. Cut away from the drum. Correct.
I want to just thank Mel for helping out. Mel Radira. We might have him back again a little bit later. Awesome job, Mel. Thank you for your help. In a minute, we're actually going to have another special guest in. Bobby Q Catering. All right, well, I want to introduce everybody to Bobby Catering.
That's right.
I was going to say It's always great for me to have you here, but I should say it's great for the entire match to have you here.
Well, I appreciate that, man.
You take really good care of us, both not just on our side, but for the whole match, and provide meals, and you're providing meals for tonight as well, yes?
Yes, we are.
So tell us a little bit about how you kind of got to where you are and what you're doing now.
Wow. So I was originally for over 30 years in the printing industry, and the printing industry was a dying trade. I ended up finding my passion, and we started cooking on the side. I started making more money cooking on the side, so I had to back away from the printing industry. I got into shooting sports on a whim. Down in southern Maryland at a local range, this guy came up to me and he goes, "Hey, I know you do a little cooking. Would you like to come and support our monthly match?" It's like, "Sure, no problem." 30 people showed up to shoot. I thought I was in the money. I was like, "Oh my gosh, here we go. I'm so busy. I don't know what to do, you know." And it just took off from there. I started doing their monthly matches, and word spread around. And some of the OG USPSA guys, I don't know if you know Chris Viverette, Steve and Cindy Thomas.
Yes.
Right around the corner from where Steve and Cindy Thomas have their indoor shooting range, and they picked up, and I believe Steve was the Area 8 director, or section coordinator at the time, and I did my first Area 8 match in Virginia, and then Bill Duda took it over, and we went up to Altalani in Pennsylvania, and I slowly but surely started getting into a lot of the area matches. And then Brian Connolly, Hunters HD Gold, and who knows everybody, you know, and he introduced me to Jake Martins, and then we did multi-gun, and we just took off from there.
That's awesome. And of course, while we're sitting here chatting, I'm going to jump back to the footage. We can kind of keep chatting, and then keep showing people content from the match. So pretty cool to be able to do this, huh?
I love it. I love it. I tell people all the time when I go to the range, and I'm, you know, doesn't matter how big or small it is, I'm literally cooking for my range family. And you know, we really do care for everybody that's on these ranges, making sure they get fed.
Well, we appreciate having you here, and I especially want to say thank you for looking after me and our crew.
Absolutely.
Because without you, we'd be starving, I can tell you.
Fist bump.
It's tough. You know, we come out, we hear first thing in the morning, so, you know, sometimes 5:30, 6 o'clock, it takes us a couple of hours to get up. And of course, lunchtime at the end of the day. In Hungary, we about died because we were getting out of the range. There was literally no restaurants open. So we really do appreciate. I was actually calling you last week, or the week before last, to see if you could take care of us. So you want to comment on some of the shooting? We've got. We're going to show you the drone shot up top here. That's obviously what we're broadcasting. That's the Super Squad going through.
Who's up right now? Or who's going to go up?
I'm not sure who's the first shooter, but that's stage 16.
Okay.
Right now, that's Bill Drummond that's walking. Just behind that with John Flieger.
Yep.
So that's Flieger. Looks like they're being kicked off the stage, so that's the end of their walkthrough. And I would say, based on that it's probably going to be Bill Drummond that's the first shooter.
Okay. Yeah, those guys are awesome to watch. I watched a couple of them down here. They're so fast. I used to think I was fast, and then I watched myself on video, and I realized that I'm not that fast at all. But I do barbecue for a living, so I'm not expected to be fast.
Yeah, well, the barbecues are great. I love the different variety, and yesterday's chicken was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had to go talk your wife into feeding me because I missed it's kind of hard when we're in here hitting a schedule and trying to get it all right, you know?
Yep. This is quite the setup that you have in here. I really appreciate you guys being here as well. I don't know if anybody has said that while we're live, but we really do appreciate you guys being here. This is really cool. This is what these type of matches need. I mean, you can sit at home and watch all the matches. Look at this. Watch how fast this guy shoots. The foot movement. I would have fell by now. You said this was Bill Drummond?
This is Bill Drummond, yep. Out of Pittsburgh.
Yep. He's running IPSC this year too.
That is correct. And we will be at the IPSC Nationals match this year. In fact, tomorrow, Greg and Max are going to be driving the production trailer and equipment and everything down to Pittsburgh.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
And well, listen, I want to say thank you again for jumping in with us. I appreciate it. I'll give a quick look. Do you want to give a shout out to your family for helping?
Absolutely. You know, Kim, Missy, and Mike, and, you know, those guys were turning and burning. We did breakfast, lunch, and we're getting ready to prep for over 500 people at the awards banquet tonight. Yeah, they're over there right now setting up. But anyway, thank you very much for having me come in here, man. I really appreciate it.
Great having you. We appreciate you very much and look forward to spending much more time together in the future.
Absolutely, buddy.
Take care.
All right.
Cheers. Good job. All right. Well, there we go. That was Bobby Q of Bobby Q's Catering. Great guy. Super nice guy as well. Not just saying it because he was here, but he really is. And it's a pleasure to be able to give him a few minutes of airtime. We have Bill Drummond coming up next. I'm sorry, Aaron Adams coming up next. We just had Bill Drummond. This is coming down to the wire. This is stage 16 of 18. They have 3 more stages, so they're halfway through today. And they're hanging in there. Goes the Ronin out to the range. Solid run. I think you have to go back to that one target. There is Max, headed out to the area, just came back and changed batteries and headed out on the golf cart. Golf cart. It's been a long day. All right, we're going to try something different. We're going to try and see if we can get a signal down there. They've done some changes. You can see that's the transmission system on top of the golf cart that sends it back to the production trailer. We have like we're up at about 35 feet high here. And they're going to try and bounce a signal through there, I think. Great crew that I've got here with us. All working hard. Next up, we have Eddie Garcia, EMG Customs. Eddie is also a really good friend of ours, great guy, phenomenal gun builder, in my opinion, best in the country. A little biased, but he's been building guns for me for the last 15 years, and I can honestly tell you that in all that time, I think I've had like 2 or 3 malfunctions, and I didn't even think any of it related to the gun. They were all magazine or ammo related. There's, of course, a disadvantage to having a gun that runs pretty much perfectly, and that's that if you ever do have a problem, you have no idea what to do, because people that have constant malfunctions, they get so practiced in how to clear them. When it happens to me, I literally stop shooting because I'm like, oh, what happened? Anyway, meticulous on the detail. If you ever have the opportunity to visit him in his shop, just a small shop he runs out of his garage, but jam-packed with lathes and mills and equipment, and that's where he spends his time building guns for us. It takes about 2 years to get it. Oh, this is good news, I hope. The Ronin is out on stage 16. So my crew have pulled off a miracle. Somehow, some way, they've got the signal down there. That's Aaron. Doesn't look very happy. There's Mr. Bill Drummond. The mechanic shirt is Niels Jonassen. Ah, good job, Eddie. Sorry I missed your start there, son. We're going to hang in there with the signal. It's not the greatest signal. I apologize for that, but it's the best we can get, and we will try and show you as much as possible, show you some close-ups as they come towards the end of the stage. They're way down on the other end of the range. So we're on stage 16, Open Super Squad. Well, I've done to keep telling you that obviously we're having signal issues down on that end. Trying to bring you as best as I can. We have Mike Wang up on stage 16. So I'll show you the close-up as long as I can. All right, well, that was Christian Seiler, shooting stage 16. All right, so we're back. We have with us Corey Katz, one of the match organizers, range officers, range masters, match directors. He has a whole bunch of titles. He has just joined us. There he is. Welcome.
Thanks.
It's been a long week.
It's been 14 days or something like that on the range, 11. So.
Well, we're very happy to have you here, and he is going to be helping us with some of the scoring. And so your mic is open, so you can talk anytime you want. We've got Chris Tilley up now.
Sounds good. Yeah, Christian just shot that stage in 7.669 hit factor, 26 alpha, 1 delta, 5 Charlie. We've got the ability to, with some scoring technology, as soon as they hit approve, or shortly thereafter, ability to pull that score.
All right, Corey, so tell us, how's the match going so far? I mean, we're getting towards the end now, right? 2 more stages left for the super squads.
Yeah, match is going really well. I think stages turned out really, really great. You always love to hear positive feedback and negative feedback, of course, when you're working on stages like that. But we got really lucky. The main match, really haven't had any weather issues or anything like that, so great match. Yeah, so Chris Tilley just shot that in 21.72 seconds, 21 alpha, 11 Charlie, 7.19 hit factor. So shot it a little bit slower than Christian. Christian shot it 7.66 hit factor. Chris had some better hits, but a little bit slower. Looks like we've got John Vlieger up.
He's we think he's currently leading the match by a few points.
It's a pretty big stage, lots of points here, so this could change the leader pretty darn easily.
All right, we're going to go to stage 4 for a couple of minutes here. We have to bring the drone back and put new batteries in, so we're going to take this opportunity while they're working on that steel plate to do that. But that will take us a few minutes before we can get you back to the Super Squad.
So John just shot that in 19.29 seconds, 21 Alpha 9 Charlie, 1 Delta, 1 Mike. So he gave some, definitely gave some.
He's going to make it tight.
Some points back. That was good for a 10th on that stage. Christian's the stage leader. So Christian's hit factor was 766. John's was 689.
Aaron has not yet shot that stage.
Yeah.
Corey, I don't know if you know this, but we lost all our cameras in zone 3 because we had a rodent eat through the fiber optic cable.
I did hear that. Rick Brodsell asked me. He's like, "Hey, what type of animals do you guys have out here?" And I said, "You know, bears, lions, mice, and you know, maybe some raccoons." I said, "I think the mice or the raccoons are probably your problem."
Well, they obviously like fiber. All right, well, our drone is back just in time. Looks like Bill Drummond is our next shooter. I was just saying to Corey, this is why we need multiple drones, because when we get into a situation like this, drones are the only thing we can rely on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you only relied on drones, all the shots would look like this. You wouldn't have any of the up close and personal shots. But it's challenging because you have that, cables, and it took you how many days to set up this, set up for just this match, and just to tear it down and move it to somewhere else next week, or not next week, but over the next couple months.
It'll get easier because there was a lot of, it's brand new, as you know, brand new trailer, brand new operation, a lot of new equipment.
Sure.
And we received a lot of the equipment. Those guys don't operate on a day-to-day. They're like months out, weeks out. We received a lot of the equipment just before we had to leave to come up here. So in fairness, the first few days was basically setting up, connecting everything, which we won't have to do again. It's going to stay this way. That does help us, but then we got unlucky that day that the rain just killed us. How much rain did we have that day? Felt like about an inch.
We had a lot of rain that day.
It was.
I saw stages 1 and 2, and in stages 1 and 2, there was about 4 inches of water. You could just barely see the popper bases.
Yep. It was crazy. All right, what did we lose here? There we go.
So it looks like Bill Drummond shot that in about 21.99 seconds. 24 Alpha 6 Charlie 2 Delta, about 6.73 hit factor. Good for about 20th, roughly, currently 20th on that stage.
Okay, well, the Super Squad has finished on stage 16. It looks like this is Niels' squad that's up here next.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Corey.
Of course.
So Corey's coming to help me on stats and getting data up quicker, and I appreciate him coming in. We also figured out that the version of Practice Score that we were running, even though it is a paid version, we hadn't updated it in somewhere. So I'll take the blame for that. But Corey pointed that out to us, and then we reinstalled it, and now it looks like we're running. So the Super Squad will be moving to 17. This is squad 206. This is the squad with Niels Jonassen, Tim Heron, Jessica Jonassen. I better mention her name before she texts me.
Yeah, she will text you too.
She will too. Okay. Oh yeah. Jim Boone, former Area 1 director, and a huge help to me in the past, organizing and helping build out the qualification systems. He's a wizard on an Excel spreadsheet, so he would help build all these formulas for me.
I'm sure. Another thing with Jim, he was also on the Open senior team.
Yes, he was, and then won gold.
Yeah.
Jim, myself, Mel Rodero, and Frank Garcia. Do you want to put up some scores from the open scores as they're running, and then we'll put them up on air?
Yeah, I'll say one challenge with that we've been running into all weekend back in the Stat Shack is just Wi-Fi. As you know, there's a lot of space between stage 1 and stage 18. We're covering it all with Wi-Fi. You're covering it, well, you used to be covering it all with fiber. So, and we're not on the same network to try and keep bandwidth reasonable. So, and we found that some old tablets with brand new Wi-Fi don't really love talking to each other either. So we've had some inconsistent just polling and updating, so that we've been working all weekend to stabilize that. But it happens.
It happens. Just got to keep pushing forward.
Yep.
Stage 4, Alan Webster. I know he's trying really hard to be on the team, PCC World Shoot team. That was a qualification match for PCC, of course. Stage 4.
Yeah, stage 4. We're just waiting on them to hit approve on the tablet. It would be nice if we had little sensors on each target, Leighton, that would tell us exactly where the shots were. You know, just something for you to invent.
Oh, working on it. It's added to my list.
Right.
You know, we're joking, but the truth actually is that's what we need to be working on, all of us. You know, there's no way that one person or two people or whatever can put all this together. Oh, there's Glenn. Is that Glenn Wong? Yep, that's Glenn Wong. Glenn Wong's a great guy, one of the nicest guys in the sport. He's from, right now, from St. George, Utah. He was president of the St. George Club for a while. He was also out of Rio Salado, and he's an amazing instructor, and of course he's famous because he was the one that basically brought the Williams sisters up to where they are now, Justine and Jalise Williams.
Exactly. So Alan shot that, was good for 71st on that stage overall. Shot that 19 Alpha 3 Charlie, 15.78 time, but 6.59 hit factor. So not too bad. Yeah, I first met the Williams sisters. I was at a PCC only championship match out at Lead Farm in Missouri, and just happened to meet them. And I thought it was cool because I'm a younger guy, and they're, you know, seeing the whole family out. My parents and I all shot. Still shoot, but shot mainly when I was a little bit younger. We all went to shoot. So I work a lot of the majors, and they still shoot some locals from time to time.
Yeah, they are incredible shooters. Amazing that two of them came out of the same family. Jalise is the older one. Justine is the younger one. Justine, of course, has got engaged to Carson.
Yep.
And they will be getting married, I believe, next year. Jalise is dating Brady. Really cool guy.
So for those following along with the super squad, they just moved to 17. Looks like they're just finishing up their walkthrough. But Brian Jones, who is another World Shoot competitor over the last World Shoot cycle, actually had to shoot the last day early. His wife went into labor last night or early this morning, and he asked if he could fly out early to be with his newborn. So she was a month early, and we of course said we will get that taken care of for you. So if you're looking at the scores, Brian has already shot 17 and 18, even though he's in that squad 201. So I can only imagine his mindset after, when he had to go shoot through would have been a little different than being focused on, trying to win.
Yeah.
Not that he wasn't still focused on trying to win, but
that's tough.
It is.
Well, congratulations to him and his wife.
For sure.
This is Aaron Edens, AMU, stage 17.
One of those fun rules. False starting versus creeping.
Aaron wasn't happy with that. I'm not sure what happened. Looked like he got 2 solid shots on that bobber, but he might have hit the steel low. Yep, I think I see he hit on that steel, but what a pity. Looks like he might have a problem on the left there too. It's tough, man. Down the wire, 17th stage. He's trying to catch Flieger.
Yeah, if we're looking at open, without that last stage, Christian pulled ahead just slightly. John's in second, only 0.08% behind Christian. So we'll see how this stage changes it up.
Points are actually almost identical. 0.4 of a point on 1,600 points.
Yeah, that's crazy. That just shows that you can be a little bit faster, and it looks like the difference. John's got about 4 seconds faster time overall than Christian does, and Christian has about 10 more alphas than John does. So that 4 seconds, and now it's not all evenly spread out over the match, stuff like that. But
very interesting.
Definitely interesting.
Aaron was lying in 3rd place at that point, about 50 points behind. We haven't seen the score yet for stage 17, but it didn't look good based on the feedback we were getting. Eddie Garcia.
Looks like Aaron shot that had 2 mics. So shot it in 16.67 seconds, 18 alpha, 4 Charlie, and a delta, 2 mics. Good for 5.27 hit factor. I'm sure not the outcome he wanted on that stage.
Nope. Yeah, he will be very disappointed about that. So it looks like there's 2 people left in the hunt. Flieger and Christian. You know, I think that bobber looks a lot bigger from with the angle that we're looking at it. Corey, you're one of the stage builders and stage designers. How much is visible on that?
I think you've got the vast majority of the target visible. You know, when it's bobbing now, it looks like you have all the target plus, you know, when it starts a foot, you probably are barely showing the bottom of the delta zone. I would highly doubt that you have much light underneath that target once it's activated.
Yeah, so the angle from the drone shot obviously shows us a lot more target than what they're seeing down on the ground. The drone is probably 50 to 55 feet high, and obviously on the ground you're at 6 feet.
We don't think about building the stages from drone shots anymore.
No.
You know, so
well, you got to start.
We do crouch a little bit to make sure that for our short competitors, we still have legal target presentations. But I don't make sure that legal target presentations are from the drone's perspective.
No, and you'd probably not be okay with us flying the drone down to what the human height would be.
Not during the match.
No.
Maybe do some virtual stage walkthroughs before or after, but.
We had that planned for the afternoon that we had an inch of rain, so that didn't happen. You know, people don't realize how tight of a schedule. I mean, you mentioned you've been out here for 14 days. We arrived last Saturday, and you guys were already hard at work, and that was, 5 days before the pre-match?
Yeah,
First match?
Pre-match started on Wednesday.
Yeah, yep. So it's an enormous amount of work, and while I have the opportunity, while we're waiting for Havens to shoot, Bridget to shoot, thanks again to you guys for having us down here and for helping with everything and putting up with us taking up so much space. It's been a fantastic experience that we've really enjoyed. It's been exhausting.
Oh, it's definitely been exhausting.
I had somebody comment online saying Leighton sounds tired. I'm like, yep, that would be it.
Yeah. I told a friend of mine, I'm like, I'm ready to go back to work. All my friends say, oh, you had a nice vacation. I'm like, yeah, I'm ready to go back to work.
Yeah. Well, we're going to tear down everything as soon as this is over. It'll take us probably 3 or 4 hours to pack up and then get home, get a few hours of sleep, and then 4 a.m. we head into Aruba for the Pan American.
Straight from Columbus, huh?
Straight from Columbus, yep. And I'm not even sure I'm going to shoot in Pan Am. I will see what happens.
It's interesting seeing it's kind of nice from here seeing the ROs give some of those IPSC hand signals, because we now know, hey, that was just an Alpha Charlie.
Yep. I actually think we should be using that much more, to be honest, because it takes away one more variable,
Yeah, I think I don't know that there's definitely not a prohibition anymore against using them, and we see them more and more. Especially when you've got a longer target, you can just glance at that person and know what they're going to say.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that visual and audible response.
Yeah, the only negative I've gotten is that, and I shoot a lot of IPC matches, obviously, is that they score the stage so fast that you rarely have a chance to see what your scores look like. Obviously, if there's a mic or something like that, but it's kind of nice to be able to walk down and see all Alpha or see if you had a Charlie where you think you had a Charlie. And I mean, when you're shooting IPC, if you're at the front position, they've already scored all the targets behind because they score using hand signals. They didn't call out the score, etc. And I'm not a huge fan of that.
Makes sense.
But you got a lot of people to get through in a short space of time. So.
For sure. That looks like Bridger shot that in 16.88 seconds, but 21 alphas for Charlie. Good for a 12th place overall, I believe.
How did Eddie do on that stage?
Yeah, Eddie shot that in 20 seconds, 22 alpha, 3 Charlie. So just that difference, that 16.88 versus 20 seconds, almost just over 1 full hit factor point difference.
I saw Eddie looking at that target, so it looked like he was looking for a mic, but he got all his hits, 3 Charlies. But Eddie's a guy that looks for every point on the stage.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And, you know, you have to in this, when you're, especially between John and Christian, they have to be looking for every point on the stage. And for those ROs at home, when John or Christian or anybody that's, you know, that's looking for that extra A, is that Mike that you're calling this edge hit right here? It's to be expected. They want that they want that, you know, what could be 15-point difference between.
Every point counts.
Every point definitely counts.
Got Mike Wang up. Mike didn't have an easy match. At one point, I think he was lying in 7th, 6th, and then he moved his way up to 4th.
I believe the last competitor was Matthew Haygood. Shot 24 alphas, 1 Charlie, 17.36 seconds. Hit factor 7.14. So pretty good, pretty decent run.
Good run.
Yeah.
While we have a minute here, I want to actually do something. My dad was the guy that introduced me to production work many years ago, and my dad passed away about 1.5 years or 2 years ago now, and his birthday was yesterday. So when I was sitting here yesterday, I was thinking of what my dad might think, you know, watching this and seeing this. He's the guy that taught me about being a perfectionist with equipment, which I still hate him to this day for. But yesterday was also the birthday of my daughter-in-law, and I know that my grandkids, Brinley and Bentley and sorry, I'm just watching scores here. Emery. Yeah, Brinley and Emery and Bentley are watching back home. We have a video, a picture of them sitting watching a TV, and they think it's really cool that their grandfather sits and does this. And I'm not really a grandfather type, but it is pretty cool, and we thank them for appearing. And on the subject of family, you know, we all have families that give up a lot of time, give up a lot of our time. They give up the time that they would have with us. And so to all the families out there that support the shooters, that follow the shooters, thank you very much for everything you've done for all of us and allowed us to take off all this crazy time. I'm lucky that Sarah travels with me, so I get to see her a little bit, but otherwise it would be a lonely time. So
Definitely. And as Bobby was mentioning just a few minutes ago, this is a family too. So some of my closest friends and best people in my life are from shooting sports. So not only do we thank our families, but we thank the people that we call family as well.
Yeah, I miss the days that my son Christopher and I used to travel together and shoot together. I think those days are done. We had a drone. There we go.
So Mike Wong shot that 20 alphas, 5 Charlies, 17.09 seconds, 7.02. So just a little bit slower, actually, between Matthew Haygood and Mike. A couple more alphas with Matthew Haygood, so explains that 0.1 difference in hit factor.
So I've got a question for you. We're obviously focusing on the Open Super Squad. We're not able to. I was trying to get to the PCC, but of course we don't have those cameras. But I wanted to bring up, what's your opinion on whether or not we should focus more on the top shooters when we're covering a nationals, or should it be kind of like, you know, we've tried to cover everybody or as many people in the match as possible. So we've been switching back and forth. Sometimes people complain we switch too much, but and there's no happy answer to everything. But as far as, you know, do we focus on only the top guys, or do we kind of like focus on everybody?
So, you know, of course, you have to ask me these questions that are you have to ask me these political questions.
Well, worse than that, I'm going to put you on TV and let you
even
answer
better.
it. There
Even
you
better.
go.
Yeah. Camera adds 10 pounds. No, I think the way you guys are doing it is very cool. And for someone that's not here, I think they want to see a little bit of both, especially on Friday and Saturday of a 3-day match. They want to see a little bit of both. Today, my guess is most they want to see is the top, are the couple match winners. So, especially when there's a real competition, it doesn't surprise me that we're sitting here focused in on the Open Super Squad. There's not much competition in the rest of the field for PCC. I think Max Lugrandis has a 5% lead. That's a huge lead at this point in time.
Yeah, on the few times today that we've done interviews and we've kept the camera in the interview, it's just a matter of seconds and we get comments of like, can we go back to the shooters, please?
Yeah. Yeah, Sal Luna just shot that stage. 16 alphas, 7 charlies, 1 delta, 1 Mike in 1850. So that's a 5.4 hit factor.
I just got a message from Cody. So not everybody has my cell phone, but those that do send me messages all the time and saying the live stream is sick. So thanks, Cody. Appreciate it. And to all the others that have been messaging, thanking me. I mean, I've had people from all over the world sending messages. I'm sorry I don't get back to you. It's a little hectic in here.
Oh, yeah.
This is actually most relaxed it's been in the last 4, 5, 6 days. But, we do appreciate everybody looking and watching and paying attention. I've had so many stories of people watching and posting where they're watching and how they're watching. And I walked into Corey's office in a few minutes ago to see if they could help me out with practice score. And they had it up on the big screen up there, which is really cool to see. And I know other people have done the same with tablets. Nielsen, they were doing it at home. I mean, it's the start of a revolution, you could almost say,
Yeah,
and
it's great to see not just you, but also Brian Conley from Hunters HD Gold doing something similar, but also very different. And it would be, I think for both of you, it would be frustrating if you guys were trying to do the exact same thing. But for both of you to show a very different broadcast, I think it's pretty cool. And to sit here it's a lot of work to sit here for 8 hours and talk about shooting and talk about shooters, but we're getting ready to see
8 hours and
48 minutes. That's a lot of time. I was sitting in the stats room and I'm like, man, this is kind of like the Olympics. Just sitting here,
watching.
A couple commentators. So
love it.
Christian Seiler's up.
Well, here we go. This is it coming down to the wire. Christian and John Flieger. He just makes it look so easy. You know that? I mean, we've watched, 6, 7 people go through the stage, and he comes in, and it doesn't even look that fast.
Oh, yeah.
But
yeah, it definitely makes it look easy, and he's an all-alpha mindset guy, so he is looking for those, and on every target, he wants the best of the best.
Oh, they're looking at that bobber. Nope, pasting, so it's good. Christian's dad walked away from it. He wouldn't be walking away if there was a problem on it. So
no,
that's his dad in the blue shirt on the sort of middle of your screen. There's Max with our Ronin. We cannot get that signal from there, so Max is recording everything, and we will put together a post version of this taken from the Ronin.
So that was a pretty darn good run for Christian. 23 Alpha 2 Charlie in 15:44.
Wow.
So 7.9 7.96 hit factor. That puts him in first place in that stage. So we'll see where how Vlieger looks after he shoots his stage 2.
This is Chris Telly. When did you first meet Chris Telly?
Probably one of my nationals. I've worked probably close to 10 nationals now. So one of the nationals or up Area 5 championship or something like that. Can't say I know Chris all that well.
You're showing, or you're starting to show more interest in IPSC. We've talked about maybe having some IPSC events here. Chris, of course, has a long history in IPSC.
Sure.
But one of the most incredible things is the depth of field for our senior and super senior teams for the next 10, 12 years. If anybody's watching from the rest of the world, there's almost, I mean, I'm embarrassed to say this, but there's almost no chance that the guys are going to lose. You're going to have Bill Drummond, going to have Chris Telly out of California. Drone's got to come back. All right, we're going to switch to another shot. We'll go to stage 4. I got to let you hit the buttons a couple of times here, Corey, so you can say you helped edit the program.
Oh.
So, ST3, ST4, ST5, ST6 in the same order there. This is Eugene O out of Arizona shooting stage 4. Eugene is a doctor that works nights. And we always joke with him when he shows up at the range on a Saturday morning. Did you go to sleep or did you just come straight from work?
Straight from work, yeah.
Both straight from work.
You know, it's kind of funny that you mentioned the senior and super senior teams. Keep in mind, those are the guys that have some money to spend on shooting, too.
Yep.
Christian, myself, you know, we're roughly the same age. We're some of the few people that are not sponsored shooters that are as young as we are in this sport, you know, actively competing and working matches.
Yeah, it's the whole, you know, I worked out for the South African World Shoot last year, the average age of the division teams. So in other words, those are the top 4 in each division. So it's not the seniors, not super seniors, etc. The division teams, the average age was in the region of like 40, 41 years of age.
Wow.
So, you know, when people say, well, it's all the youngsters coming up that are 18, 19, 20. No, it's not.
No, it's
I
not.
mean, look at our senior team. Sorry, look at the overall team. It was Christian, it was Aaron, John Vlieger, and Brian. And none of those guys are 19 and 20 years old.
No, but they're all in their mid-20s.
Right.
Except for John. You know, so you're looking at it, and I don't know how old Brian is, but younger people, in comparison, you know, to the rest of the field, we definitely tend to have a younger group down here.
This kid is getting really good. I have a soft spot for Joe.
You know, jumping back to stage 17 with the super squad, Chris Tilley just shot 22 alphas, 2 Charlie, 1 Mike, and 17.05 for a 6.3 hit factor. So looks like the drone's coming back.
Yeah, it amazes me how fast he can change batteries. You realize he just flew that drone all the way from the other side of the range, all the way back to us, changed batteries, booted it back up, sent it back out there again. It's incredible what he can do with this drone. He's not showing us his true skills. He's very into high performance.
Okay.
He's got his tiny little drone that flies, I don't know, 50, 60 miles an hour. 100 miles an hour, I'm told.
Wow.
Yeah, but we don't let him fly this when there's people around. This particular drone was specially set up for filming this, obviously.
Unfortunately, we missed John Vlieger.
Oh.
He shot that 16.3 seconds, 21 Alpha, 4 Charlie. Good for 4th. In comparison,
It was Mike Wang that just shot that. Shoots for MPA. So Corey's pulling up our scores. We're getting down to the wire. We've got one more stage left after this. So where's our totals now?
Yeah, so it doesn't look like we've got Christian stage 17 recalculated in, and looks like I just got it back. So John was 5th on that stage with that 7.4 hit factor. Christian got him by almost just over a half a hit factor, so 7.96. So when we pull those together, we're looking at first and second. Christian's pulling away a little bit here.
This is Bill Drummond, and I'm told the last shooter was not Mike Wang, was his teammate. I just saw the shirt and thought it was him.
Gotcha. If we pull up a practice score here,
yep,
we can see just the Christian, Seiler, and Aaron. This is the practice score competitor app, so comparing the first two, and we can see every single stage if we wanted to, but just see where we're at, and with the high available setting on, we can see Christian and John are very, very close.
I'm going to take us back to Bill Drummond shooting this stage, and then I'll cut back to the practice score screen so you guys can study that a little bit more.
Bill, the host of IPSC Nationals this year, and here in a month and a half or so, first week of October.
All right, Corey, we'll go back to practice score.
Yeah, so we can just, if we look down into stage 17, we see the difference between their the two runs, the top one being Christian, the bottom one being John. Seeing the difference between their hit factors, everything like that.
And of course, the line chart that you're looking at there now, the yellow is the top line. That, of course, is Christian. You can see where Christian and John have been up and down on each other.
Yeah.
I like line charts. They're very easy to read.
Some other interesting things we can show here, and tell me when we've got to cut back to, but we can see a time chart here between the two of them as well. So on stage 17, the top one again, Christian, the bottom one, John. John had to take up some makeup shots, which cost him some time. The difference in almost a second, that explains those extra couple shots. Basically, John had an extra 4 shots on that stage. That cost him a second.
Yep.
Now, hits were similar. John just slightly less accurate with 21 alphas versus the Christian's 23. But the big difference was that, those extra 4 shots.
All right, well, we'll take a quick look. I'm sorry we can't bring you the finals of the PCC side. You want to bring up the PCC scores, overalls, while the Super Squad, Open Super Squad is moving over to stage 18, which of course will be their last stage. So we're going to bring up the PCC scores, and of course, no surprise, Max Legrandis is winning by 5%, 4.2% so far. Are they done?
No, it looks like they still have one stage left.
Yeah, that would fit.
But, it's kind of funny. I'm good friends with quite a few of the higher level and top level PCC shooters, and they joke that it's not a race for first anymore. With Max, it's a race for second.
Mm-hmm.
So, He is definitely dominant in the sport.
The only match that he's lost was the World Shoot.
Yeah.
And that was a surprise to us all.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And there's so many variables. You never know if his loss at the World Shoot was, you know, him not feeling well or anything like that. There's so many variables in travel and shooting. I mean, in travel in general, but travel and shooting especially.
Yep. Well, hopefully he shoots the next one. He'll be married by the next one.
Yeah.
And so, see how that turns out. A surprising name in there is Duncan Klein. I don't know Duncan.
I don't either.
And not surprising to see Carl Litzy in second. Phenomenal shooter. Miggs is up and coming too. Really great to see him up there. Andre de Sotel, JP, of course, Isaac Hansen, Justine. Pretty serious, pretty good finish. I know they're not quite finished yet. They've still got one more stage, but Justine in 8th place, beating out Scott Green, Marco, Chris Barrett.
I mean, Justine is a competitor.
Yep.
And it's great to see that she's obviously winning the lady division, or the lady category, but in addition, beats quite a few of the guys.
She does. Her and her sister Jalise were the first 2 ladies ever to compete on open teams for the United States. So now we don't call them the men's team anymore. We now call it the overall team. And I forecast that about a year before they actually made it. I actually had a conversation with Justine, and I said, there's a very good chance that you will be the first woman ever to shoot on the quote-unquote men's team, overall team. And she did it. Jalise beat her to it just because of the way that the World Shoot worked out. But amazing shooters.
Well, Justine, if I remember correctly, is the highest placing at USPSA Nationals lady ever in the history of USPSA Nationals. I believe she was second a couple years ago in PCC, behind Max.
I think you're right. I remember that. All right, well, the other stages in walkthroughs right now. Go to stage 4. We don't have sound on that stage. Sound has been a bit of a challenge for us at this match. I think I have a solution, but we will see at the next one. Getting better every time.
Oh, yeah. So are you live streaming the awards ceremony tonight, too?
No, we're not, unfortunately. I actually thought Brian was going to do it, but he has had to head back. He's got an engagement or something to head to, so he can't stay, and we definitely can't do it because we have to tear this down, pack it all up, because we fly out early in the morning, and my team will drive this through to Pittsburgh and leave it at Bill's Range for the next few weeks. And after Aruba, I fly home, got a couple of weeks at home, then I fly back to Pittsburgh, set the broadcast station up, then I fly to Greece for the Shotgun World Shoot, fly back from Greece, and then we shoot the IPSC Nationals.
I thought my schedule was crazy. I'm here. I've got a couple weekends at home. I leave for Utah the Sunday before the match. Fly back from Utah for Factory Gun Nationals into Detroit. I'm from Cleveland. Flying out of Cleveland back into Detroit. Got a work conference for 2 days. I'm shooting IDPA Nationals that weekend, and then IPSC Nationals the following week.
This is Christian's run from the previous stage that we're going to show you in slow motion. We're going to try anyway. Yeah, it's not great. That's okay. We tried. We're working on something. It's going to try and run that again. So this is something we haven't actually announced or really got into, is we have the ability to start doing slow motion replays and also replays.
Yeah.
We have not used it in this match very much. There we go. I'm going to show it again. I know the picture's not great. This is a 4K picture that we're downscaling, and so that's probably what's causing that artifacting, but it looks better on our side than it does on the stream. But it will eventually be something that we can do much quicker, but it's going to require an additional person to run. And those decks on the right-hand side that you see up there,
Okay.
those are the recording decks, and I actually only got those set up today. They are recording 6 of the stages right now, and we will have the ability to go back and pull those 6 stages. So when somebody says, do you have a video of this stage, we may or may not have that. Eventually, we're going to have one of each of those for each stage.
Nice.
Okay, here is John Flieger. So remember, we weren't able to show you John Flieger's run because the drone was getting recharged. Here is John. We'll see how this resolution works.
Yeah, we were actually in the stats room watching stage 8 when you guys ended up catching a disqualification. Someone posted in the chat, hey, can you do a replay on that? And 15 seconds later, you guys had a replay on it. So it was pretty, it was cool to see it. We called on the radio that was in fact a DQ. No, we didn't do that. But I'm sure the range master came over and looked at any video that may have been on the stage.
Yes, and that was just fortuitous that worked out. The Ronin, which is that big camera, so what happened on that is that the Ronin, which is the big shoulder camera that Max is running, that shoots in 4K, but we're transmitting in 1080.
Okay.
So he can stop it and go back and pull it from his file and then play that. And in that particular case, obviously, as you mentioned, it was a DQ, and he played it back, and then we were able to broadcast that. So
Sure.
the only issue with doing that with the Ronin is that then the Ronin's not filming, because
Right.
obviously it's replaying. This is Eddie Garcia shooting stage 18. This is their last stage of the match. Corey, if I had my choice, I would put Christian and Flieger on the last 2 shooters
I
to
would
go.
too.
Should be like golf.
Right.
The leaders finish last.
Yeah, so I'm working on another match next year that we're already starting to think about, and pretty unique match. And we were just talking about how could we reorder the zone to be where those top competitors would all be in the same squad, like a super squad. But there are a couple people every year that get, almost surprised. They surprise us in those super squads. Or I should say, out of those super squads that end up in the top 5 that we didn't know were out there.
Well, I know it's a controversial point. It has been for years, especially since USPSA went away from, top 10 from last year, the super squad for next year.
Right.
But I've asked a lot of people that same question, and all the serious competitive shooters all think it should be the top guys in the super squad. No choice, no option. once you start dropping out of that level down to the next level, especially those of them that have got wives or significant others or whatever, they kind of want to see that flexible. But I believe, and especially like from a broadcast point of view, we want the best finishing last. And so, you know, however that should be, this is a national championship. This is not a social event. We're not just hanging out with our friends or whatever. I mean, we are, but the Super Squad guys, they're all friends anyway, but they're there to compete.
Well, and part of the challenge that, in addition to just being able to see each other's runs, everything like that, is the mindset of I'm sure you've talked about it, competitive equity. We talk about it all the time. Rain, we've all said, is not a detractor. You can't say, hey, I don't want to shoot right now because it's raining, I'll shoot later. But when you're looking at these top competitors, you should, when they're in the same zone, or looks like the drone is ready for a battery change.
Yeah, we thought we could make it through one more shooter, but we couldn't. So the drone's got to come home. I hope that they are okay. Let's talk about stage. I know this is one of the stages you guys worked like crazy on.
Yeah.
Stage 9. This is the Turners. He's pointing at the camera. I don't know what he's saying. They're practicing dry fire on the camera. That's okay.
So, thinking a little bit about, if it rains on the Super Squad, but it doesn't rain in the morning or something like that, or vice versa, you in some ways, it's the same match, but you shot it differently. So to have all those top competitors have the same schedule, at least in the same zones, but even more so in the same squad, makes it a little bit more, probably drives a little bit more fair.
My son Christopher and I have had this discussion. He's become a golf fanatic, plays all the time. At one point I used to play with him, but that's changed. He just mentioned, now you can mention that the second round of the PGA playoffs is going on right now, and the leader at the start of the day, Wyndham Clark, who started off 5 shots ahead, is now tied going to the last 3 holes. Very similar to the Flieger-Saylor situation.
Yep.
So if you're a golf person, you can see. And golf actually is very similar to our sport because you keep every shot. You can't. It's not like football or tennis where you can be down in tennis 5-love in a set and come back and win the set,
right?
Which happens all the time. Football, get behind and then just take off in the 4th quarter or whatever. Golf, you keep it. You eat that score. And with us, it's the same thing.
Yeah, one of the stage design conversations we have around nationals, around other big matches, is can we keep the zones as balanced from a point perspective as possible? Same thought process.
Yep.
If it's raining during one time period of the day, does that totally throw off the whole? Do you get really behind in the points because of rain one day versus not another?
I was actually talking about that balancing of the stage, so I'm really happy to hear you guys are doing that. It makes it much easier for us to compare scores from one group to another,
Yeah, we don't do it from a stage perspective, but we try and keep the zones balanced. Yeah, if you had all 32 round stages, you could do it from a stage perspective, but we want some variability. And
yep.
Unlike Russell Fortney, we don't all love 32 round stages.
So stage 9, of course, has had some controversy. Those turning targets. There we go. You want to control that over there? Joystick? Just be gentle with it. It's very quick.
Oh, yeah. It's very quick.
So Corey's moving the camera around. We have a waterproof camera on that stage. And actually, that camera ran pretty much the whole weekend. We're going to do our cable design differently in the future, especially if I've now got to deal with rodents. And then putting the switches and all the drops, all the fiber optic drops in different things. It's an enormous scale. People don't realize what it's taken to get to this point, and some do. And I'm not apologizing for not being up. Drone's back. Let's put the drone up. But this is the start,
Oh,
this is only our 4th match. And
Well, the first one with the rig that you have here.
it's our first one with this rig, yep.
So that I'm sure this makes it a bit easier.
Oh, this morning was a lot more relaxing, I'll tell you that. Oh, yes. So we missed John Flieger, but we're going to try and give you a replay of that. So we'll keep the score secret for a second. Of course, if you have practice score competitor, you should be able to take a look and see for yourself, but
Well, we may not be able to pull scores anyway for this squad because good old Wi-Fi.
yeah, same old story. They're way down on the other end of the range.
Yep.
And we're at the mercy of the electronics and the connectability. And just so everybody knows, we're not using Wi-Fi, so we're not interfering with their Wi-Fi in any way.
Nope.
We do have Wi-Fi within our trailer, but it doesn't go further out. And before the match even started, the IT director for USPSA, Rick Brotzel, and he actually has helped with a lot of our IT as well, so we don't have any conflicts between each other. And he checked our system to make sure that we weren't on any channels that they were using. And if you don't know this, if you followed the IPSC broadcast, one of the arrangements I have with IPSC is that we won't go anywhere near their Wi-Fi system. So we are all hardwired with the exception of our drone and our Ronin, and those are using broadcast type transmissions. They're not Wi-Fi. Now, I'm sure, as I said, some technical guy's going to tell me, oh, but it could be this or it could be that. But anyway, we're not on Wi-Fi. We are on hardwire. And we're going to stay on this because Wi-Fi is very, very limited when it comes to multi-camera setups. I don't know if I've ever told you this story, Corey, but when I first approached Blackmagic, who are the company that developed a lot of the equipment that we've got in front of us, the first question they always ask you is, you know, what's your budget? And I'm like, I have no idea. And then the second question is, how many cameras do you want to run? I'm like, well, it's funny you should ask. We have 18, 24 stages, depending, and I want to put 2 cameras on each stage. And they're like, you want to run 50 cameras? I'm like, yep. It's like, yeah, no. They can do it, obviously, as we are doing it right now. We can run 100 cameras on this setup as it is. But, of course, we need more people to operate them, you know. But we will get there.
If you think about, you know, baseball games and football games, they're running 50, 60 cameras in some of the and microphones in some of those arenas and such. But they don't have to, and they pick them up and move them.
Yep.
But all of the not the hardware necessarily. They've got those big trucks, but a lot of the cabling and everything is permanent in the building. So they can pack up and move, but they just plug in on both ends, and the cable is already there for them. You guys had to, you know, I saw your guys up on the berms. I saw your guys pretty much everywhere in this whole range, places I haven't been. Just because they needed to run cable to, you know, from one camera to the next and back, you know, eventually back into the van or the trailer.
Yep. And try not put it in parking areas where cars were parking on our cables, which happened to us on day one. And we brought our own little cable covers. We have to do more of those in the future. Anyway, I mean, we're growing, and that's the point. You know, we'll get better and better at this, and this is one step.
Right. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to see if Max can bring back... We also, for the same reason we can't get a signal from there, we also can't communicate with our comms system. We have a headset comm system made by Hollyland. You can see Max is actually fiddling with his headset. He's probably trying to talk to one of us right now, but we can't hear him from there. In the future, I'm hoping you guys, we've talked about this, I'm hoping you guys will be able to put in conduit, we can run cable in, and power. That's all I need, conduit and power.
Yeah, well, we keep hoping too, so...
I'm going to send you a picture of your rat
I've already seen
chewed fiber cable.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, we rent the range just like USPSA does.
Mhm.
So this range is not owned by, we call ourselves Cardinal Practical Shooters. This is we rent the range just like everybody else. So we get to go to the landlord and say, hey, what if we did this? And they say, well, what if you paid that?
Mhm.
So it's a lot of negotiation. Looks like Christian may be up next.
Yep, this is it.
It's also not to say that at this level of competition this is easy, but Christian has a little bit of advantage here. Going second on the, going behind John Vlieger on this stage, he knows what he needs to do, and competitors at their level, they know exactly what percentage, and they're not running at 100%. They've got a 100% capability in running at 85, 90%, but he knows exactly what he needs to give to make it work and to hook up on this stage. So
yeah, I definitely think that's a big advantage. I don't know what Vlieger shot earlier on, so I can't say, but if he knows he's ahead and he knows he's just got to be clean, he'll dial this back to 80%, 75%. That, by the way, is what has made Eric Raffel so famous.
Sure.
He has that ability. He knows everybody's hit factors on in this squad.
Yep.
It's uncanny, actually.
It's interesting too, because a lot of the top competitors say, "Oh, I don't check scores." I guarantee Christian knows exactly what he needs to beat on this stage, and he's done the hit factor math and all the things to know exactly how he needs to shoot. I see him telling the RO what his plan is. Not that the RO should be reliant on that, but telling the RO, "Hey, I'm going to come back here." Pretty good. So let's see what. Hopefully his hits are as good as he hopes they are.
Well, you should be able to give us a final score here in a second.
If the Wi-Fi works.
Oh, okay. We're back to technology again.
Back to technology again. Oh, we may have some information. Let's see.
But I mean, let Corey have the pleasure of hitting that PS button on the mixing system. Brings up practice score. Show us what the final result is. You see John Scouten interviewing Christian. John Scouten for Shooting USA.
John was John and his dad were kind of the pioneer of.
They were.
Of videotaping and replaying shooting sports. We were after the match yesterday. We were watching some replays on YouTube from the 1990s, back in the day when they were doing a lot of the same things you guys were doing, except for all video to tape and then edited post production. So it's crazy to see.
Oh, I've been there.
Oh, I'm sure.
I used to do that for TV. Saw Aaron walk up and shake Christian's hand. I'm sure Aaron is devastated that he
Of course, when we want to know it most, the scores are not being posted immediately from stage 18. So we're in the, I think we have an idea of where things ended up, but we're in the dark. They know. They know exactly where things ended up.
By IPSC Nationals, we'll have a much better grip on how this how to incorporate the scoring and the stats into this. We had so much, I had so much to do on the, on just getting this trailer built and getting it all put together. I mean, I was literally working 15, 16-hour days for 3 or 4 weeks in a row, excuse me, before heading down here. So you had to pick and choose what we could do.
Oh, for sure. And it's hard because the we're only as good as some of our data. So even if we did have great overlays and everything and the ability to pull stuff right into the stream from practice score, we don't have the data to show them.
Not yet.
Right.
But we're going to keep pushing.
Oh, yeah.
So as we getting close to wrapping up here, I want to thank a few people. I want to start off thanking USPSA for all their work. We're going to bring you... Is that Flieger?
Looks like John.
So he couldn't have shot the stage. Well, this is going to make it interesting because I thought that Flieger had gone through when we were away with the drone. Here we go. So it's not over.
No. So John had a similar stage plan, but you know it's kind of to be expected that the best competitors have a similar stage plan, in my opinion.
You know, one of the things that I love about IPSC, we should do more here. I'm sure I'm going to hear about making that statement, but is at the end of the match when you shoot in your last stage and you shoot your last run, everybody applauds, everybody claps for you. And I remember the first time that happened, I was like, what happened? And then realized what it was. And it's pretty cool, you know. I mean, you finished, you know, 3 days of brutal competition, and it's kind of like hear from your squad mates.
Well, you don't see it in the video shot because they're really, you only see the competitors downrange. But there are probably 100 people in the crowd watching this stage right now because this is the biggest competition in this match at this point in time. And realistically, the competition is now over if that was John.
I've been in this position. You saw the cameraman go and take the camera down off the front. Whenever you follow one of the big boys and the camera's all on them and then it's you up, you're like, oh, cool, the cameras are going to be siesta. Nope, they're gone. No. Moving on to bigger and better things.
Well, anyway, Leighton, I'm going to get back to my job. I'm sure my stats, my colleagues are missing me, but it was good to
Corey, thanks for coming in. Appreciate you.
Of course. I will also be at IPSC Nationals doing the same job, so I'm sure I'll sneak in here and sit here with you and talk about some scores at that match too.
We would love to have you and bring your tablet with. We're using my tablet right now, but bring yours and we'll plug it in and go from in. And thank you again for everything this week. You guys have been a pleasure to work with, and look forward to the next one.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
Well, a big thank you to Corey for stepping in and helping us with practice score and pulling up some things. And also a huge thank you to him and his team, Dan Click, I need to get Matt Hopkins in here because every time I say to Matt, he was either shooting or he couldn't make it. So I'm going to try and get him in here maybe at the end of the match just to put a word in because he's an incredibly hardworking guy and I haven't had the opportunity to put him up yet. But it's it's a pleasure working with these guys. Well, we might have some very interesting news on the final results. I haven't put them up yet because my tablet didn't update, even with got Bill Drummond up, stage 18. Aaron Edens is up next. Aaron Edens shooting for AMU. Stage 18, this is his last stage of the day. Unfortunately, stage 17 pretty much took him out of the play. See if he can bring this back. Well, it looked like a pretty quick run. Not sure it's going to be enough to hold on to third place. We'll see in a second. Put in a valiant effort. Aaron, of course, was leading after day one. But that's what they say. It's a marathon, not a sprint. He's talking to Ronan. I know it's a terrible signal, but I'll just let you see. He's actually talking to John Scouten right now, but we have him on camera. But I'll cut away, cut back to the drone. Well, that about wraps it up. I am going to hold off on the final results because we're still waiting on one of the updates, and I don't want to let the cat out of the bag and be wrong. So I'm going to hold off for a second. But as we wrap up, first of all, I want to say a huge thank you to my team. Sarah, who's sitting behind us, how she's put up with me for the last 2 months to get to this is miraculous. Max, my squirrel right-hand man, photographer, engineer, everything. Garrett, our drone pilot, as well as cameraman. And Greg, who's been helping run sound and run switching and many of the things. Without you guys, I couldn't have done this. We are literally doing the work of 8 or 10 people, and there's literally 5 of us here. So thank you. Also to Kenzie back in Arizona for backing us up. Without a team, we could never get this done, and so we really appreciate you guys. To USPSA for allowing us and inviting us to come down and do the live stream. Really appreciate you guys. Really appreciate all the support and the cooperation. Alan Turner, the executive director, Jake Martins, Rick Brotzel, Carrie, his wife, and of course the kids, Michael and Bailey, who were helping us every day with running things back and forth. To the match directors, Alan Turner, Dan Click, and Jermaine Adams. You guys were listening to Corey a second ago, and of course my assistant at USPSA, Laurie, who was going to be here but couldn't make it because of family issues. Remember that we will be broadcasting the stream and streaming from the IPSEC Nationals in roughly a month. We're going to be bringing even more equipment. We have an additional person joining our team. We might have Maggie joining our team, so it'll be the biggest match ever for us and the largest number of crew at a match. But really, my huge thank you to everybody around us. If I've forgotten anybody, I'm sorry. I also want to do a special call out to Brian of Hunters HD Gold. As you guys know, Brian is a broadcast partner of ours, been great helping me and helping us. He's already left, he's headed out, but he was great. Vortex Optics, Kimber for being the match sponsors, Howitzer for hopefully being a future sponsor of ours. I tried to get Eric to come in and do a little chat, but they had to take off for the airport. A lot of people are leaving to head out of town, and so they're out of here. And finally, I want to thank you guys. You guys are our listeners and our viewers and our supporters. We're doing this for you, I promise. We do not have sponsors in the sense of being paid. Despite what you might read online, we do not actually make any money out of this. This is a solely self-supported project, and I'm very proud to be a part of this and be able to bring it to you guys. We appreciate all of you for everything you've done and for all the messages and the notes and the thanks and so forth. And as I said earlier on, if I haven't responded to your text or your email, I'm sorry. I will get back to you guys, but we had to focus on this. To all the competitors that allowed us to shoot and film and cover them for the match, we appreciate you guys. We look forward to covering you in Pittsburgh in roughly a month's time. Guys, all travel safe, head home safely, and we will see you soon. Thank you very much. And of course, as I say that, I probably lost a whole bunch of people, but I didn't really run through the results. I can't give you the final results because we don't have them, but I do have some results. Limited Optics, the winner of Limited Optics is Jacob Hetherington of the AMU. He squeaked out a win, and it looks like it was roughly 17 points over Joseph Weichel, and Brantley Miriam came in third place. Mason Lane was fourth. Joey Sowland was fifth. And, as I'm saying this, I'm thinking to myself, I should probably just put press score up on the screen and you guys can see it for yourself. So there we go. So as I have these results, these are unofficial results. These are not the final results. The final results will obviously be released by USPSA. This is limited optics that you're looking at on the screen. JJ Rakaza down in 9th place. JJ had a tough match. Gianni in 11th, Alistair Stewart in 10th. Hunter Constantine, special thanks to Hunter also for jumping on the broadcast with us. And by the way, if you want to join our broadcast in the future, feel free to let me know. We'd love to have you on. This is not my thing, this is our thing, and I say that with all the genuineness in the world. All right, look at PCC. Max Leograndis has taken PCC. Again, unofficial results. I am not posting final results. It's the organization's responsibility to do that. Max Leograndis taking it by roughly 4%. Kyle Litzy in 2nd place. Duncan Klein in 3rd. And Miggs in 4th place. David Jang in 5th. Isaac Hansen in 6th. Justine, a very respectable 7th, shooting 89% of Max Leograndis, which is amazing. And if you look at this, she is just barely a couple of points behind Isaac Hansen. He finished on 1681, and she's, they're not finished. You see, this is my point. This is what I'm saying. You see that they are not finished yet. Or if they are, the scores are not finally updated yet. So these are just provisional. Limited, provisional results. Austin Hole first. Scott Brown in 2nd. Niels Jones in 3rd. And Elias Franjolis in 4th, and Shane Coley in 5th. I'm going to show you the open results, but I again want to mention that the scores are not all in. If you look at Christian, you'll see that they do not have stage 18 yet. So we still have to wait for that. So it's kind of a little bit of a cliffhanger. I'm sorry for that. But as soon as we have the final results, I'm sure we'll post them. Or you can go to Practice Score here in a little bit. And USPSA will, of course, be doing the awards dinner later this evenings. Special shout out to a couple of people. My phone is blowing up on me. Thanks, guys. I appreciate all the love. I'll mention Nick Evans because he's a good friend and so on. He says thanks for wrapping up the live stream. He's literally watched it all afternoon. Really enjoyed it. The drone shots were amazing. I actually liked that angle. You could see everything. Safe travels, etc. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys. To my son, thank you very much for everything. JJ, Cody, and so on. Appreciate you guys. I think I'm going to dial out now and cut the stream. We have a big pack-up job to do, and it's a big project to get done in a few hours. So thank you all again. Good night.